In a tense classroom at Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, a chalkboard announces just 1 day left until the unified exam. The class teacher, Chen Fan, gives final instructions. He tells students taking the liberal arts exam to prepare the IR stationery and gives a more serious reminder to those taking the martial arts exam to prepare the IR combat gear and weapons. Teacher Chen Fan then warns about the deadly risk of the martial arts college entrance exam. He strongly advises any student with an awakened ability below D level not to take it. From his seat, a student named Shu Jing Ming smirks, feeling the teacher's warning is directed at him. He thinks to himself that he has transmigrated into this world, called Blue Star. It is technologically similar to his old one, but it is also inhabited by ferocious, bloodthirsty beasts. To counter this, some humans have awakened superpowers. In this world, people can awaken various abilities at age 16, which are rated on a scale from F to S. However, the majority of people only awaken skills between F and D. As he considers his own power, a small flash of lightning appears. He reveals that his ability is an E-grade weak electricity, and he notes with disappointment that its power is only comparable to a simple stun baton. As Shu Jing Ming reflects, a blonde-haired classmate, Huang Tian, taps on his desk. He mockingly asks if Shu Jing Ming still plans to take the martial arts exam, calling him E-grade trash, who would only shame the school. Huang Tian suggests Shu Jing Ming should just choose liberal arts and offers him a future as a small clerk in his company. Before Shu Jing Ming can answer, a female classmate, Lin Qingli, stands up and tells Huang Tian to mind his own business. Annoyed, Huang Tian scoffs at her and promises to show her who is best during the exam. As he walks away, he glances back and adds a cruel remark, predicting Shu Jing Ming will die on the exam grounds. After Huang Tian leaves, Lin Qingli turns to Shu Jing Ming with concern. She advises him to ignore Huang Tian's words and suggests that switching to liberal arts might not be a bad option. Shu Jing Ming listens to her silently, his expression unreadable. Lost in thought, Shu Jing Ming looks at his Great Xia Unified Exam registration form. The form lists his E-level elemental ability. In the Great Xia Kingdom, education is split into liberal arts and martial arts. Those with low-level abilities can choose liberal arts for an ordinary life. The martial arts path is far more dangerous. Students must enter a designated area and fight fierce beasts to the death to pass. Only by surviving can one hope to enter an ability user university. There, with years of training, even an unranked person can become a truly powerful ability user. Shu Jing Ming understands why his teacher and Lin Qingli are worried. He knows they fear what might happen if he takes the exam. However, he also recognizes that he cannot escape the constant threat of the beasts. This thought triggers a painful memory of a beast tide from his past, where he knelt as a child crying over the lifeless bodies of his parents. The memory strengthens his resolve. He doesn't want to be powerless again. With determination, he holds up his registration form and firmly declares that he will still choose the martial arts exam. As the sun sets, Shu Jing Ming is in a training hall, practicing relentlessly with a long spear. He channels his electrical ability into the weapon, causing blue lightning to crackle along its length. With a cry, he executes a powerful swing. The intense training quickly leaves him drained. He lets out a large yawn, complaining about how tired he is, and then collapses onto the floor, his spear falling beside him. Lying on the ground, Shu Jing Ming thinks about his training. He has been practicing with the spear for 2.5 years. Despite his efforts, his proficiency is still at a beginner level. He bought a spear technique called Lightning Gale Break for 300,000, which he believes makes him a little stronger than other ordinary E-class awakened ones. As he lies there, a grim thought crosses his mind. He knows the death rate for students below D class in the exam is increasing every year. This thought strengthens his resolve. To get into an awakened university, he must be prepared to fight with everything he has. He pushes himself up and approaches a machine, clenching his fist. As his hand nears the machine's panel, a blue holographic interface suddenly materializes, displaying System Activating. Shu Jing Ming's eyes widen in shock as he tries to comprehend what is happening. The system's activation finishes, and a new message asks if he wants to claim the newbie gift package. Still on the floor, he realizes this could be the legendary cheat system for transmigrators. His shock turns into excitement. A wide grin spreads across his face as he wonders what the gift package contains. The system immediately reveals the contents: an S-rank super ability and 200 ability points. He is momentarily speechless. An S-rank ability is exceedingly rare. In a major country like Xiahua, a person with one is instantly recruited by top universities and cultivated into a powerhouse. Shu Jing Ming is stunned by his unbelievable fortune. The revelation fills him with hope. He realizes that even though he was born as E-rank trash, this system gives him a chance to change his destiny. With a determined grin, he reaches out his hand, crackling with his old weak electricity, and says, "Claim," accepting the gift without hesitation. Immediately, 3 system windows appear. The newbie gift package is claimed, 200 ability points are credited, and the system begins distributing his new S-rank ability, Purple Cloud, Thunder, God's Lightning. The power surges directly into his heart. The process is incredibly painful. An immense power erupts from within him as violent purple lightning surges through his body, tearing his shirt. A progress bar appears, slowly climbing as the energy explodes outwards, shattering the interior of the room. The blast is so powerful it blows out the apartment window. The commotion is noticed on the street below. A woman points up at the strange energy, and her child asks what is happening. A young man frantically makes a phone call, urging someone to call the fire department for the Shu family's child. Inside, Shu Jing Ming writhes in agony as the integration continues past 50%. On the streets, people look up as the sky turns dark and ominous. Above the apartment, a colossal dragon formed of crackling blue lightning materializes. The event attracts powerful individuals. A man in a high-rise wonders if a powerful beast is invading. Elsewhere, a military commander orders Jiang Cheng's 3rd Legion to high alert. Back at the apartment, the lightning dragon swirls in the sky before diving back down, funneling its immense energy into Shu Jing Ming's body. Shu Jing Ming lets out a final scream as the system's progress bar jumps to 100%. The light and pain fade, replaced by a simple message: ability transformation complete. The overwhelming energy subsides, leaving Shu Jing Ming in his devastated training room. He slowly clenches his fist, feeling the immense power he now commands. Potent blue and purple electricity crackles around his hand. A confident grin spreads across his face. He recognizes this S-rank ability is on a completely different level. He thinks his old ability was like an electric baton, but this new power feels strong enough to shatter a person with one strike. His excitement is lessened as he sees the destruction. The windows are shattered and the walls are cracked. He thinks the commotion was a bit too large and feels relieved he managed to control some of the energy. He then remembers the other part of his reward, 200 ability points. He wonders aloud what they are for as he touches the system interface. The system explains that ability points are obtained by killing fierce beasts and can be used to increase his levels and skills. A mischievous grin returns to his face. He expresses his delight at the simple cheat system and tells it to open the system panel. A detailed status screen appears, displaying his new profile, his name, his level as an unranked Awakened, his new S-rank ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, and his 200 available ability points. With the unified exam just one day away, Shu Jing Ming's eyes glow. He knows he must use these 200 points wisely to maximize his combat power. Lightning crackles around his hand as he tells the system to allocate the points for him. Shu Jing Ming decides to use his points logically, reasoning that all abilities come from the human body and spirit. He chooses to strengthen these two attributes first. As the system processes the points, his stats for physique and spirit quickly increase. A surge of dark purple energy erupts and swirls around him. He looks slightly dazed, marveling at the feeling of his vital energy and thoughts being enhanced. Clenching his fist, he feels the new power inside him. He throws a test punch, and a vortex of blue and purple lightning explodes from his fist, a display of power far beyond what he could do before. He looks at his hand, surrounded by crackling energy, and understands that by raising his basic attributes, his control over his combat skills and powers will also be stronger. The system panel confirms the upgrade, showing his physique is now 141 and his spirit is 160. It explains that each ability point was equal to 0.2 units of vital energy, or spirit energy. A confident grin spreads across his face. He believes that with his current strength, getting into an Awakener university will be easy, but he wonders how he now compares to the other 700,000 candidates in the province, especially the geniuses trained since childhood. Deciding to find out, he kicks his spear up from the rubble on the floor. As he catches it and slings it over his shoulder, he resolves to go to the martial arts hall to test his new power levels. As he prepares to leave, his apartment door is suddenly kicked open. A team of 3 firefighters bursts in, ready to fight a fire, leaving Shu Jing Ming stunned. The lead firefighter, looking confused by the lack of a fire, explains they received a call about a fire at this location. Standing in the wrecked room, Shu Jing Ming calmly explains that the commotion was caused by his ability training, and that everything is now fine. The lead firefighter accepts the explanation, knowing that incidents with awakened individuals are common. He radios his team to fall back. As he leaves, he looks back at Shu Jing Ming with admiration, thinking how formidable the younger generation is to cause such a commotion just by practicing. Shortly after, the fire truck drives away. As Shu Jing Ming, now in his school uniform and carrying his spear, walks down the street, a neighbor he calls Uncle Yang asks if he is okay after the fire. Shu Jing Ming reassures him everything is under control. Noticing the spear, the neighbor praises him for being so diligent, practicing even with the exam the next day. The story then explains that martial arts halls are important in this world. To advance, an awakened person must train their physique and spirit. The halls provide training grounds, which are essential since not every family can afford a private training room. The two most famous martial arts hall chains are Thunder and Brutal Bear. Shu Jing Ming arrives at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. The narration explains that the Brutal Bear Hall is expensive, mainly for students from rich families. The Thunder Hall, however, is free for all high school students, making it very popular. Inside the busy hall, Shu Jing Ming sees a familiar face in a group of students. The girl, with long black hair and red eyes, is Tang Qi, his cousin. He approaches her and asks why she is at the Thunder Hall. Surprised to see him, Tang Qi replies that she just came with a friend. Shu Jing Ming politely excuses himself, telling Tang Qi and her friends to continue their visit while he heads to the training room. As he walks away, Tang Qi watches him, thinking he seems a bit different. Her cheerful friend, Xiaoya, is immediately taken by Shu Jing Ming's appearance, calling him handsome and asking Tang Qi who he is. Tang Qi explains he is her cousin, Shu Jing Ming, also a third-year student taking the martial arts exam tomorrow. Xiaoya swoons, saying he would make a great boyfriend. A male friend teases her for falling in love, and she enthusiastically agrees. Hearing this, Tang Qi decides to bring her friend back to reality. She reveals that Shu Jing Ming's awakened ability is only E rank. The news shatters Xiaoya's fantasy, and she cries out what a pity it is. The male friend smirks, commenting that it's commendable for someone with an E rank ability to take the martial arts exam. Tang Qi, however, looks worried, saying courage is meaningless when the risk is so high. Changing the subject, Tang Qi reminds the group they are there to visit the hall. Xiaoya agrees, mentioning she's spent all of high school at the expensive Brutal Bear Hall and suggests relaxing before the big exam is a good idea. Meanwhile, Shu Jing Ming finds an empty training room. He stands before a large, round target with his spear. As he grips it, he notices it feels much lighter. He realizes the spear hasn't changed. His own body has become much stronger. He considers that this old weapon might not be suitable anymore, but with the exam tomorrow, there's no time to find a new one. He decides to first test his peak physical strength without his lightning ability. He takes a deep breath, tightens his grip, and thrusts the spear forward. The weapon slams into the center of the target with incredible force. The strike leaves a spiderweb of cracks in the advanced training target. A digital display above it flashes the number 321. The room's equipment is made from a special memory metal, allowing it to automatically repair itself. Shu Jing Ming is astonished. His pure physical strength has doubled. He knows the strongest output for a normal, unranked awakened is only around 100 calories, making his base strength exceptional. Satisfied, he decides to try his new S-rank ability. His eyes glow blue as he prepares to channel the purple heaven's divine thunder. Arcs of purple and blue lightning crackle around his body. With a powerful leap, he brings his spear down on the target, creating a massive explosion of electrical energy. He looks up at the new reading, an incredible 3,021 calories. Shu Jing Ming is thrilled by how powerful his S-rank ability is. The standard for a first-tier awakened is only 1,000 calories. The fact that he, still unranked, can unleash an attack comparable to a mid-tier first-tier awakened shows his new potential. But he isn't done. With lightning still crackling around him, he declares that this is not his limit. He decides to use his true killer move, a technique stacking his enhanced strength, his ability, and his combat skills into one strike. He channels all his energy into the spear, which becomes covered in intense purple lightning. He swings the spear in a wide arc. As the spearhead nears the target, the lightning condenses into a single, bright sphere of power. With a fierce cry of "break," he unleashes the attack. The spear connects, resulting in a massive explosion of purple energy that completely engulfs the target. The force of the attack sends a shockwave through the entire martial arts hall. In the main stadium, students are shaken, with one crying out, wondering if it was an earthquake. On the training room floor, Tang Qi, Xiaoya, and their friends are thrown off balance. The male friend recognizes the powerful energy fluctuations, stating they are on the level of a true awakener. They wonder if a new awakener-level high school student has just appeared since all the known ones train at the other hall. Driven by curiosity, Tang Qi says they should go see. The group follows the trail of energy down the corridor. As they turn a corner, they come face to face with Shu Jing Ming, who is leaving the area with his spearhead now wrapped in a cloth. Tang Qi calls out to him, surprised to see him there. Shu Jing Ming calmly says he is heading home to prepare for the exam, giving no hint of the power he just used. His friend wishes him luck but dismissively tells the group to forget him, pointing to the training room Shu Jing Ming just left, saying the energy came from there. The group approaches the door. Peeking inside, they see a scene of total devastation. The advanced memory metal target has been completely destroyed, and the reinforced wall behind it is a massive crater of rubble. The entire room is a wreck. Tang Qi, Xiaoya, and the others can only stare in pure shock, unable to comprehend the level of destructive power that was just unleashed in a high school training room. Staring at the destruction, Xiaoya exclaims that even the advanced memory metal was blasted through, which would require an incredibly intense attack. She wonders if any high school student in their city of Jiangcheng is actually that powerful. The brown-haired male friend dismisses the idea. Touching the crater's edge, he says the residual energy feels too violent for a high school student. He theorizes it was a powerful second-order ability user who mistakenly entered the student-level floor. Another friend agrees, adding that even a genius from the provincial capital couldn't do this, making it impossible for such a person to be in their small city. Xiaoya, however, suggests a different theory. She points out that the only person they saw nearby was Shu Jing Ming and excitedly suggests he might be a hidden super genius. Her friends ridicule the idea, with one asking if she's been reading too many novels. The other points out that Shu Jing Ming is a known E-class user who would be lucky to have an attack strength of 300. Her friend offers a more logical explanation, suggesting the powerful user simply left through the other corridor. He then turns to Tang Qi, who has been silent, and asks for her opinion. Tang Qi simply answers, "Maybe," stepping forward to inspect the damage. As she runs her hand along the shattered wall, she notices the impact marks look like they were left by a long spear. The image of her cousin with his spear flashes in her mind. A deep suspicion forms, and she silently wonders if Shu Jing Ming taking the martial arts exam is really him overestimating his abilities. The next day is clear and bright, the day of the martial arts exam. Dozens of buses arrive at a massive, fortified venue, dropping off students armed with various weapons. Among them is Shu Jing Ming, walking with a calm and confident stride, his spear on his shoulder. The students gather by a tall fence, looking into the exam grounds with a mix of awe and terror. One student complains nervously, recalling that past exams had much weaker beasts. The consensus is that this year's exam will be incredibly difficult. As the students share their fears, an arrogant voice cuts through the crowd. A long-haired young man with a large sword scoffs at their cowardice. He declares that anyone who can't deal with a unicorn rhinoceros is useless, leaving the other students speechless. Nearby, Shu Jingming's best friend, Liu Ji, asks who the arrogant guy is. Shu Jingming identifies him as Zhou Mingyang. Liu Ji explains that Zhou Mingyang is a well-known genius with a B-class ability who has already advanced to become a first-order ability user, a rare feat for a high school student. Shu Jingming looks at the prodigy with a confident smile and a competitive glint in his eye, silently wondering who is stronger. Suddenly, a loud voice calls for the candidate's attention. A stern-looking man with a scar, dressed in a military-style uniform, introduces himself as Wang Haiyang, the chief commander of the exam. He says that before the exam begins, he will review the important precautions. Standing on a military vehicle, Commander Wang Haiyang announces the exam will last 12 hours, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. He gestures to the vast, ruined town that serves as the exam venue. He explains that it is divided into 4 zones: outer, central, inner, and core. Students earn points by killing beasts, with the score increasing based on the beast's rank and strength. The commander's expression turns grave as he gives his final warning. He says the core area is like a bonus question, meant only for the top students. He urges everyone to act according to their abilities and not foolishly risk their lives for a higher score. Listening to the commander, Shu Jingming reflects on his own abilities. Before his power-up, he would have been limited to the outer area, but now, filled with power and ambition, he is determined to charge deep into the inner circle, and perhaps even challenge the core area. An announcement is made for students to get their exam supplies. Shu Jingming and his friend approach their teacher, Chen Fan, who is handing out tactical backpacks. Shu Jingming receives his pack, which contains a smartwatch for tracking points, a backpack with energy bars, a drink, and a medical kit, and a safety ball that can create a high-voltage grid to ward off beasts. As teacher Chen Fan hands Shu Jingming his supplies, he offers one last piece of advice. He reminds Shu Jingming that his life is more important than anything, even if using the safety ball ends the exam early. Shu Jingming respectfully thanks his teacher. Just then, a familiar voice calls his name. He turns to see his classmate, Lin Qingli, running towards him. She kindly offers him a spot on her team. With her is their class president, Liu Qin, a C-class user who says he will protect Shu Jingming in the exam hall. However, another student objects, arguing that the exam is a serious competition. He complains that taking on an E-rank student like Shu Jingming will hurt their chances of getting a high score. Another teammate angrily agrees, accusing Liu Qin of changing their plan. The two objectors make it clear they don't want to be saddled with a burden. The insults infuriate Shu Jingming's friend, Liu Ji, but Shu Jing Ming calmly holds him back. With a polite smile, Shu Jing Ming declines the offer. He tells Liu Qin and Lin Qingli that he appreciates their kindness, but plans to go in alone. A concerned Lin Qingli reluctantly accepts his decision, urging him to be careful. The student who had complained smirks and suggests they go find the powerful Huang Tian to team up with instead, letting out a mocking laugh as they walk away. Shu Jingming watches them go with a confident smirk of his own, thinking that he is more than capable of getting a high score by himself. An announcement rings out, declaring the official start of the exam. A fleet of drones swarms into the sky, ready to live broadcast the event. The massive gates open, and a flood of students charges into the ruined city, shouting their goals. Among the crowd are Tang Qi and her friends, a determined-looking girl with a large sword, and the top contender, Zhou Mingyang, who uses his wind ability to leap ahead of the pack. In contrast, Shu Jingming remains calm. He takes a single step, then breaks into a steady run, his spear in hand, thinking that the exam has finally arrived and he is ready. As he runs, he taps his smartwatch. A holographic screen confirms his identity and displays the real-time rankings. The top 3 spots are already filled, with Zhou Mingyang in first place with 7 points, followed by 2 other students. Shu Jingming looks at the leaderboard with a confident smirk. He notes that Zhou Mingyang has already started killing beasts, but the early lead only fuels his own competitive spirit. While others fight in the outer sections, Shu Jingming decides on a bolder strategy. He resolves to waste no time and head straight for the high-risk, high-reward core area. As he moves deeper into the ruined city, he suddenly stops. Ahead, he discovers a gruesome scene: the lifeless body of another student in a pool of blood. Beside the body is an unused green safety ball, showing how fast the attack must have been. Shu Jingming is disturbed by the sight. He realizes the student didn't even have a chance to activate his last defense. The grim reality of the exam hits him, and he understands the weight behind his teachers and the commander's warnings. He thinks that if he hadn't received his S-class ability yesterday, he could have easily ended up in the same state. Steeling his resolve, he accepts the brutal nature of the exam. He kneels beside the fallen student and uses the boy's smartwatch to call for the body to be retrieved. He reflects that opportunities always come with risks. Suddenly, he hears a noise nearby. From the shadows of a ruined building, a large clawed paw silently appears. A moment later, a ferocious shadow cat with glowing purple eyes emerges. Shu Jingming instantly realizes the horrifying truth. The beasts had left the dead student as bait. It's a trap, and the beast lunges towards him. Despite the shadow cat's terrifying lunge, Shu Jingming remains perfectly calm. The beast growls menacingly as it pounces with incredible speed, its shadowy claws extended. But Shu Jingming is even faster. With a fluid, casual movement, he sidesteps the attack, letting the beast fly past him. The shadow cat lands gracefully, its glowing purple eyes locked on its prey. Its reputation is well earned. With an agile body, sharp claws, and a bite force of over 1,000 kilograms, it is a deserved newbie killer. It lets out a ferocious roar, trying to intimidate Shu Jingming. As he faces the beast, Shu Jingming thinks about what makes these creatures so dangerous. He knows fierce beasts have a special, terrifying aura that can paralyze their prey with fear. He's heard that most awakened people, when facing a fierce beast for the first time, become helpless under this pressure, unable to use even 30% of their strength as they wait to be killed. He thinks about how wealthy families hire bodyguards to take their children into the wilderness, to get them used to this aura from a young age, a privilege he never had. Knowing this is his first true battle against a fierce beast, he readies his spear as the shadow cat lunges at him again. The beast closes the distance instantly, its mouth wide open, but Shu Jingming stands his ground, completely unaffected. Arcs of purple lightning crackle along his spear as he channels his power. In a single, swift motion, he thrusts the spear forward, the lightning-infused tip piercing through the shadow cat's head and killing it instantly. He looks down at the dead creature with a thoughtful expression. He realizes the beast's intimidating aura had no effect on him. A moment later, a blue holographic window appears from his smartwatch, confirming the kill. Killed one unranked fierce beast, a shadow cat. Ability points +3. A note explains that fierce beasts are ranked from 1 to 9, and those below rank 1 are unranked, corresponding to unranked human awakened people. Shu Jingming looks at the map of the venue on his watch. He considers that killing beasts grants him ability points, but he seems unimpressed by the small reward, thinking that unranked beasts give far too few points. Realizing he is unaffected by the intimidating aura of fierce beasts, Shu Jingming concludes there is little point wasting time in the outer area. He resolves to get to the more dangerous central area as quickly as possible. He begins his journey deeper into the exam venue, cutting a bloody path through the unranked beasts. He effortlessly kills shadow cats, iron-furred pigs, and wolf-like creatures, gaining a steady 3 to 5 ability points with each kill. However, he identifies a flaw in his approach. While he has gained ability points, he recognizes that he lacks actual combat experience. His new S-rank ability is so overwhelmingly powerful that it kills unranked beasts instantly, preventing him from honing his fighting skills. He also considers the high energy cost of his new power. He knows higher-ranked abilities consume more energy. Unlike his old E-rank ability that could last for hours, he can't maintain his S-rank power at full strength for even an hour. With the exam lasting 12 hours, he understands he cannot waste energy before reaching the core area. He decides on a new strategy. He will kill fierce beasts using only his spear technique to gain experience and conserve power. Just as he makes this decision, a new, much larger threat appears, a formidable bipedal unicorn rhinoceros. The massive beast roars and charges, tossing a wrecked car aside with its immense strength. Instead of retreating, Shu Jing Ming stands his ground and faces the charge head-on. The powerful impact of the rhino's horn sends him flying backward. With incredible agility, Shu Jing Ming uses the momentum to flip himself in mid-air, positioning himself directly above the beast. Before the rhino can react, he dives down, landing on its back and plunging his spear deep into its skull with a single, precise strike. The massive beast collapses, defeated. Breathing slightly, Shu Jing Ming is surprised by how much faster his killing speed has become, noting that even a powerful beast like the rhinoceros wasn't much of a challenge. A thought strikes him, and he wonders if his spear technique broke through to a higher level without him realizing it. He summons his system panel, which confirms his suspicion. His spear technique has leveled up to the intermediate stage, and his ability points have risen to 256. He concludes that relying on his spear technique is the most effective way to boost his strength. Feeling how fluid the intermediate technique is, he wonders what would happen if he improved it further. Using his accumulated points, he decides to upgrade his spear skill again. The effect is instant. A massive influx of advanced spear techniques and complex movements floods his mind, integrating into his muscle memory. He clutches his head, amazed by the sheer volume of skill he just acquired. With a wealth of new techniques, Shu Jing Ming feels a surge of confidence. Gripping his spear, he stands tall amidst the ruins with a predatory smile. He declares that he can't wait to find a first-rank, fierce beast to test his new skills on. At the same time, in another part of the outer area, Lin Qingli and her team are moving through the streets. Suddenly, Lin Qingli stops, puzzled. In the distance, she thought she saw a familiar silhouette. She voices her thought, saying she thinks she just saw Shu Jing Ming. One of her teammates dismisses the idea, asking if she's seeing things. He argues it couldn't be Shu Jing Ming, as it would be suicide for someone with his E-rank strength to be this deep into the exam zone. Lin Qingli is filled with doubt, but can't shake the feeling that she saw her classmate. She begins to worry about him. Her thoughts are interrupted when another teammate calls them over. The group rushes to find him standing before the massive, freshly killed corpse of the unicorn rhinoceros. They see that the blood on its wounds isn't dry, meaning it was killed just minutes ago. They examine the fatal injury, a clean, penetrating wound to the head made by a long-handled weapon. One of them exclaims that it's a spear wound. The pieces click together in Lin Qingli's mind. The spear wound, the timing, and the silhouette all point to one conclusion. She wonders aloud if the person she saw could really have been Shu Jing Ming. The skeptical teammate scoffs at the suggestion, arguing that a unicorn rhinoceros is a beast that only a C-rank awakened person could defeat alone. To settle the argument, another teammate suggests they check the score rankings. Without hesitation, Lin Qingli activates the leaderboard on her smartwatch. As the rankings appear, her eyes widen in shock. There, in 46th place with 256 points, is Shu Jing Ming, Zhangcheng Second High School. She exclaims that it really is him. Her teammates are speechless, their faces showing pure disbelief. They refuse to accept that the E-rank student they look down on is now in the top 50, speculating it must be someone with the same name. They are left questioning everything, unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, officials and VIPs watch the exam on large screens. One spectator comments on the predictable strength of the first high school, which dominates the top 10 ranks. They single out Zhou Mingyang, ranked first with 412 points, who seems to have secured the title of Jiangcheng's top student. Another official wonders if he can become a provincial top 100 student, a feat no one from their city has achieved in years. Among the officials is Zhang Wenshan, the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau. With a self-satisfied smile, he agrees that Zhou Mingyang is their city's ace and expresses confidence that he will break into the provincial top 100. He then turns to the principals of the first and third high schools, praising their institutions. The principals humbly thank the director. While praising the top schools, Director Zhang Wenshan turns to the principal of the second high school, Zhao Yao. He condescendingly tells him that his school needs to work harder, noting their best student is only ranked 18th. The principal sweats nervously, bowing and stammering his agreement. Principal Zhao Yao is inwardly fuming. He He knows that among the top 50 students, only 8 are from his school. He mentally lists his top students, including Shu Jing Ming, urging them to get their act together. A moment later, he pauses. The name Shu Jing Ming doesn't sound familiar. He wonders aloud who this student is and why he's never seen the name before. He turns to the teacher beside him, who is Chen Fan, and asks about Shu Jing Ming. Upon hearing that his supposedly weakest student is in the top 50, teacher Chen Fan has a jaw-dropping reaction of pure shock. He takes a moment to compose himself, wiping sweat from his brow. He recalls that Shu Jing Ming is an E-rank awakened and wonders if the boy had been hiding his true strength, but he dismisses the thought as impossible. He looks up at the monitors in frustration, realizing that since only the top 10 students have dedicated camera feeds, there is no way for him to see how Shu Jing Ming is accumulating so many points. Meanwhile, back in the exam venue, Shu Jing Ming has pushed through the outer area and arrived at the central area, a zone with a much higher danger level. He walks calmly through the streets, crushing a bottle underfoot. Taking a moment to eat an energy bar, he observes that the number of fierce beasts has decreased. He knows this is because ranked beasts have developed intelligence and a sense of territory, making them more difficult opponents. Suddenly, his sharp senses pick something up. His eyes narrow as he announces that his target has arrived. An instant later, a powerful striped beast bursts through a pile of wrecked cars. The creature is a first-rank fierce beast, an arm-blade tiger named for the sharp, blade-like bones on its forelimbs. Shu Jing Ming stands his ground, unfazed. He remarks on his good luck, pleased to have encountered a first-rank beast so soon. With a confident and eager expression, he readies his spear, declaring that this powerful opponent is the perfect test for his newly upgraded spear technique. The arm-blade tiger lets out a ferocious roar and lunges, its powerful claws ready to attack. Shu Jing Ming remains calm and composed, holding his spear defensively. With a graceful spin, he deflects the tiger's initial pounce, expertly parrying the beast's attack with the shaft of his spear. The force of the blow causes the tiger to recoil slightly. Shu Jing Ming, however, seems completely unimpressed. With a confident smirk, he mockingly asks if this is all the power a first-tier beast has, musing that it would take a Tiger King to make him use more effort. His taunt enrages the beast. Declaring that he is sending it on its way, Shu Jing Ming goes on the offensive. He leaps forward with incredible speed, his spear becoming a blur as he lands a clean, deep strike on the tiger's shoulder, drawing blood. The beast roars in pain and fury, but Shu Jing Ming gives it no time to recover, maintaining his calm, focused stance. His attack has only enraged the first-rank beast further. Its eyes begin to glow with a menacing teal light. It rises up on its hind legs, towering over Shu Jing Ming, and lets out a deafening roar as it prepares to unleash its full power. The arm-blade tiger brings its massive, bladed paws down in a devastating swipe. Shu Jing Ming, showing incredible reflexes, dodges the attack and uses the momentum to swing himself around a nearby lamppost, avoiding the deadly claws and setting himself up for a powerful counterattack. Landing gracefully after his acrobatic move, Shu Jing Ming acknowledges the tenacity of the first-tier beast. He can see that despite its injuries, the arm-blade tiger still wants to put up a desperate struggle. Deciding to end the fight, he declares that any further resistance is futile. He begins to channel his spear technique, Lightning Gale Break, and a vortex of blue energy swirls around his weapon. With a powerful war cry, he unleashes the technique. His body becomes a blur as he executes a devastating spinning attack, the energy from his spear creating multiple slashing arcs of light. The attack connects, and the tiger lets out a final, agonized cry as the powerful technique tears through its body. The massive beast collapses to the ground, defeated. A notification immediately appears on Shu Jing Ming's smartwatch, confirming the kill of a first-tier armored tiger and awarding him 14 ability points. He notes with satisfaction that the points from a first-tier beast are almost double what he gets from an unranked one. A new perspective dawns on him. He realizes that while the exam hall is a place of danger for others, for him, it is a perfect treasure ground to level up. With renewed determination, he vows to harvest as many ability points as he can by hunting the most powerful beasts. Back in the audience stands, the atmosphere is tense as officials and teachers watch the live rankings. The leaderboard shows Shu Jing Ming is now tied for 32nd place with 328 points. An official turns to teacher Chen Fan, asking if this surprising student is from his class. Suddenly, Chen Fan is the center of attention. Other teachers praise him, marveling that only students from his class have broken into the top 50 from their school. They compliment his teaching methods. A flustered Chen Fan humbly deflects the praise, insisting it is all due to the student's own hard work. Their conversation is cut short when someone shouts and points at the screen. Shu Jing Ming's ranking has skyrocketed again, jumping to number 25. One official exclaims in disbelief that he somehow gained 44 points at once. Director Zhang Wenshan mentally calculates the point values, recalling that a peak unranked beast is worth 6 tier 8 points, while a low-grade first-tier beast is worth 14 to 16 points. Principal Zhao Yao continues the thought, his face pale with shock. He remembers that the kill count updates every 4 seconds, and an impossible realization begins to form in his mind. Director Zhang Wenshan completes the stunning calculation. Within a mere 4 seconds, Shu Jing Ming must have killed either 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 low-grade first-tier beasts. A pleased smile spreads across his face as he remarks that this kind of performance hasn't been seen in years. He turns to Principal Zhao Yao and comments that this student is a very good prospect, asking why he has never heard of him. The principal, still flustered, admits he has only just found out about Shu Jing Ming himself and says they will have to ask the boy's homeroom teacher. He immediately summons a nervous teacher Chen Fan, telling him to explain Shu Jing Ming's situation to the leaders, specifically asking about his talent. Standing before the city's top education officials, a sweating Chen Fan stammers out the unbelievable truth. Shu Jing Ming awakened an E-grade ability. Weak electricity. The principal is incredulous, asking if Chen Fan is certain he hasn't remembered incorrectly. Chen Fan insists that he is sure. He adds that he specifically advised Shu Jing Ming not to participate in the exam due to his low-rank ability. Director Zhang Wenshan listens with growing curiosity. He deduces that for a student with only an E-grade ability to get this far, he must have other outstanding qualities. This mystery piques his interest. He decides to wait, confidently predicting that with Shu Jing Ming's momentum, he should soon break into the top 10. At that point, they will get a dedicated camera feed and will finally understand how he is doing this. He adds a stern warning, however, that if the student is cheating, there will be consequences. Just as he finishes speaking, both teacher Chen Fan and Principal Zhao Yao's eyes go wide with shock. A new update appears on the leaderboard. Shu Jing Ming has done the impossible and broken into the top 10, now at 9th place. Just below him, at number 12, is his cousin, Tang Qi. Elsewhere in the exam hall, Tang Qi, now with cat-like ears and a tail, sits atop a defeated beast. She looks off into the distance with a knowing smile, now certain her cousin was the one who caused the destruction at the martial arts hall. The top-ranked student, Zhou Mingyang, also notices the new name on the leaderboard. He notes with some surprise that, with 6 hours still left, a new face has squeezed into the top 10. He thinks to himself that he has never heard of Shu Jing Ming before. Because he is in the top 10, a dedicated camera drone is sent to follow Shu Jing Ming. The feed shows him effortlessly killing another first-tier beast with his spear. As the beast falls, a notification awards him another 14 points. He comments to himself that the efficiency of killing beasts is much higher in the central area. He then notices the drone and realizes he must have entered the top 10. Standing over his latest kill, Shu Jing Ming reflects on the nature of the exam. He understands it's a test of strength and potential, where better results lead to greater recognition. With this in mind, he decides he has no reason to hide his true power, declaring that breaking into the top 10 is just the beginning. Before challenging the core area, he decides to improve his strength again. He checks his system panel, which shows his spear technique is now at the advanced level, and he has 312 ability points. He notes with some disappointment that his level hasn't automatically promoted from awakened. He deduces that the only way to advance to a true ability user is by learning a specific cultivation method, which he cannot do during the exam. Since he can't increase his rank, he decides to continue improving his basic attributes. He spends some points, boosting his physique by 40 and his spirit by 22. Feeling a surge of new power, he clenches his fist, ready to finally head to the core area. He soon arrives at the entrance to the core area, where the danger level is highest. He is greeted by a brutal scene, a pack of 9 armored tigers devouring the corpse of a large, rhino-like beast. From a safe distance, Shu Jing Ming observes the pack. He quickly identifies the one in the middle, which is larger and has a more powerful aura, as the armored Tiger King. Far from being intimidated, he sees this as a great harvest of points waiting for him. Just as he prepares to move, he senses another presence. He calls out, telling the hidden person to come out. From behind a corner, Zhou Mingyang emerges, looking impressed. He compliments Shu Jing Ming on his sharp perception and admits he didn't expect the mysterious student who broke into the top 10 to be him. Shu Jing Ming recognizes the top-ranked student and asks how Zhou Mingyang knew who he was. Zhou Mingyang explains that he is familiar with every strong candidate who could enter the core area. Since Shu Jing Ming was an unknown who rose through the ranks, he naturally deduced his identity. Zhou Mingyang then reveals he has been watching the tiger pack and prepares to draw his sword. Shu Jing Ming immediately becomes wary, asking if he intends to steal his monster. Zhou Mingyang clarifies that he has no intention of stealing the kill. He explains that the armored Tiger King is a powerful mid-grade first-tier beast, and with its pack of 9 other tigers, it's an opponent no single person can handle alone. He proposes they cooperate to take down the pack. However, Shu Jing Ming flatly rejects the offer with two simple words: no need. With a look of absolute confidence, he declares that he is more than enough by himself. Dismissing Zhou Mingyang's offer, Shu Jing Ming confidently steps out into the open to confront the pack of armored tigers. His sudden appearance immediately draws their attention. They let out warning growls, and the Tiger King, perched on its kill, roars to assert its dominance. Shu Jing Ming's eyes narrow as he observes his opponents. He notes that, as expected of a group led by a beast king, the tigers have enough intelligence for a simple battle formation, with the stronger ones in front. The pack growls menacingly, preparing to attack as one. One of the tigers breaks from the pack and charges, roaring as it lunges at him. From his hiding spot, Zhou Mingyang watches with a mix of disbelief and intrigue. He decides to observe the encounter, curious to see if Shu Jing Ming is just marching to his death or if he has some special skill to back up his incredible confidence. Facing the charging beast, Shu Jing Ming remains perfectly still, a calm aura around him as he prepares his spear. In a blur of motion, he begins to spin the weapon with blinding speed, the shaft becoming a near-invisible circle as he gathers energy for his attack. He unleashes a devastatingly wide spinning sweep, sending a massive arc of force tearing through the air towards the attacking beasts. The attack connects with overwhelming power. In a single, brutal motion, his spinning spear cuts through several of the tigers at once, sending a spray of blood across the street. System notifications instantly pop up, confirming his kills and awarding ability points. The lifeless bodies of the tigers collapse onto the blood-soaked pavement, the initial wave of the pack annihilated by his single, powerful strike. The armored Tiger King is enraged by the slaughter of its pack. Shu Jing Ming, however, looks at the carnage with a hint of dissatisfaction. He remarks that it's a pity his physical strength is still lacking, as he was unable to kill all the tigers in one blow. The remaining tigers, led by their enraged king, surround him, ready to avenge their fallen pack members. The Tiger King unleashes a deafening roar, a powerful sonic attack meant to disorient its opponent. The force of the roar is so immense that it shatters the windows of nearby buildings, creating a rain of glass. Even Zhou Mingyang, watching from a safe distance, is affected by the sonic blast, clutching his head in pain. Shu Jing Ming, however, stands firm amidst the shattering glass, completely unfazed. He recognizes the Tiger King's attempt to intimidate him. With a defiant look, he declares that while the beast might scare others, it can't scare him. As the remaining tigers lunge at him from all sides, Shu Jing Ming meets their charge with fluid grace and deadly precision. He parries one tiger's attack, then uses the beast's own body as a springboard to launch himself into the air, avoiding the snapping jaws of another. The Tiger King, seeing an opening, charges forward, but Shu Jing Ming is ready. Still airborne, he positions himself for a decisive strike. With a powerful overhead swing, he brings his spear down directly onto the Tiger King's head, the immense force cleaving through the beast's skull and killing it instantly. He lands gracefully as a system notification confirms the kill of an upper-rank first-order arm-blade tiger, awarding him a massive 20 ability points. Watching from his hiding spot, Zhou Mingyang is utterly dumbfounded. Sweating and wide-eyed, he can't believe what he just witnessed. He mutters to himself that there's no way one person could have taken care of the entire pack, wondering what kind of monster Shu Jing Ming truly is. Shu Jing Ming, on the other hand, is ecstatic. He marvels at the huge harvest of ability points he earned from the Tiger Pack. He excitedly wonders how many points he can accumulate before the 12-hour exam is over. Knowing that more points mean more power, he decides to hurry and find the next group of beasts to hunt. Before he can leave, Zhou Mingyang runs out from his hiding spot, demanding to know how Shu Jing Ming managed to crush the tigers with just a long spear. He asks if his ability is a reinforcement type, which would explain his incredible physical prowess. Without stopping, Shu Jing Ming simply leaps away, calling back that he is a lightning type. Zhou Mingyang is left fuming, not believing the answer. He clenches his fist in frustration, thinking Shu Jing Ming is being dismissive. A moment later, he realizes that with so many new kills, Shu Jing Ming's score is likely to catch up to his. He quickly checks the leaderboard on his smartwatch. To his absolute horror, he sees that Shu Jing Ming has not just caught up, but completely surpassed him. The leaderboard now shows Shu Jing Ming in first place with 1,122 points, while he has been pushed down to second with 985. The realization leaves him screaming in frustration. Back in the audience stands, the officials are erupting with excitement. Director Zhang Wenshan stands up and declares that Shu Jing Ming's high-level spearmanship confirms he is a genuine genius. He claps a beaming Principal Zhao Yao on the shoulder, announcing that with Shu Jing Ming representing them, Zhang Cheng can definitely get into the provincial top 100. He promises a commendation for the second high school after the exam, much to the principal's tearful delight. Principal Zhao Yao is overcome with emotion, thinking what a huge surprise Shu Jing Ming has been, finally giving his school its day to shine. 3 hours later, in the core zone, Zhou Mingyang walks through the streets, looking utterly confused. He wonders aloud where all the fierce beasts have gone. A voice from behind him suggests that he'll have to ask the #1 ranked student. He turns to see his cousin Tang Qi, along with other top-ranked students Wu Hao and Meng Di. Tang Qi points to the empty streets, explaining that Shu Jing Ming has already killed all the beasts. She says that because they couldn't find any beasts to fight, they had to team up. Zhou Mingyang is left stunned, finding it impossible to believe one person could have cleared out the entire core zone. Tang Qi tells Zhou Mingyang that she can tell he hasn't been a ranked ability user for very long. To prove her point, she tells him to look at her cousin's current score. She activates her smartwatch, and the leaderboard appears. Zhou Mingyang's eyes go wide in disbelief as he sees the astronomical number next to Shu Jing Ming's name. 35 points, more than triple his own score. He can only stammer in shock. Tang Qi calmly explains the math. Subtracting the roughly 700 points Shu Jing Ming got in the central zone, he still earned over 2,500 points, meaning he must have single-handedly killed almost 200 fierce beasts in the core zone alone. A bead of sweat rolls down Zhou Mingyang's face as he realizes the truth. It wasn't that Shu Jing Ming was afraid of someone stealing his kills. He had planned to monopolize the entire core zone from the beginning. Wu Hao explains their current situation. With only a few hours left, the remaining top students have formed a team. Their plan is to brave the innermost core zone, a place they know is filled with upper-rank beasts and even a second-order beast king. He acknowledges that going in alone would be a death wish. Meng Di then formally invites Zhou Mingyang to join their team. With no other option, he agrees, shouting, "Count me in." The scene shifts to a quiet, moonlit rooftop. Shu Jing Ming sits alone atop a massive pile of slain beast corpses, his spear planted beside him. His supplies are completely exhausted, and he knows the exam is nearing its end. But his hunt for power is not over. He decides he must go deeper to get more ability points. Knowing the innermost core zone holds second-order fierce beasts, he resolves to strengthen his power one last time. He pulls up his system panel, revealing he has accumulated a staggering 2413 ability points. With a mischievous grin, he decides to put his points into an upgrade. After channeling the new power, he stands over the corpse of a massive bear-like creature, letting out a breath of relief. He feels confident that with this final boost, he should be able to handle this year's combat exam finale. As the other top students sprint towards the final area, their final sprint begins. Deep within the innermost zone, a terrifying new beast emerges from the ruins. A massive, white-furred, wolf-like creature with glowing red eyes and dangerous red crystals on its back. As the final challenge appears, Shu Jing Ming arrives on the scene, calm and ready. He holds his spear, a confident look on his face as he wonders what kind of second-order fierce beast the exam has arranged for him this year. Just as Shu Jing Ming arrives for the final challenge, the team of top-ranked students also reaches the innermost core zone. They immediately identify the massive, crystal-backed creature as a bloodthirsty savage bear. The beast shows its incredible power by smashing a wrecked car with a single swipe of its paw. The sight fills the team with dread. Zhou Mingyang exclaims that they are in big trouble. Meng Di explains that this rare beast has a hide as tough as E-grade alloy, which even missiles can't pierce. She adds with terror that a single strike from its paw could kill them all instantly. Seeing the overwhelming odds, Tang Qi suggests they abandon the mission. Their situation is even more dire than they thought. They realize the compound is guarded not just by the Beast King, but also by a large pack of high-rank first-level beasts. One of them grimly states that if they enter, they will likely be wiped out by the horde before the savage bear even moves. Faced with the impossible challenge, a team member immediately quits, saying there's no point in getting a high score if you die. Zhou Mingyang tries to stop him, angrily questioning the point of being handsome if he's just going to rush into a horde of beasts to die. The team's morale has completely shattered. Suddenly, Meng Di points towards the compound, shouting for the others to look. They see a lone figure entering the deadly area. Tang Qi's eyes widen as she recognizes him. It's Shu Jing Ming, fearlessly walking into the heart of the beast horde. As he gracefully leaps into the compound, the others watch in disbelief. Zhou Mingyang complains about the difficult test, while another student panics, crying out that Shu Jing Ming's entrance has startled the entire horde, which now turns its attention to him. Enraged by the intrusion, the entire horde of fierce beasts charges at him. Shu Jing Ming stands his ground in the center of the street, and in an instant, he is completely engulfed by the snarling creatures. Watching from the rooftop, the other students are horrified. Tang Qi worries for her cousin, but Wu Hao remarks that he was too reckless. Tang Qi declares she has to go help him. Ming Di grabs her arm, trying to stop her, and Wu Hao calls her crazy, saying it's a pointless death. Tang Qi desperately insists that Jing Ming is her cousin, and she can't just watch him die. Before she can act, a massive explosion of purple and blue lightning erupts from the center of the beast horde. The raw power creates a blinding flash, forcing the students on the roof to shield their eyes. Zhou Mingyang stares, wondering aloud if this is the lightning superpower Shu Jing Ming mentioned earlier. The lightning dissipates, revealing a scene of utter carnage. The entire horde of first-level beasts has been wiped out, their charred bodies scattered around a lone, unharmed figure. Shu Jing Ming stands in the devastation, purple lightning crackling around him. He acknowledges that his physical strength alone wasn't enough, so he had to use his superpower. A confident smile plays on his lips as he feels the immense power of his S-grade ability. Having cleared the lesser threats, he turns his attention to the final challenge, the bloodthirsty savage bear, standing over the corpses of its minions. The massive beast lets out a deafening roar. Shu Jing Ming remains calm, analyzing his opponent. He notes the savage bear is massive and likely not agile, concluding that with his powerful thunder ability, it should be manageable. He then notices the beast is not alone. It has several smaller but still dangerous minions. Realizing these creatures might be an annoyance, he decides there's only one thing to do. With a look of fierce determination, his eyes glowing, he declares that he will clear the area first. He bursts into motion, his body enhanced by his S-grade lightning ability, moving with blinding speed as he blitzes through the remaining beasts. He effortlessly dispatches a high-rank Shadow Cat, his smartwatch confirming the kill and awarding him 13 points. With a confident grin, he marvels at the enhancement his superpower provides to his physique, but acknowledges he can't maintain the dangerous state for long. Knowing it's enough to clear the minions, he cuts down the last of the lesser beasts with a powerful sweep of his spear, earning another 15 points for a high-rank unicorn rhino. With the area cleared, the final confrontation begins. The savage bear roars in fury, slamming its massive paws into the ground and creating a shockwave that shatters the pavement. The beast charges, shaking the ground. Shu Jing Ming, wreathed in his lightning aura, meets the charge head-on. With a powerful leap, he dodges the charge and swings his spear in a devastating arc, shattering one of the large red crystals on the beast's back. The battle continues in a blur, with Shu Jing Ming expertly dodging the bear's attacks and landing precise strikes, shattering more crystals and wounding the beast. His smartwatch continuously updates with points as he dismantles the Beast King's defenses. The savage bear roars, enraged as it watches its minions fall. Shu Jing Ming, wreathed in lightning, taunts the beast, asking if it's getting angry. He promises to deal with it after taking care of the last minion. As he charges the final rhino, the Bear King watches with cunning intelligence. Just as Shu Jing Ming is about to strike, the Bear King moves with unexpected speed, smashing its own minion to bits to intercept him. Shu Jing Ming is surprised, realizing the beast anticipated his move. The Bear King claps its paws together, sacrificing its last minion to create a devastating shockwave that obliterates the ground and nearby cars. The final rhino is torn apart in the explosion. However, the attack fails to harm its target. Shu Jing Ming, surrounded by his lightning aura, gracefully flips through the air, landing safely and untouched by the explosion. With the battlefield cleared of lesser threats, only the two kings remain. Shu Jing Ming grins fiercely, his body crackling with power. He declares that with no minions left, it's time to see if the beast's armor-like hide can withstand the force of his thunder. With a powerful thrust, Shu Jing Ming plunges his lightning-covered spear into the bloodthirsty savage bear's head. The impact creates a huge explosion of purple energy that covers the drone following him, cutting its camera feed. The students on the rooftop are hit by the shockwave, shielding their faces from the blast. In the audience stands, the officials stare in stunned silence at the static-filled screen. Director Zhang Wenshan, shocked, turns to Principal Zhao Yao. He yells, asking if he calls the power they just saw an E-class ability and accusing him of kidding. Another official, also amazed, remarks that Shu Jing Ming could instantly kill a high-tier rank 1 beast and fight a rank 2 boss, a feat even an A-class user would struggle with. Principal Zhao Yao, sweating and at a loss, can only guess it might be a rare ability mutation. Regardless, Director Zhang Wenshan laughs and says that after today, the great Xia nation will be shaken by Shu Jing Ming's name. Back on the battlefield, the result of Shu Jing Ming's attack is clear. The bloodthirsty savage bear is wounded with a deep gash on its head, but it is not defeated. The beast roars and swats Shu Jing Ming with its paw, sending him flying. He is shocked his powerful attack only left a shallow wound. He lands hard on the ground, using his skills to recover. He quickly analyzes the situation. He realizes the savage bear's hide is resistant to blades and doesn't conduct electricity. He admits to himself that with his current strength, it will be hard to kill the beast in one shot. The enraged savage bear begins to gather dark energy around its body. Shu Jing Ming, sensing the immense power, can only look on in shock, saying, "What? Dark energy gathers around the bloodthirsty savage bear as it powers up, rolling forward like a monstrous boulder. It smashes through everything, the ground seeming to buckle under its power. Shu Jing Ming leaps back onto debris as purple lightning crackles around him, readying himself. He is surprised the beast activated its berserk skill so quickly, recognizing the beast truly hates him. A note explains, berserk is a beast's counter skill, like a human combat technique. The enraged beast, now covered in dark energy, hunches over. It lets out a deafening roar, then charges with greater speed and ferocity. Shu Jing Ming is impressed, remarking on the astonishing strength of a beast in its berserk state. He knows, however, that the berserk state has a cost. The beast loses its intelligence, acting purely on instinct. He quickly forms a new strategy. He must avoid its attacks and use his superior agility to keep it at a distance. He puts his plan into action, dodging the beast's relentless attacks with incredible speed. He knows he must wait for the perfect chance to temporarily stop it. As the beast lunges, he channels lightning into his spear and thrusts it forward, unleashing a blast of energy that strikes the beast's side. The attack freezes the massive creature for a crucial second, its body shaking from the electric shock. This is the opening he needed. With the beast stunned, Shu Jing Ming's eyes glow as he prepares his ultimate attack. He raises his hand, gathering a massive amount of purple and blue energy. He calls on the full power of his S-rank ability, shouting, "Nine Heavens Divine Lightning, blast it!" A huge torrent of divine lightning comes down from the sky, slamming into the bloodthirsty savage bear. The beast is engulfed in the blast, its roars drowned out by the crackling energy. When the light fades, the massive beast lies motionless, smoke rising from its charred body. Shu Jing Ming stands over it, a confident smile on his face as purple lightning dances around his fingertips. He remarks that after half a minute of his purple divine lightning, even the thickest defense couldn't withstand it. However, the battle isn't over. The beast's eye snaps open, glowing with a furious red light. With a final, desperate roar, it lunges, its massive jaws open for a final bite. The electrical power surging through its body causes a temporary paralysis, freezing it just inches from its target. Seeing his chance, Shu Jing Ming calmly states, "It's time." He gathers all his remaining power into his spear, his eyes glowing. He channels his ultimate technique, saying the words, lightning, gale, break. He unleashes the attack, a massive sphere of lightning that slams into the paralyzed beast's open mouth. The explosion is immense, a vortex of power that tears through the beast from the inside, creating a huge crater in the street. The force of the blast finally brings the mighty second-order beast down for good. Its massive body collapses onto the pavement, defeated. A system notification confirms the kill and awards him plus 124 ability points. Kneeling beside the Beast King, Shu Jing Ming breathes a sigh of relief, stating the final battle is over. He reflects that to deal with the second-order beast, he upgraded his Lightning Gale technique, and he is pleased with its power. A triumphant smile spreads across his face. He notes that although the battle only lasted 2 minutes, it was the most exhilarating he has ever experienced. He then wonders how many points he will get after clearing out all the beasts in the core area. The exam ends as night falls. Back in the audience stands, the final results are displayed on the main screen, and the crowd roars. In first place is Shu Jing Ming, with an unbelievable score of 10,835 points. In a distant second is Zhou Mingyang, with 1,103 points, followed by Wu Hao, with 945. The officials are ecstatic. Director Zhang Wenshan, Principal Zhao Yao, and teacher Chen Fan leap to their feet, cheering. They celebrate that Shu Jing Ming not only broke their city's record, but the entire Jiangnan province record. They call him a genius. They recall last year's provincial champion only scored just over 8,000 points. With his score, they declare Shu Jing Ming has practically pre-booked this year's champion title. Standing amidst the destruction, Shu Jing Ming looks at the sky and notes there isn't much time left. He reflects on his accomplishments with a confident smirk. He has killed all the fierce beasts in the inner circle and core area. With time left, he decides to head back to the central area to kill as many remaining beasts as he can. As he walks back, he passes the rooftop where the other top students are gathered. They stare in disbelief. Tang Qi is amazed her cousin killed a Tier 2 Beast King, while Zhou Mingyang is bewildered, wondering why Shu Jing Ming is going back when he is already in first place. Ming Di correctly guesses he is heading back to the central area. The horrifying realization dawns on her, and she wonders aloud if he is going back to clear out all the remaining beasts. The other students are speechless at his ambition. The reality hits them. Zhou Mingyang realizes that with Shu Jing Ming's speed, he might actually do it. If they don't leave soon, they might not get a single point in the last hour. He declares their team up is over and leaves first. The others quickly follow, scrambling to hunt for any remaining beasts. 1 hour later, An official announcement echoes across the exam venue. The 2037 Zhangcheng Martial Arts College entrance examination has concluded. Killing beasts no longer counts, and all candidates are told to return. Throughout the venue, the remaining students react. A tired Tang Chi wipes sweat from her brow, sighing that it's finally over. Elsewhere, one student despairs over being one beast away from passing, while another celebrates just barely making it. In the midst of the carnage, Shu Jing Ming stands over his final kill, looking unsatisfied. He wonders why the exam had to end so quickly, feeling he wasn't quite finished. As students exit the exam venue, they are greeted by guards, their faces a mix of exhaustion and relief. Outside, Tang Chi's friend Xiaoya is still reeling from Shu Jing Ming's power. She clings to Tang Chi, asking for the third time if Shu Jing Ming is really her cousin. Tang Chi, looking weary, confirms he is. Xiaoya's crush has returned. With a blush, she begs Tang Chi for his contact information. Tang Chi reminds her that just yesterday, she wasn't interested. Xiaoya quickly says things are different now that he is first in the exam and continues to beg. Their conversation is interrupted by a commotion. Someone shouts that Shu Jing Ming is coming out. A massive crowd of students swarms the exit, desperate to see the new champion. Shu Jing Ming emerges from the gate, his expression calm and his spear on his shoulder. He is met with cheers and congratulations. Some jokingly ask him to give them 100 of his points. He smiles and waves, taking in the sudden fame as he walks towards the buses. In the crowd, Wu Hao and Zhou Mingyang look on. Wu Hao remarks that Zhou Mingyang should have been the one in that position, but Zhou Mingyang humbly replies he is content with his score, admitting he never knew the second high school could produce such a monster. Before Shu Jing Ming can get on the bus, he is stopped by Principal Zhao Yao, who congratulates him and introduces him to Director Zhang Wenshan. The director informs Shu Jing Ming that he wants to give him a ride himself. Shu Jing Ming looks at the chaotic crowd and realizes it's for the best, knowing the bus ride would be full of questions. He gets into a sleek black car with the officials, which speeds away. Inside the car, Director Zhang asks Shu Jing Ming which superpower university he wants to attend. Shu Jing Ming admits he has been so focused on his strength that he hasn't thought about it. The director assures him that with his results, any university would be within his reach. However, he advises that half of the country's high-level superpower users graduate from the top 3 universities and recommends he consider them. Director Zhang Wenshan details the top 3. First is Qingjing Superpower University, affiliated with the government. Graduates can directly enter the system and serve the country. Next is Modu Superpower University, known for its excellent resources and elite clubs. Finally, there is Jincheng Superpower University, which has a long history and strong faculty. All 3 have top-tier cultivation methods that are not public. Shu Jing Ming listens intently. He understands awakened individuals need these special methods to become true superpower users. He asks what makes a top-tier cultivation method special. The director explains that with a beginner method, it would take 3 to 4 years to advance. With a top-tier method, it only takes half a year. He reassures Shu Jing Ming that with his results, he will qualify for special admission from even the top 3 universities. Having dropped off the officials, Shu Jing Ming arrives back at his apartment late at night. The next day, he is in the shower, feeling refreshed. He checks his system panel and sees he has 2,534 ability points remaining, which he believes is enough for a superpower university. As he dries off, he wonders if there will be beast-killing competitions after he enrolls, deciding he will have to enter the wilderness to continue growing stronger. Meanwhile, his cousin Tang Chi arrives at his apartment with her mother, Shu Qingwan. Tang Chi notices the door is broken and decides it's a perfect chance to sneak in and surprise him. They enter, and Tang Chi cheerfully shouts a surprise greeting. Her timing is terrible. Shu Jing Ming, wearing only a towel, has just stepped out of the bathroom. He is shocked to see his aunt and cousin. His aunt, equally flustered, asks what he is doing, while Tang Chi is left blushing and speechless. His aunt then sees the ruined apartment and angrily asks how it got into such a mess. A flashback explains that after his parents passed away, his aunt stayed with him, taking good care of him and giving him the warmth of a home. She fulfilled her guardian duties, even occasionally feeding him his favorite meal. After the initial shock, Shu Jing Ming sits with his aunt and cousin. His aunt, Shu Qingwan, expresses her relief. She admits she was incredibly worried when she learned he was taking the martial arts exam. Now that she sees he is unharmed, she is relieved. She reassures him his score isn't important. Shu Jing Ming is confused and asks if Tang Chi didn't tell her the results. Tang Chi winks, saying it's better if he tells his mother himself. With a bashful smile, Shu Jing Ming tells his aunt he did quite well, scoring over 10,000 points. The news is so shocking his aunt spits out her drink. She coughs, asking him to repeat his score. Tang Chi confirms it's true, telling her mother he scored 11,124 points. His aunt is speechless. A moment later, she bursts into tears of joy and pulls him into a tight hug, exclaiming that the Shu family finally has a successor and his parents in heaven must be so proud. Meanwhile, in a high-tech conference room, university recruiters are reviewing the exam results. A woman presents the data on Shu Jing Ming, noting his age, his supposed E-class ability, and his rank as an unranked awakener. One recruiter insists they must recruit this student if the score is real. Another is skeptical, arguing that based on his rank, he couldn't have achieved such a high score. The debate continues, with some arguing his ability is at least A-class, or even S-class. Another recruiter scoffs, suggesting he must have cheated. Before the argument can escalate, a senior figure tells them to stop. A woman with a commanding presence makes a decision. She instructs the team to list Shu Jing Ming as an S-class special recruit for now. As for whether the score is genuine, she declares she will personally go to Jiangcheng to investigate. The day after the exam, Shu Jing Ming gets a notification on his phone that the Jiangnan province martial arts exam rankings are out. He is informed that he placed first in the province with an astonishing score of 11,124 points. A look of surprised delight spreads across his face as he sits down, celebrating his achievement as the top scholar of Jiangnan province. News of his success quickly spreads online, taking over the hot search topics. The public debates how a dark horse from Jiangcheng could become the provincial top scholar, questioning who Shu Jing Ming is and if an E-class individual could truly achieve such a score. Skeptics reject the possibility, while others demand to see the exam video for proof. In response to the doubts, an awards ceremony is held where Principal Zhao Yao addresses the media. A female reporter directly asks him to explain the authenticity of Shu Jing Ming's results. Principal Zhao Yao confidently states that the school's website has uploaded Shu Jing Ming's exam video, confirming the fairness of the exam. As people watch the video, they are amazed, exclaiming that Shu Jing Ming pierced a Tier 1 rhinoceros skull with a single shot, showing power stronger than a Tier 1 superhuman. They question how this is possible for someone with an E-class lightning ability. Principal Zhao Yao, beaming, assures everyone the video proves the results are real and praises Shu Jing Ming as the first student from Jiangcheng to achieve top scholar status. Director Zhao Yao then presents a massive check for 1 million yuan to Shu Jing Ming, congratulating him. He announces this cash reward, along with superpower training methods, is a gift from the City Education Bureau. Additionally, the city government will provide an equivalent bonus and a luxury villa. Reporters eagerly capture the moment. Meanwhile, a commanding woman with 2 bodyguards stands by a car and remarks that while Jiangcheng released the footage, it doesn't guarantee Shu Jing Ming didn't use performance-enhancing drugs. She states that the most crucial step is to confirm his superpower level. Back at the ceremony, Director Zhao Yao asks teacher Chen Fan why Shu Jing Ming, the day's protagonist, has not yet arrived. Teacher Chen Fan smiles, explaining that he just spoke with Shu Jing Ming, who said he is still training at the martial arts gym. The director laughs, finding it extraordinary that the new top scholar is still training after the exam. With Shu Jing Ming on his way, the scene shifts to a meeting room where Principal Zhao Yao is nervously serving tea to 3 intimidating figures, whom he addresses as teachers. When one of them casually dismisses the tea, Principal Zhao Yao sweats, thinking about the powerful aura coming from these high-level superhumans, which makes his heart tremble. The 3 individuals are recruiters from the nation's top superpower universities, and the air is tense as their immense spiritual pressures seem ready to clash. The woman with short, grayish-purple hair, Zhang Zhaoyue, the director of admissions for Modu Superpower University, breaks the silence. She coyly asks her rivals who they are targeting. A woman in a light blue dress, Su Yun from Qingjing Superpower University, tells Zhang Zhaoyue not to play dumb. She confidently declares that as long as his results are genuine, Qingjing University will have him. A man with long black hair, Wu Yuan from Jin City Superpower University, scoffs at her claim, stating that Jin City University will recruit him. As sparks of energy crackle between them, Zhang Zhaoyue thinks to herself that recruiting top scholars always involves clashing with other academies. Just as the tension peaks, the door slides open, and Shu Jing Ming enters with his spear over his shoulder. He calmly greets the 3 powerful figures as teachers. His sudden arrival surprises the recruiters. Zhang Zhaoyue observes him with interest, noting his spirit is full and he's still carrying his weapon, a sign he hasn't relaxed his training. More importantly, she is impressed that he did not falter under the combined pressure of 3 high-level superhumans. Principal Zhao Yao formally introduces the recruiters to Shu Jing Ming, Director Zhang Zhaoyue from Modu University, Director Su Yun from Qingjing University, and Minister Wu Yuan from Jin City University. Director Zhang Zhaoyue speaks first, complimenting him on his stunning combat techniques in the exam video. However, she gets straight to the point, asking why his superpower no longer seems to be the E-class weak electricity, and requests an explanation. Expecting this question, Shu Jing Ming gives a prepared answer. He calmly explains that before the exam, while training at home, he was struck by natural lightning, and his superpower became much stronger. Wu Yuan and Su Yun immediately conclude that it sounds like a superpower mutation. Zhang Zhaoyu then suggests that Shu Jing Ming probably doesn't know the true level of his mutated superpower. She has brought a superpower detection instrument with her and invites him to try it. She presents a glowing, circular device and tells him to use his superpower on it. Shu Jing Ming places his hand on the instrument and unleashes his power. A massive, violent surge of purple and white lightning erupts from him, covering the device. Su Yun is visibly shocked by the sheer force of the lightning. The detection device completes its scan, identifying the superpower as Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. But as it tries to assign a rating, it beeps erratically and cracks appear. In a flash of golden light, the instrument overloads and explodes into pieces. The blast sends arcs of electricity across the room, startling everyone. A shocked Principal Zhao Yao asks what is going on. Wu Yuan and Su Yun, however, look thrilled. They state the situation is confirmed. His power overloaded the small device, which means his ability level must be S-class at the very least. With Shu Jing Ming's S-class potential confirmed, director Zhang Zhaoyue smiles, thinking they bet on the right person this time. The confirmation immediately sparks a fierce bidding war. Wu Yuan from Jin City University is the first to make an offer, shouting that his university will give Shu Jing Ming a 4 million admission bonus, a full set of C-class equipment, and free access to all superpower training methods for all 4 years. Su Yun from Qingjing University scoffs at his offer. She turns to Shu Jing Ming with a charming smile and presents her own proposal, a 5 million admission bonus, and for 4 years, free access to all of their S-class superpower training methods and combat techniques. Shu Jing Ming is taken aback by her generous offer. Finally, Zhang Zhaoyue from Modu Superpower University makes her move. She states that Modu doesn't offer cash bonuses or equipment, but can match the other offers on cultivation methods. Then, she reveals her trump card, adding that they will also provide an S-class cultivation resource annually. The mention of an S-class resource leaves both Wu Yuan and Su Yun in complete shock. Unfamiliar with the term, Shu Jing Ming asks what an S-class cultivation resource is. Zhang Zhaoyue explains, asking if he has heard of dragon-type fierce beasts. She says they are creatures with innate power, born at a high level of tier 4 or 5, far surpassing other beasts. She then reveals the stunning details. The S-class resources include the heartblood of an 8th-tier adult dragon-type fierce beast. After consuming this dragon blood, one's body would be greatly enhanced, and their physical strength would become comparable to that of a dragon-type beast. She emphasizes that every S-class resource is on the same level as this. The other recruiters are left speechless. Su Yun admits that even she is tempted, remarking on Modu's wealth. Wu Yuan, flustered, points out that S-class resources are usually reserved for top students, and offering them to a freshman is unheard of. They both realize they can no longer compete. With all offers on the table, the 3 recruiters stand before Shu Jing Ming, telling him it is time to make his decision. With a confident, determined smile, Shu Jing Ming gives his answer without hesitation, declaring that he chooses Modu Superpower University. With his choice made, Shu Jing Ming explains he chose Modu Superpower University not just for their great offer, but because its combat training is the best in the University Alliance, with many founders coming from Modu. He then bows to Su Yun and Wu Yuan, thanking them for their offer. They both look disappointed. Pleased with his decision, director Zhang Zhaoyue creates a glowing admission letter and gives it to Shu Jing Ming, welcoming him. She tells him that while new students enroll on September 1st as a special recruit, he can register early and will be given a place to stay. Eager to start, Shu Jing Ming asks if he can access the library's superpower training methods and combat techniques ahead of time. Zhang Zhaoyu agrees without hesitation, adding that the school can provide him with a private study room. She hands him her contact card, telling him to get in touch when he arrives in Magic City. Holding his admission letter, Shu Jing Ming looks at the smiling director and says he can't wait to go and register. Sometime later, Shu Jing Ming stands at a train station with his luggage, looking excited as an announcement calls for passengers of the G91 train to Magic City to begin boarding. At the station, his aunt Xu Qingwan is emotional, wiping away tears as her husband Tang Daolin comforts her. He proudly says that their child has grown up and that when Xiaoming leaves, he is going to soar. As Tang Xi looks on, her father reminds her it is time to start filling out her university choices. He suggests that since her cousin is going to Magic City Superpower University, she should also try to choose a university there. Xu Qingwan agrees, adding it would be good for them to look out for each other. A flustered Tang Xi quietly agrees. On the train, with 6 hours left, Shu Jing Ming is already studying. He thinks to himself that the most important reward from the exam is the Universal C training method. Like superpowers, training methods also have different ratings: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. A graph shows that the higher the level of the method, the faster the training speed and the greater the power gained. While on the train, Shu Jing Ming focuses on studying the universal C training method. He identifies it as an intermediate level technique and notes that with his spiritual power of 180, it took him half a day to memorize it. He recalls that by following the method, he was able to sense the special energy in the world on his first day of practice. This unlocked a new option on his system panel, showing a plus sign next to his level, meaning he could now advance from an awakened to a superpower user. However, he decides not to level up yet. He remembers the training manual said the higher the level of the training method used for the breakthrough, the greater the benefits. Knowing he will soon have access to top-tier methods at the university, he resolves not to waste this chance by using an intermediate one. Upon arriving in Magic City, Shu Jing Ming is in awe of the university campus. From the car, he sees the school grounds are several hundred meters wide. He is greeted by director Zhang Zhaoyue, who pulls up in a red sports car and welcomes him, telling him to get in so she can take him to handle admission procedures. As they drive through the stunning campus, lined with cherry blossom trees, director Zhang Zhaoyue boasts about its size, explaining it covers 40,000 mu. She adds that even visiting students can't tour the entire campus in one day. Shu Jing Ming is impressed, remarking that seeing it is better than hearing about it. After a quick registration, director Zhang Zhaoyue hands him his new student ID, an all-in-one card he can use to access the dorms. As they approach his new accommodation, Shu Jing Ming thinks about his past life, where he saw dorms from 4-person rooms to 3-bedroom apartments. However, nothing prepared him for what he sees next. He stares in shock at his new dormitory, a magnificent, luxurious villa. Director Zhang Zhaoyue explains that every student at Modu lives in a villa, with the luxury determined by their scores. As the provincial top scorer, Shu Jing Ming gets the most luxurious model, with an area of over 800 square meters. She informs him the villa is for 2 people, with an upper and lower floor, so he and his future roommate will each have an entire floor. Shu Jing Ming thinks that having a roommate isn't bad and is better than being alone. He reflects on his life as an orphan and admits he still prefers the warm feeling of a communal 4-person dorm as he follows the director up the steps. Inside the villa, director Zhang Zhaoyue sits down with Shu Jing Ming and informs him that she will now explain a few important things about the university. She highlights 2 main points: the credit system and the mentor system. She begins by explaining that at Modu, credits are everything. They are used for all transactions, from buying meals to powerful equipment. She clarifies that 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 Daxia currency. Director Zhang Zhaoyue explains there are many ways to get credits, one of which is a fixed amount given each year based on a student's rating. As an S-class student, Shu Jing Ming gets 100 credits for the year. To show him, she summons a small, spherical robot, calling out, "Eva." The device floats and projects a message, confirming Shu Jing Ming's credit balance is 100. The director introduces the robot as Eva, the AI equipped in every dorm. She explains Eva's main body is the school's central AI, and the dorm units are subunits. However, she notes that even a subunit is a level 4 AI, capable of assisting with daily life. Shu Jing Ming is stunned, realizing the AI technology on Blue Star is far more advanced than in his previous life. With the first point covered, director Zhang Zhaoyue moves on to the mentor system. She explains every student can choose a mentor they admire and ask for guidance, though the mentor must agree. Shu Jing Ming is intrigued, questioning if he can get one-on-one guidance as a freshman. She confirms this, adding that all mentors at the university are high-level superpowered individuals. Most have their own original combat techniques and training methods, which they do not pass on to outsiders. These secret techniques can only be learned after becoming their official disciple. Given Shu Jing Ming's abilities, she informs him the university has 4 mentors who specialize in the lightning element. Her top recommendation is Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weaponry Academy. At her command, Eva projects a profile of the dean. It reveals Yang Zhentian is a 52-year-old, Tier 7 high-rank superpowered individual with an A-rank lightning superpower. He is a master of various weapons, especially the spear, earning him the title Thunder Spear. The profile also notes he once fought an 8th-tier demonic whale for 3 days and nights before killing it alone. The director also provides information on the other 3 potential mentors, but tells Shu Jing Ming the final choice is his. After reviewing the options, a confident smile spreads across Shu Jing Ming's face. He notes Dean Yang Zhentian is not only a lightning user, but also a spear specialist, concluding he is the best choice for his mentor. Having made his choice, Shu Jing Ming heads to the mentor's residential area, a serene compound of traditional buildings in a lush forest. As he arrives at the grand gate of Dean Yang Zhentian's residence, he thinks that a mentor's home is far more high class than the student villas. Before he can proceed, a young man with brown hair, leaning against a stone lion, asks if Shu Jing Ming is also there to seek mentorship. The young man looks surprised when he realizes Shu Jing Ming is still an awakened, guessing he must be a specially recruited student. After Shu Jing Ming confirms this, the other student remarks that in previous years, special recruits were typically mid to high-rank Tier 1 individuals. The student introduces himself as Tan Ming Yang, a junior from the Weaponry Academy. Shu Jing Ming introduces himself as a freshman who just registered. Tan seems impressed, commenting that Shu Jing Ming is quick to seek mentorship. He explains that most freshmen only learn about this after the freshman competition, which interests Shu Jing Ming. Tan explains that the freshman competition is a university tradition held a few days after registration. All teachers watch, and students who perform well are sought after by academies, with some even being chosen directly by mentors. He clarifies that while it's not impossible for a special recruit like Shu Jing Ming to seek mentorship early, trying to become the dean's disciple right after enrolling is as difficult as winning the lottery. Shu Jing Ming politely thanks him for the explanation and asks if Tan is also there to seek mentorship from Teacher Yang. With a sigh, Tan confirms this, revealing he has made several trips over the past 6 months but has always been turned away. He was about to give up, but decided to try one last time. Just as he finishes speaking, the large doors open, and a middle-aged man, likely a butler, appears, startling Tan. The butler's expression softens as he greets them and informs them that Teacher Yang is waiting inside, inviting them to follow him. Tan is taken aback by the warm reception, wondering if the fact that the dean is waiting inside means he might finally have a chance. The butler leads them into a room where they are brought before 2 men. Shu Jing Ming immediately feels an incredibly powerful presence from the older man, who has a commanding posture, a full gray beard, and sharp eyes. He recognizes him as the dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Gentian. A younger man with long hair stands beside him. Dean Yang Gentian addresses Shu Jing Ming directly, stating that he must be the one Director Zhang Zhaoyu told him about. Ignoring Tan completely, he tells Shu Jing Ming to follow him to the training room. In a traditional training room filled with weapons, Dean Yang Gentian tells Shu Jing Ming that he has seen his martial arts exam video. He praises his combat skills and marksmanship. However, before deciding, the dean insists on seeing his S-rank ability, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, with his own eyes. Shu Jing Ming calmly agrees. As the dean observes, Shu Jing Ming channels his power, and arcs of purple lightning crackle around his arms. He then unleashes a massive, violent burst of purple and white energy that fills the room, the raw power crackling with immense force. Dean Yang Gentian is visibly impressed, a grin on his face as he recognizes the S-rank ability. He mentally compares it to his own A-rank ability, acknowledging that the gap between A-rank and S-rank power is impossible to bridge. He sees immense potential in the student, thinking that if Shu Jing Ming hones his skills, his future could rival his own. With the demonstration done, the dean states that with Shu Jing Ming's potential, becoming his disciple is not an issue. However, he offers a serious warning. He explains that he has made many friends and enemies. He cannot guarantee his enemies won't target his disciples, and asks if Shu Jing Ming is still willing to accept him as a master, knowing the risks. Without hesitation, Shu Jing Ming drops to his knees in a formal sign of respect. With a wide, determined grin, he declares that he is willing. He passionately explains that he admires high-level ability users who have grown strong through bloody struggles. He believes the number of enemies his teacher has defeated is proof of his immense combat ability. Pleased with this answer, Dean Yang Gentian laughs heartily and formally accepts him. He declares that from this day forward, Shu Jing Ming is his 32nd disciple and his very first S-rank disciple. Telling him to rise, the dean presents Shu Jing Ming with his first gifts, a top-tier ability training method called Extreme Ability Training Method, and a body-tempering combat technique called Thunder Indestructible Body, both of which he created. Shu Jing Ming is stunned by the value of the gifts, realizing a body-tempering combat technique that can strengthen his body is far more precious than an ordinary one. The dean explains that while the ability training method is one of only 3 top-tier methods in the school, the real highlight is the Thunder Indestructible Body technique, the culmination of his life's work. He adds that the technique has been certified by 2 major martial arts halls and has been officially rated as S-rank. The revelation leaves Shu Jing Ming utterly speechless, shocked to learn of an S-rank combat technique. Combat techniques, like abilities, have their own ratings, from F to SSS. The higher the rank, the more difficult it is to master, but the more powerful it will be. Shu Jing Ming reflects on this, realizing the terrifying extent of his new master's talent. He knows that most 7th-level masters are exceptional if they can create an A-rank combat technique. For his master to have created an S-rank technique, his martial arts talent is terrifyingly high. Dean Yang Gentian provides more details about his S-rank technique. He explains that the thunder indestructible body is only for lightning element users and has 13 levels. With each level, the user's body undergoes a transformation. However, he clarifies a crucial requirement. To begin cultivating it, one must first advance from an awakened to a true ability user. He then gives Shu Jing Ming his first task. He instructs him to use the extreme ability training method to achieve his breakthrough. Once Shu Jing Ming has advanced, he is to return, and the dean will personally help him build the foundation for the thunder indestructible body. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Shu Jing Ming bows deeply, thinking how much better it is to have a mentor's guidance. The dean then shares a personal motivation, revealing he has only cultivated the technique to the 10th level. He looks at Shu Jing Ming with hope, stating that if he is unable to reach the peak of a martial saint, then Shu Jing Ming will be the greatest hope to prove the technique's potential. His eyes gleam as he reveals his ultimate guess. If one can cultivate the technique to its final level, their body can achieve a state of being eternal and indestructible. As Shu Jing Ming leaves his master's residence, waving goodbye to the butler, he finds Tan Mingyang sitting dejectedly on the steps outside, holding his head in despair. Shu Jing Ming approaches him and asks what is wrong. It is revealed that Tan Mingyang's attempt to become a disciple failed. He had to face a test against one of the dean's senior disciples. The condition was to defeat the senior, while the latter used only 1/10 of his combat power, a task Tan found hopeless, leaving him beaten. Now sitting on the steps, Tan looks up at Shu Jing Ming, assuming he also failed. He remarks that getting into Dean Yang's tutelage isn't easy and asks if Shu Jing Ming needs him to pass on some experience from his failures. Unfazed, Shu Jing Ming calmly declines, simply stating that he has already passed. The words hit Tan Mingyang like a physical blow. His bruised face contorts in utter disbelief. He exclaims that he has never heard of a dean-level mentor accepting a disciple before the annual freshman competition. As Shu Jing Ming calmly walks away, a bewildered Tan Mingyang stares after him, trying to understand what just happened. With a new objective, Shu Jing Ming returns to his dormitory's training room. Sitting cross-legged, he begins to cultivate using the extreme ability training method from his new master. As he meditates, he is amazed by the effectiveness of the top-tier technique, noting the amount of energy he can sense is far greater than with the intermediate-level method. A confident smirk appears on his face. Knowing he has already mastered the principles, he decides there is no need to practice it step by step. Instead, he will use his cheat system to advance directly. He accesses his system panel and commands it to use his ability points to increase his level. The effect is immediate and intense. A surge of energy courses through him, causing him to grunt in pain. He clutches his clothes as raw energy surges through his veins. The power erupts from his body in a massive blast of light and force that shakes the room. A moment later, the energy subsides. Breathing heavily, Shu Jing Ming pushes himself up, thinking he has successfully broken through. A notification confirms his new status as a first-tier, lower-rank ability user. He examines his hand, where stable, powerful blue lightning now crackles with ease. As he tests his control, a much larger and more potent torrent of lightning flows from his hand, a clear sign of his increased power. Clenching his fist, he marvels at the result. He can feel the power in his body has increased by at least 4 or 5 times. He confidently thinks that if he were to face the second-tier bloodthirsty tyrant bear again, his thunder ability alone would be enough to defeat it. He pulls up his system panel to check his new stats and understands why all ability users want higher-level cultivation methods. He calculates that if he had used the intermediate method, his vitality and spirit would have only increased by 30 or 40 points. But now, using the top-tier method, they have increased by almost 100 points in one go. The gap in results is undeniable. He notes the advancement only cost him 300 ability points, and he decides to save the rest. He knows that learning a powerful combat technique like the Thunder Indestructible Body is even more important. As an S-rank technique, he expects the consumption of ability points to master it will be incredibly high. With his breakthrough complete, Shu Jing Ming is ready for the next stage. A new thought enters his mind. Since he's at the university, perhaps it's time to visit the school's library. The next day, Shu Jing Ming returns to his master's residence. Dean Yang Gentian is utterly astonished to see him, questioning how he could have advanced so quickly. The dean paces, remarking that in his 20 years of teaching, he has seen countless geniuses, but even the best took a significant amount of time to transform into an ability user. He notes it has been less than 24 hours since Shu Jing Ming received the manual. With a bashful smile, Shu Jing Ming admits that perhaps the only thing he can be proud of is his advancement speed. He adds that when he tried to begin cultivating the Thunder Indestructible Body, he found even the introductory part to be a challenge. The dean listens and explains the process. Forging the foundation involves using the blood of a lightning element beast as a guide, combined with one's own lightning, to temper the muscles and bones. He emphasizes a critical point. The final strength of the technique is related to the grade of the beast's blood used. Now that Shu Jing Ming has advanced, the dean declares he will help him forge the foundation that very day. He reveals that high-level lightning beasts are rare, and his original plan was to use the blood of a 7th-tier storm giant bear. However, after learning Shu Jing Ming was entitled to one S-rank resource every year, he made a special request. He decided to combine the resources and pleaded with the university's principal to grant Shu Jing Ming an even more precious SS-rank resource. With that, he presents Shu Jing Ming with a small vial containing a glowing red liquid, the essence blood of a ferocious 8th-tier beast, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Shu Jing Ming is deeply moved that his new teacher and the principal would go to such lengths for him. He accepts the vial and vows to repay this kindness many times over. Pleased, the dean says they should begin immediately. They move to a training room where a shirtless Shu Jing Ming kneels. The dean uncorks the vial and pours the potent, glowing red blood onto Shu Jing Ming's head and back. Shu Jing Ming grits his teeth, groaning as the substance makes contact. The dean warns him to bear with it, explaining the blood is highly toxic to low-level users, and the intense pain is expected. Next, the dean prepares to use his own power to help. He tells Shu Jing Ming he will now use his A-rank Windfire True Thunder to forge the foundation, adding that the amount Shu Jing Ming can absorb is up to him. The dean unleashes his power, a torrent of violent, red lightning, and directs it into Shu Jing Ming's body. The energy surges through him, causing glowing red patterns to spread across his back and chest. The process is excruciating, and Shu Jing Ming throws his head back, letting out a raw scream of agony as his body is forcibly tempered by the immense power. 5 days into the tempering process, the senior disciple, Liu, is having tea with the dean's butler, Uncle Fu. Liu remarks on how resilient the new junior is to have lasted for 5 days. He reflects with some jealousy that he only lasted 2 days during his own tempering, which used weaker 7th-tier beast blood. He admits Shu Jing Ming's performance deserves the 8th-tier dragon-type beast's essence blood. Liu adds that with an S-rank lightning ability, he is looking forward to seeing the result of his new junior's thunder-indestructible body. Suddenly, a loud crash from the training room startles them. Liu rushes upstairs, wondering if his junior's foundation forging is complete. He cautiously peeks through the door and is met with a terrifying sight. Shu Jing Ming stands shirtless and splattered with blood, his eyes glowing red. A chaotic aura of dark energy and blue lightning surrounds him, and he appears to have lost control, looking more like a beast than a human. Liu is frozen in fear, sensing a threatening aura from Shu Jing Ming, like that of a top-tier ferocious beast, which makes him shudder. Lost in this primal state, Shu Jing Ming sees Liu in the doorway and lunges forward to attack. However, before he can strike, the commanding voice of Dean Yang Gentian roars, shouting for Jing Ming to wake up. The dean's shout breaks through the bloodlust, and Shu Jing Ming halts his attack just inches from his senior. Covered in sweat, a dazed Shu Jing Ming asks his teacher what happened and why he felt an overwhelming urge to destroy things. The dean explains that the essence blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus likely influenced his mind. He points out that the beast is famous for its ferocity, and because Shu Jing Ming's absorption rate and compatibility were so high, he experienced this dangerous side effect. The dean reassures him, telling him not to worry. As long as he avoids intense emotional changes, he will be fine, and the side effects will gradually disappear as his strength increases. A wave of relief washes over Shu Jing Ming. He looks down at his hands, expressing his fear of being controlled by his emotions. With the crisis averted, Dean Yang Gentian's tone changes to delight. He tells a confused Shu Jing Ming to cheer up, announcing the forging was a perfect success with an incredible 98% absorption rate. He proudly explains that among the disciples who have cultivated the Thunder Indestructible Body, the highest rate ever recorded was only 92%. With this, Shu Jing Ming has broken a long-standing record. His senior disciple, Liu, approaches with a congratulatory smile. He tells his new junior that with the foundation successfully forged, his future in martial arts is now smooth sailing. The dean formally introduces him as senior disciple Liu Ming, an ability user at the peak of the 3rd tier, and tells Shu Jing Ming to ask Liu for help with any future cultivation questions. Shu Jing Ming greets his senior, who promptly pulls out his phone. Liu explains that since he didn't prepare a gift, he will transfer some credits instead. Shu Jing Ming is shocked when a notification on his phone says he received 200 credits, exclaiming that it's too much. He quickly calculates the gift is worth 2 million Great Sha coins. The dean dismisses his concern, stating that 200 credits is not a large sum for Liu, and that it is a senior's duty to care for his juniors. He adds that when Shu Jing Ming has his own juniors, he will also need to prepare gifts, a lesson Shu Jing Ming humbly accepts. With the training complete, the dean tells Shu Jing Ming that after 5 days without food or water, he should go back and rest. He gives him his next instructions. Come back the following morning to learn fist and spear techniques with Senior Liu. Shu Jing Ming gratefully thanks his teacher and leaves. Back at his luxurious villa, Shu Jing Ming finds a young man with spiky white hair and red eyes on the couch, focused on a video game. The young man turns, realizing he's not alone, and greets Shu Jing Ming, guessing he must be his new roommate. He introduces himself as Liu Wentao. When Shu Jing Ming introduces himself, Liu Wentao's eyes widen. He excitedly points and exclaims that he is the top scorer from Jiangnan province. When Shu Jing Ming asks how he knew, Liu Wentao proudly declares his nickname is Mr. Know-It-All, as he knows about most freshmen. He admits he didn't specifically look up Shu Jing Ming, but the stir he caused was so big he couldn't help but hear about him. He marvels that the legendary Dark Horse top scorer is his new roommate. Putting a friendly arm around his shoulder, he starts bombarding our boy with questions, asking if he is really from Zhangcheng, if he was truly just an awakened during the exam, and commenting that his ability does not look like it's only E rank. Despite the endless questions, Shu Jing Ming finds he likes the friendly chatterbox. He reflects that he has always hated loneliness. Flashbacks reveal his past. Growing up in an orphanage without a sense of belonging, school was better as he had friends. His happiest memories are from his college days, joking around and playing games with roommates. He recalls getting his master's and PhD, never imagining that after drinking too much at his graduation, he would wake up in a different world. He thinks about how he didn't expect to still be an orphan after transmigrating, but with a roommate like Liu Wentao, he feels he won't be lonely. Meanwhile, Liu Wentao proudly boasts that he is a top student from Sichuan province with an A-rank ability and is currently a first-tier middle-rank ability user. He declares his ambition to major in college tactics and command a military region to slaughter all the ferocious beasts on Blue Star. Changing the subject, Shu Jing Ming mentions he is heading to the martial arts hall. Intrigued, Liu Wentao decides to join him, admitting he hasn't visited the university's hall yet. They arrive at the impressive Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Magical University branch. Inside, they see a lively and chaotic scene, with students training and showing off their powers. The AI, Eva, appears and explains they are in the public training room, which can hold 300 people. The hall is constructed with C-rank alloy mixed with memory metal, making it durable enough to withstand damage. Eva also points out private training rooms, but Shu Jing Ming decides the public area is fine. Liu Wentao gets caught up in the competitive atmosphere, shouting with excitement and pointing out an A-rank enhanced werewolf user. Shu Jing Ming dryly comments that his roommate isn't being quiet himself. Shu Jing Ming then asks Eva about the large numbered pillars in the center of the room. Eva explains they are punch power challenge boards. There are 5 leaderboards, one for each of the 5 tiers of ability users. She informs them that if they get into the top 3,000 on their boards, they will receive a 50 credit reward. Liu Wentao eagerly accepts the challenge, thinking it sounds easy. Eva clarifies there are just over 4,000 students in the university. Eager for the reward, Liu Wentao decides to try. Eva instructs him to swipe his student ID to start, adding the crucial rule that abilities and combat techniques are forbidden. Liu Wentao eagerly steps up to the pillar and swipes his student ID. The AI, Eva, announces his attempt. His activation draws the attention of older students, who mockingly note he is only a first-tier, middle-rank freshman. Feeling the pressure, a determined Liu Wentao resolves not to lose face. With a loud cry, he unleashes a powerful punch, striking the pillar with impressive force. The result flashes on the screen, a punch power of 476 kilograms. Pleased, Liu Wentao thinks he didn't embarrass himself, and getting into the top 3,000 should be no problem. His pride is short-lived, as Eva delivers a devastating update. His rank is beyond 100,000. Liu Wentao is left in shock, screaming in disbelief and questioning how this is possible with only about 4,000 students at the university. Eva coldly clarifies the leaderboard tallies the scores of all students since the university's founding 100 years ago. The humiliating realization dawns on Liu Wentao. The crowd was waiting to see him make a fool of himself. The older students erupt in laughter, with one remarking how hilarious it is. As his roommate wallows in embarrassment, Shu Jing Ming offers some consolation, reminding him that as a spiritual element user, physical punch power isn't his strength. A grateful Liu Wentao encourages Shu Jing Ming to try, certain he will be stronger. Shu Jing Ming agrees, admitting he wanted to test his strength anyway. He swipes his ID, and Eva announces his challenge. The crowd's attention shifts to him, but they are even more dismissive, noting he seems weaker, at a first-tier, lower rank. They doubt his punch power will even reach 400 kilograms. However, one onlooker finds the name Shu Jing Ming strangely familiar. Meanwhile, Shu Jing Ming is confident. He reflects on his recent progress, advancing to a first-tier ability user and tempering his body for 5 days and nights to forge his new technique's foundation. A quick check of his system panel confirms his new stats, including an enhanced physique and the Thunder Indestructible Body First skill. He clenches his fist, eager to see what level his punch power has reached. With a surge of power, he throws a punch, and the impact creates a powerful shockwave that ripples through the air. The powerful shockwave from Shu Jing Ming's punch ripples through the air, stunning the crowd in the martial arts hall. A digital screen shows the incredible result, a fist power of 4,589 kilograms. This score not only puts him first on the leaderboard, but also shatters the long-standing record for first-tier ability users. The older students who had been mocking him are left in disbelief. One exclaims the record has been broken, while another questions how a lower-rank first-tier user could have such immense power. A third student grimly points out that a punch with that force could turn him into meat paste, finding it impossible to believe this is a freshman. Two female students in the crowd are equally astonished. One comments that the top 1,000 on the leaderboard are figures who lead the era, wondering how exceptional the new #1 must be. Her friend adds the record had stood for over 10 years and feels she must record the historic moment. His roommate, Liu Wentao, is ecstatic, grabbing Shu Jing Ming and declaring he is truly his brother and will follow him from now on. A smiling Shu Jing Ming modestly tells him not to exaggerate. Looking at his fist, Shu Jing Ming inwardly reflects, pleased with the outcome. He concludes the Thunder Tyrannosaurus's essence blood is highly compatible with him, and the improvement in his strength was immediate. The AI, Eva, floats nearby and formally congratulates Shu Jing Ming for breaking the record, announcing a 400 credit reward has been issued to his account. A curious Shu Jing Ming asks if he can earn more credits by breaking the record again. Eva clarifies the reward is only for the first time, but he can challenge the other level pillars for new rewards. Shu Jing Ming looks up at the other 4 pillars for 2nd to 5th tier users and decides he will break those records later. Meanwhile, his roommate has become a hype man as a group of impressed female students gather around Liu Wentao, who points out his amazing roommate. The girls quickly swarm a bewildered Shu Jing Ming, with some offering to teach him how to use equipment and others trying to recruit him for their club. Overwhelmed, Shu Jing Ming is pulled away by Liu Wentao, who suggests they escape to a private training room. Elsewhere, at his master's residence, Dean Yang Gentian is enjoying tea. His senior disciple, Liu Ming, shows him his phone, reporting that his junior brother Shu is a hot topic on the campus forums. Dean Yang Gentian marvels at our boy's exaggerated physical strength, questioning why he ran off to break records instead of resting. Liu Ming then reflects on his own past. He recalls when he was a high-rank first-tier user and had just mastered the first layer of the Thunder Indestructible Body. His fist power was only a little over 3,500 kilograms. He concludes with awe that his new junior brother is much more than just a little stronger than he was. In a luxurious apartment, a young man with dark hair and a brown jacket stares at his phone. Suddenly, he erupts in rage, slamming his hand on the marble countertop. The glass beside him shatters as his hand is covered in orange flames and blue lightning. He fumes, cursing that Shu Jing Ming has also come to Magic Capital. Clenching his fiery fist, his face contorts with anger. He thinks about how Shu Jing Ming's success made him miss his chance to be the top scorer of Jiangnan province, turning him into a laughingstock in his home city. He fiercely vows that this time, he will take back all the honor he believes is his. Meanwhile, back in his university's training room, Shu Jing Ming sits calmly, holding a small knife. He reflects on the effects of his new Thunder Indestructible Body technique, marveling that even after 5 grueling days of tempering without food or rest, he is still full of energy. To test his new durability, he lightly drags the sharp blade across his hand. The knife makes a metallic sound but fails to break the skin, leaving only a faint white mark. He is impressed, realizing his body's defense is now like E-grade alloy, making him invulnerable to ordinary blades. He concludes it is truly a worthy S-grade body refinement technique. Just then, his roommate Liu Wentao bursts in, calling his name excitedly. He informs Shu Jing Ming that the news of him breaking the record has caused an explosion on the campus forum. He adds that countless students are posting replies, saying they want to challenge him. Far from being annoyed, a competitive smirk plays on Shu Jing Ming's lips. He remarks to himself that the martial spirit at Magic University is indeed quite strong. Seeing the challenges, a protective Liu Wentao holds up his phone and angrily offers to help his roommate by crushing the self-overestimating guys online. Shu Jing Ming calmly pushes his roommate's arm down, telling him to forget it and not waste his time. He explains he has more important things to do, as he is heading to the battle technique library, and tells Liu Wentao to head back to the dorm. Shu Jing Ming arrives at the massive and modern battle technique library. As he approaches the entrance, he holds his hand out to a scanner, and a complex, glowing orange security circle appears, confirming the building's advanced protection. He is amazed by the security, recalling a rumor the library is personally guarded by the university's vice principal, a legendary 9th-tier superpower user. He realizes that with such a powerful figure watching over it, even the strongest martial saints couldn't steal the treasures inside. After swiping his student ID card, he passes through the gate, and the security circle scans him one last time before letting him in. Inside the grand hall, he is greeted by a trio of female librarians. The one in the center warmly welcomes him by name, addressing him as S-grade student Shu Jing Ming and asking how they can help. Surprised they know him, Shu Jing Ming asks how they knew his name. The librarian politely explains that students with S-grade authority, like him, are special and have access to all battle techniques. Their system automatically notified them when he scanned his ID. The librarian's thoughts reveal her true motivation. She understands that S-grade authority means his future is destined to be at least that of a Grandmaster-level user. She makes a mental note to befriend him. Shu Jing Ming tells the librarian he is interested in lightning element superpower battle techniques and asks which floor he should go to. The librarian informs him that techniques of B grade and below are on the 2nd and 3rd floors, but the more precious ones are in a special reading room on the 4th floor. She adds that he can get in by swiping his card. She then personally leads him to the 4th floor, into an elegant private reading room. Inside, a small floating AI device hovers over a table. The AI explains that once he selects techniques online, the original secret manuals will be delivered to him. She kindly warns him to be careful when handling them. Left alone, Shu Jing Ming commands the AI to display all lightning element battle techniques of B grade and above. In response, the AI projects dozens of blue holographic screens that fill the room, each showing a different technique. As he looks through the selection, 2 techniques catch his eye. The first is an SSS grade technique called 10,000 Prisons Heavenly Thunder Guidance, which creates a massive thunderstorm domain. However, it is restricted to users who are at least 5th tier. The second is an SS grade technique named Wrath of the Thunder God, which summons powerful thunder. This one is also restricted, requiring a user to be at least 4th tier. Shu Jing Ming is in awe of the quality of the techniques, seeing SS grade and even SSS grade options. He marvels at how rich the university's collection of secret manuals is, and wonders if he can view them for free. His excitement fades as he realizes the cultivation of these powerful techniques has strict requirements. With his current status, he can only learn A-grade battle techniques for now. He sees countless A-grade options, noting that choosing would be incredibly difficult without his teacher's guidance. Fortunately, he came prepared. He pulls out a recommendation list from his master, Dean Yang Zhentian, which saves him time. Using the list, he interacts with the holographic displays, pointing out his desired techniques. He makes his final decision, choosing 4 specific A-grade techniques. The first is Thunder Spear, an offensive technique. The second is Chain Thunder Gun, a sustained attack. The third is Thunder Flash, a movement technique. The final one is Thunder Prison, a control technique. He mentally categorizes his new skills. Thunder Spear, for ranged strikes. Chain Thunder Gun, for sustained attacks, Thunder Flash for movement, and Thunder Prison for crowd control. He confidently believes that with these 4 battle techniques and his S-rank Thunder Indestructible body, his combat style will have hardly any flaws. The AI, Eva, analyzes his selection, informing him the average time to learn each A-grade technique to an elementary level is 6 months. It recommends mixing in lower-level techniques for a more balanced approach. However, Shu Jing Ming confidently dismisses the advice. A short while later, the librarian returns, presenting him with the 4 physical manuals for his chosen techniques. As he reaches for them, Shu Jing Ming marvels at how luxurious they are. He reflects on their market value, knowing even C-grade secret manuals cost millions, making these 4 priceless A-grade originals an incredible treasure. As he opens the first manual, a golden light shines from its pages. He is struck by the profound artistic conception and powerful aura, realizing it is an experience a copy could never reproduce. He settles down and begins to study the manuals intently. As hours go by, his focus turns to frustration. Sweat beads on his forehead as he clutches his head, struggling to comprehend the complex content. Despite the difficulty, he perseveres, turning page after page. After a long study period, he leans back, having finished all 4 manuals. He then calls out to his system, Deep Blue, and commands it to add points. The system responds instantly. 4 notifications appear, confirming 200 superpower points have been consumed for each technique, and all 4 have been successfully learned to the elementary level. He then pulls up his system panel to view his updated status. His new skills, Thunder Spear, Thunder Flash, A-grade chain thunder gun, and thunder prison are all listed at the elementary level. His body refinement technique, Thunder Indestructible Body, remains at the first layer, and his available superpower points have decreased to 1434. Standing up, Shu Jing Ming clenches his fist, a faint aura of power around him. Having acquired so many powerful battle techniques, he looks upward with a confident and predatory expression, wondering which lucky person will be the first to taste the power of his new arsenal. In their luxurious villa at night, Liu Wentao sits on the couch and tells Shu Jing Ming about a notification from Eva. The freshman assembly is the next day at Training Ground 1. He also mentions a new group chat for the freshmen and suggests Shu Jing Ming should join. Shu Jing Ming calmly agrees. Liu Wentao then asks what level of combat techniques Shu Jing Ming chose at the library. Shu Jing Ming casually replies that he picked up 4 A-rank combat techniques. This answer shocks Liu Wentao. He exclaims that learning 4 A-rank techniques would normally take a student until their sophomore or junior year. He concludes that his roommate doesn't take the usual route. Liu Wentao's curiosity grows. He realizes that to browse A-rank techniques, Shu Jing Ming must have A-rank permission. Shu Jing Ming corrects him, stating his permission level is S rank. The revelation stuns Liu Wentao, who jumps to his feet. He shouts in disbelief, questioning why the school would have a permission level higher than A rank. A sudden realization dawns on him, and he stammers that the online rumors about Shu Jing Ming being E rank must be false, asking in shock if it means Shu Jing Ming has an S rank superpower. Shu Jing Ming simply smiles, teasingly remarking that the know-it-all has just learned something new. The confirmation leaves Liu Wentao in awe. He exclaims that he had guessed Shu Jing Ming's rating was high, but he never expected it to be S rank, especially since other provincial top scorers are only A rank. A wide, happy grin spreads across his face. He gives a thumbs up, thinking it was the right decision to become a fan now, solidifying his status as an old fan. Later, Shu Jing Ming is in the second-floor training room. He holds a practice spear but finds it too light. He thinks that now that he has the combat techniques he needs, he also needs the right equipment. He reflects that his original F-rank obsidian spear is back home and would no longer be suitable for his current strength. He decides to get new gear. He asks the AI, Eva, to open the school mall and search for spear-type weapons. Eva complies, and holographic displays appear, showing spears from F rank to D rank. Shu Jing Ming notes he can customize the length and weight. He understands higher-ranked equipment is heavier and more expensive. He chooses an E-rank, 210-kilogram spear, along with an E-rank combat suit and boots. He confirms the purchase. A notification shows the total cost is 237 credits, leaving him with 382.6. The purchase is confirmed for delivery the next day. He thinks with a bit of dismay how quickly his credits disappeared, shrinking by nearly half. With his new gear on the way, he grips the practice spear with a determined look. He knows he'll have to rely on this temporary weapon. With a confident smirk, he declares that tonight it will help him practice his 4 new A-rank combat techniques. The next day, the freshmen of Modu Superpower University gather for their assembly. As Shu Jing Ming arrives, he immediately draws the attention of the other students. Murmurs spread as they recognize him as the one who broke the school's punch power record. They also identify him as the Jiangnan province top scorer, marveling at his strength and handsome appearance. Before he can find a seat, he is confronted by a tall, imposing young man named Lei Zhou, who aggressively points and loudly issues a challenge. Onlookers immediately recognize him as the second-place scorer from Jiangnan province, who scored over 9,300. They gossip about his privileged background, noting both of his parents are powerful Tier 4 superpowered beings. They sympathetically remark that it's a shame no one remembers second place, making his unwillingness to accept his loss understandable. Despite the public challenge, Shu Jing Ming is unfazed. He calmly declines, stating he is not interested, a response that shocks his roommate Liu Wentao. Lei Zhou, however, smirks and tells him not to refuse so quickly. He then brings up a personal matter, recalling that Shu Jing Ming's aunt's family runs a business selling rare plants. Leaning in with a menacing grin, he reveals his family is his aunt's biggest customer, and she also owes them a large loan. He then delivers a thinly veiled threat, suggesting that if the payment isn't made on time, his aunt's family might find themselves in trouble. The threat instantly changes the atmosphere. Shu Jing Ming's expression turns cold as a fierce, dark blue aura erupts from his body. He quietly asks if Lei Zhou is threatening him. The sheer pressure of his aura physically forces a startled Lei Zhou to step back. Sweating and shaken, Lei Zhou struggles to comprehend the fierce, beast-like presence. He quickly backpedals, stammering that it wasn't a threat, just a heads up. Having made his point, Shu Jing Ming's aura subsides. He calmly asks for the time and place for their duel. Regaining his composure, Lei Zhou declares the fight will be in 7 days, at noon, on Broadcast Platform 3. Shu Jing Ming accepts, warning his new rival not to regret his decision. The confrontation creates a buzz of excitement among the watching students, who eagerly anticipate the upcoming battle. Shortly after, the assembly officially begins. An older, gray-bearded university official takes the stage. He welcomes them to the freshman assembly, clarifying it is a session to answer questions about the university's systems. However, he announces the first thing he wants to introduce is the school's combat power ranking. He explains students will use a virtual dive pod for holographic combat simulations, and their ranking will be determined by the number of levels they can pass. He encourages everyone to try their best, emphasizing the rewards are very generous. After the hour-long meeting, aboard Shu Jing Ming lets out a large yawn. He thinks the only interesting part was the virtual dive pod, which he should try sometime. For now, his priority for the next few days is to continue his daily training with his senior, Liu Ming, and his mentor. For 7 days, Shu Jing Ming dedicates himself to intense training under his senior Liu Ming and his master, Dean Yang Gentian. After the week of training, Liu Ming approaches Shu Jing Ming with astonishment. He notes his junior brother has already advanced to the mid-level of the first tier and asks how it happened so quickly. Shu Jing Ming simply smiles and says it was just luck. However, his inner thoughts reveal the truth. He had deliberately waited a few days before using his system to level up, which made the advancement cost only 380 superpower points. He muses that if he had leveled up any faster, he probably would have scared his senior silly. Changing the subject, Liu Ming remembers the duel and asks if Shu Jing Ming has a match scheduled for noon. Shu Jing Ming confirms he does. With a confident smile, Liu Ming pats his junior on the shoulder and says he will observe 3 minutes of silence for his opponent. He decides to accompany Shu Jing Ming to the match. The scene shifts to broadcast platform 3, a large arena where a crowd has gathered. Lei Zhou enters the ring with his friends. One notes it's a good chance to see the top scorer's strength. Another dismisses Shu Jing Ming's high score as a fluke and bets Lei Zhou will win. When someone mentions Shu Jing Ming broke the punch power record, Lei Zhou scoffs, arguing a physical record is meaningless when superpowers are what truly matter. Just then, Shu Jing Ming makes his entrance with Liu Ming. Dressed in a new black coat and carrying his new spear, his arrival causes a stir. As Shu Jing Ming walks towards the ring, Liu Ming thinks with amusement that with his junior's handsome looks, he will undoubtedly charm countless female students once he achieves success. From the ring, Lei Zhou observes his opponent's aura and notes Shu Jing Ming's rank has increased. However, he remains confident, thinking he has other preparations. Seeking to raise the stakes, Lei Zhou proposes they add a wager, all of their credits. Shu Jing Ming accepts without hesitation, stating he has 370 credits. Impressed, Lei Zhou says he will cover any shortfall in his own credits with cash. He proposes they both transfer their credits to the account of Old Master Zhou, a neutral third party. The teacher presiding over the match is a woman with blonde hair tied in a ponytail, called Zhou Yun, a powerful Tier 6, mid-level healing-type superpowered being. As he completes the credit transfer, Shu Jing Ming notes the presence of the high-tier healer, Teacher Zhou Yun. He understands battles between superpowered beings are dangerous and realizes the school has taken precautions to prevent deaths. He agrees to the terms. The crowd buzzes with excitement as the massive wager, worth 3.7 million in currency, is confirmed. Teacher Zhou Yun steps forward to officiate. She confirms she has received the credits and instructs them to prepare. She lays out the rules. If one person admits defeat or loses consciousness, the other is forbidden from continuing the attack. Both Shu Jing Ming and Lei Zhou calmly acknowledge they understand. The two opponents face each other. Shu Jing Ming stands ready with his spear, while Lei Zhou draws his sword. With grim determination, Lei Zhou unleashes his A-rank fire ability, Dense Pine Industry Fire. A vortex of intense orange flames erupts around him as he declares he will take back all the honor Shu Jing Ming made him lose. The power of his ability impresses the crowd, who marvel at the terrifying force of an A-rank fire superpower. Wreathed in flames, Lei Zhou charges forward. He leaps and brings his sword down in a powerful, raging flame slash. In response, Shu Jing Ming simply stands his ground and swings his spear in a basic upward arc. To everyone's astonishment, his simple block completely neutralizes the flaming sword strike. The audience is stunned. They can't believe Shu Jing Ming didn't use a combat technique and still blocked such a powerful move. They exclaim in shock that a normal attack just broke a big special move. Lei Zhou himself is left speechless, gritting his teeth in disbelief. With his opponent's attack nullified, Shu Jing Ming looks at him with cold indifference. Purple lightning begins to crackle around him as he tells Lei Zhou that nothing is impossible. The only reason it seems so is because Lei Zhou is simply too weak. Before his rival can react, Shu Jing Ming launches a devastating counterattack. Surrounded by a torrent of purple lightning, he lunges forward and strikes Lei Zhou squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward. The purple lightning from Shu Jing Ming's attack courses through Lei Zhou's body, making him cry out in agony. The force of the blow sends his sword flying amidst a spray of blood as he is thrown backward. He lands hard on the floor of the ring, slumping over in defeat as smoke rises from his body. The crowd is stunned by the swift and decisive outcome. Lei Zhou's supporters are in disbelief, with one exclaiming that the fight is over after only 2 moves from Shu Jing Ming. Another angrily questions the claim that Lei Zhou was stronger now that he's been instantly defeated. The onlookers agree that Shu Jing Ming's strength is on a completely different level from the other freshmen. Watching from the sidelines, Liu Ming looks completely unimpressed. He thinks to himself that the match was too boring and didn't even make his junior brother use a tenth of his real power. Back in the ring, teacher Zhou Yun begins to announce the winner. However, a wounded Lei Zhou struggles to his feet, calling out to her. He grits his teeth, insisting he is not lost and the match is not over. In a desperate move, he pulls out a small, red pill. Teacher Zhou Yun immediately recognizes it, shouting in alarm and identifying it as a rampaging blood pill. She warns him against taking it, telling him this is just a match and not worth risking his life. The audience also recognizes the dangerous item. They murmur that while the pill can boost a user's strength several times over for a short period, it has severe side effects that could leave him bedridden for months. They question if the risk is worth it. With a major university competition only a month away, Lei Zhou ignores their concerns, stating that he will bear any consequences himself. He is determined to take the gamble and will accept his loss only if he is defeated after this. In the crowd, some students, including Liu Wentao, protest, asking if using a performance-enhancing drug is allowed. Teacher Zhou Yun addresses the complaints, clarifying that since this is an unofficial battle, there are no strict rules. She explains that weapons, combat suits, and drugs are all considered permissible resources. As she speaks, Lei Zhou swallows the pill. She finishes by stating that if Shu Jing Ming had a similar pill, he would also be allowed to use it. As the pill takes effect, Lei Zhou's body erupts in an even more intense fire aura. His eyes begin to glow with a menacing orange light as he roars with newfound power. Teacher Zhou Yun watches with a worried expression, noting the pill is high grade and has boosted Lei Zhou's power to the lower level of the 2nd tier. She concludes that Shu Jing Ming is now in serious trouble. Faced with his opponent's desperate power-up, Shu Jing Ming's own battle intent surges, becoming even more potent as a torrent of purple lightning erupts around him. From the sidelines, teacher Zhou Yun observes this with approval, thinking that Shu Jing Ming's fighting spirit is becoming even more vigorous and that he has the mindset of a great general. Gripping his spear, a confident smile plays on Shu Jing Ming's lips. He thinks to himself that finally, the fight is no longer like an adult beating up a child. He takes a single step forward, and the lightning around his combat boots shatters the floor of the ring. He then charges at his opponent with blinding speed. Lei Zhou is shocked by his incredible velocity. The two fighters clash in the center of the ring, their superpowered attacks meeting with explosive force. Lei Zhou blocks Shu Jing Ming's initial thrust, but the raw power behind the attack is overwhelming. The force of the blow sends Lei Zhou staggering backward, forcing him to his knees to absorb the impact. Still surrounded by his wavering flames, he grits his teeth in disbelief. He can't understand how, even with his strength boosted to the 2nd tier, he is still no match for Shu Jing Ming. He wonders what kind of monster he is facing. Realizing a head-on fight is useless, Lei Zhou changes his strategy. He decides that if he can't win a direct clash, he will attack from a distance. He leaps back and launches a volley of powerful fireballs at Shu Jing Ming. However, his ranged attack is met with casual disdain. Shu Jing Ming effortlessly swings his spear in a wide arc, creating a vortex of lightning that deflects all the fireballs. He mockingly asks if that is all Lei Zhou has. Frustrated and sweating, Lei Zhou curses his opponent's flawless lightning ability. He desperately clings to a new hope, thinking that he can no longer get close. But if he can exhaust Shu Jing Ming's power before his drug boost wears off, he might still have a chance. But Shu Jing Ming has no intention of letting the fight drag on. He decides to end it. He raises his hand and summons a massive amount of purple energy, condensing it into a solid spear of pure, crackling lightning. His A-rank technique, Thunder Spear. He hurls the condensed energy weapon at his opponent. The spear flies through the air and slams directly into Lei Zhou's shoulder, piercing his defenses. Stumbling back in shock and pain, clutching his wound, Lei Zhou has a horrifying realization. His opponent also has a devastating long-range attack. Before Lei Zhou can recover, Shu Jing Ming follows up with another technique. A powerful sphere of lightning materializes above Lei Zhou, and torrents of purple energy rain down, electrocuting him. Stunned and in pain, he looks up, wondering what new battle technique this is. With a cold expression, Shu Jing Ming points forward and declares the name of his A-rank control skill, Thunder Prison. a cage of crackling purple lightning forms around Lei Zhou, trapping him completely. He curses, realizing he is caught in a restriction-type technique. In a desperate move, he summons his remaining power to create a flame barrier, a swirling vortex of fire around his body. Trapped but defiant, he taunts Shu Jing Ming, declaring that if he can't get out, then Shu Jing Ming can't get in, challenging him to a battle of attrition. Shu Jing Ming, however, is unfazed. He looks at the fiery defense with disdain, thinking the flame barrier looks weak, and wondering how many of his attacks it could withstand. Instead of a battle of wills, he leaps high into the air, easily clearing the flame barrier and positioning himself directly above his trapped opponent. While airborne, he unleashes his ultimate assault. He summons his power, and dozens of massive, glowing purple spears of pure lightning materialize in the air, all aimed at the helpless Lei Zhou. The deadly rain of lightning spears begins to descend, a technique that looks like a devastating version of his chain thunder gun. Looking up at the overwhelming attack, Lei Zhou is filled with absolute terror. He knows with certainty that if he is hit by that barrage, he will die. With his life on the line, his pride shatters, and he screams out his surrender. At the very last second, just as Lei Zhou shouts his concession, the tip of the lead lightning spear stops just inches from his eye. The rain of spears dissipates as Shu Jing Ming lands gracefully in the ring. In a final definitive motion, he thrusts his physical spear forward, piercing Lei Zhou's chest and leaving no doubt as to who the victor is. Shu Jing Ming withdraws his spear from Lei Zhou's chest, leaving him kneeling and defeated on the floor. With a commanding presence, Shu Jing Ming stands over his opponent as teacher Zhou Yun officially declares him the winner. The crowd is left in shock and awe. They exclaim that it was a complete and utter crushing defeat. They marvel at how Shu Jing Ming flawlessly chained together 4 different battle techniques in just a few seconds, a feat far beyond what any normal freshman should be capable of. 2 students discuss the power of the techniques they witnessed. One guesses they must all be at least B grade. His friend is amazed, admitting the best technique he has learned is only C grade. Watching from the sidelines, Liu Ming overhears their speculation and looks stressed. He thinks to himself that they are severely underestimating his junior brother. He knows the truth. Shu Jing Ming had dared to choose 4 A-grade techniques and had already mastered them to a combat-ready level. He reflects on his own experience, recalling that he had only dared to choose a single A-grade technique as a freshman, and it still took him over 4 months to learn. He admits that having such a monstrously talented junior brother puts a great deal of pressure on him. Back in the ring, a humbled Lei Zhou gets to his feet. He sincerely thanks Shu Jing Ming for sparing his life and accepts his complete defeat. He promises the wagered credits and cash are now his and assures him he will make the payment owed to his aunt's business on time. Teacher Zhou Yun approaches Shu Jing Ming and confirms the transfer of his winnings. 50 credits and 3.2 million in currency have been deposited into his student account. Shu Jing Ming thinks that a gambling fight is a quick way to make money. With the duel over, Liu Wentao rushes down to the ring, ecstatic. He congratulates brother Ming, telling him he is now a rich man, and invites him to go out and relax in the city center that evening to celebrate. Shu Jing Ming begins to decline, explaining he has training scheduled with his senior. However, Liu Ming, standing nearby, encourages him to go, advising him that a proper balance of training and relaxation is the key to long-term success. Taking his senior's advice, Shu Jing Ming agrees to go out. As they prepare to leave, Liu Wentao excitedly points towards Liu Ming, gushing about his reputation as the vice president of the Ash Club, a user of an A-rank lightning superpower. As he and Shu Jing Ming walk off together, Liu Wentao comments that the famous senior is even more impressive in person. As they leave the arena, Liu Wentao tells Shu Jing Ming to just follow his lead, as he has arranged the entire program for the evening. A slightly suspicious Shu Jing Ming looks back and asks what kind of program he is talking about. Liu Wentao turns with a wide, mischievous grin and points at his friend. He reveals his grand plan, the one unmissable event of university life, a social mixer between the male and female dormitories. A table is lavishly spread with food for a social gathering. Liu Wentao approaches Shu Jing Ming, who is seated at the table. He excitedly tells Shu Jing Ming how popular he has become, explaining that he posted an invitation for a social mixer on the campus forum. Liu Wentao reveals that over 100 people registered, and he had a hard time choosing who to invite. Shu Jing Ming smiles and comments on his friend's dedication, asking who he finally chose. Liu Wentao playfully tells him it's a secret for now, but he will meet them soon. Just then, he spots the guests arriving and calls them over. 2 young women approach. One, wearing glasses, introduces herself as Qi Dongxia, the invited guest. Her companion, a girl with dark hair, introduces herself as her roommate, Song Qiuqiu. Liu Wentao proudly introduces them to Shu Jing Ming, highlighting their abilities. He explains that Qi Dongxia has an A-rank beast-type ability, while Song Chukyu is a high-level first-tier user with an A-rank light element ability, and was also the top scorer in her province. Shu Jing Ming politely introduces himself. Upon hearing his name, Song Chukyu's expression shifts to one of surprise. She immediately asks Shu Jing Ming if he would be interested in a sparring match, telling him he can pick the time and place. Her friend, Qi Dongxia, calls her a battle maniac for trying to set up a fight right after meeting, reminding her they were there to socialize. Song Chukyu admits that her main reason for coming was the chance to spar with Shu Jing Ming. Shu Jing Ming steps in to smooth things over, inviting them to sit down. Liu Wentao clarifies that the plan is just to have fun, eat, and go shopping together. The group spends the evening at the bustling Huaihai commercial street. Song Chukyu looks up at the towering skyscrapers, in awe of how magnificent the city is. As they walk, Qi Dongxia admires the clothes in a window, while Shu Jing Ming notices the wide array of high-end equipment for superpowered individuals, including A-rank weapons. He observes a display of blades and elixirs, thinking this commercial center offers a far greater selection of gear than his hometown of Jiangcheng. Their outing continues as they enjoy some street food together. Later, they browse a clothing boutique. As the girls shop, Shu Jing Ming offers to hold Song Chukyu's shopping bag, and their hands briefly touch as he takes it. Afterward, Shu Jing Ming watches as the two girls walk ahead, looking at a jewelry display. By the end of the evening, Shu Jing Ming is holding many shopping bags, surprised they spent several million in just a few hours. Liu Wentao remarks that despite Song Chukyu's simple style, she is quite a wealthy young woman. When Shu Jing Ming seems curious, Liu Wentao leans in to explain that her family background is also incredibly powerful. Just then, Qi Dongxia cheerfully calls out to them to help carry one final bag, while Song Chukyu thinks it is probably time to head back. The night ends with Shu Jing Ming and Liu Wentao walking the girls back to their impressive villa. Song Chukyu tells the boys that they had a lot of fun. Both Shu Jing Ming and Liu Wentao wave goodbye as the girls head towards their home. However, before leaving, Song Chukyu stops and faces Shu Jing Ming with a serious expression. She tells him she was serious earlier and promises that one day she will formally challenge him to a sparring match. Her determined declaration surprises Shu Jing Ming for a moment, but he quickly recovers, a confident smile on his face as he accepts her challenge, saying he is looking forward to it. Song Chukyu seems pleased before turning to go inside. Once inside, Qi Dongxia begins to tease her friend. She remarks that she has never seen Song Chukyu show a pleasant expression to any boy since they started university, with Shu Jing Ming as the only exception. She happily concludes it was a great idea to bring her. Song Chukyu explains the reason for her usual coldness. She reveals her A-rank light element ability lets her perceive the inner thoughts of others, so she is constantly exposed to the impure thoughts of the boys around her. However, she says Shu Jing Ming is different. Her ability revealed he only holds a sense of appreciation with no impure intentions. She concludes thoughtfully that he is special. Hearing this, Qi Dongxia gets a mischievous look, teasingly concluding that Miss Song has developed a crush. Meanwhile, as the boys walk back, Liu Wentao sighs with satisfaction, commenting that it's nice to relax once in a while, and Shu Jing Ming quietly agrees. Shu Jing Ming, however, is lost in thought. He reflects on Song Chukyu and her high-level status, realizing he still has a long way to go. The thought motivates him to work hard and grow even stronger. 15 days later, Shu Jing Ming is meditating in his training room. Sensing he is ready, he decides it is time to level up and commands his system, Deep Blue, to use his points for an upgrade. A violent surge of purple lightning erupts from his body. System notifications confirm he is undergoing a dual advancement, from a mid-level to a high-level first-tier user, while also leveling up his Thunder Indestructible Body technique to its second level. As the energy subsides, Shu Jing Ming reflects on his progress. He notes the rank up has significantly increased his power, and that the second level of his body tempering technique is focused on strengthening his bones and muscles. He then consults the training manual, which reveals that upon reaching the third level, he will unlock a special ability called the Thunder Extreme State, which provides a temporary but immense boost to power and speed. He pulls up his system panel to check his new status. While pleased, he is disappointed to see he only has 62 ability points left, not enough to reach the next level. He realizes it is time to ask his master for leave to go to the wilderness, hunt beasts, and get more ability points. Later, when Shu Jing Ming visits his master's residence, Dean Yang Gentian is shocked by his rapid advancement, asking if he has broken through again. Shu Jing Ming calmly confirms his progress from the previous night, also mentioning his body tempering technique has reached the second level. The dean is inwardly amazed, thinking his student speaks of difficult breakthroughs as if they were simple. He concludes that with an S-rank ability and such hard training, there is nothing Shu Jing Ming cannot achieve. His senior disciple, Liu Ming, remarks that his junior brother is a monster, recalling it took him half a year to make the same advancement. Dean Gentian tells Shu Jing Ming that leveling up is important, but he must not neglect combat training. To test his new strength, the dean suggests a sparring match against his senior, Liu Ming, which Shu Jing Ming eagerly accepts. In the training room, Liu Ming says he will suppress his own power to that of a low-level second-tier user, instructing Shu Jing Ming to fight with full strength. After a countdown, the match begins. Both warriors leap forward, and their spears meet in the center with a powerful clash, erupting in a brilliant explosion of purple and green energy. The force of their clash leaves Liu Ming surprised. He thinks to himself that his junior brother's power is incredibly strong, almost on par with his own, even with his power suppressed. Shu Jing Ming, covered in purple lightning, feels a thrill of excitement. He realizes that for the first time since getting his system, he is facing an opponent of equal strength. Deciding to press his advantage, Shu Jing Ming concentrates a sphere of lightning in his hand and unleashes his thunder prison technique. The massive orb of electricity flies across the room, forcing Liu Ming to defend himself. Before his senior can recover, Shu Jing Ming leaps and follows up with another attack, throwing a volley of lightning spears in a move like his chain thunder gun technique. Liu Ming recognizes the combination of skills. With a smirk, he notes that this is the same combination that defeated Lei Zhou, but declares that he is no mere freshman. He gathers his own power and unleashes a devastating counterattack, a massive torrent of teal-colored lightning called Jade Pivot True Thunder. 20 minutes later, the intense battle is over. An exhausted Shu Jing Ming leans on his spear for support. He concedes the match, admitting that his divine thunder energy is depleted and that he has lost. Liu Ming, however, reassures him. He explains that Shu Jing Ming did not lose because of skill, but was simply at a disadvantage due to lower energy reserves. Their master, Dean Yang Gentian, approaches them, praising the fight as an exciting spectacle. He admits Shu Jing Ming's performance far exceeded his expectations. He had thought Liu Ming would win easily, but instead they were so evenly matched, the outcome was decided by a battle of attrition. Liu Ming then asks his junior brother if he is aware of the true level his combat power reached during their fight. When Shu Jing Ming looks back, puzzled, Liu Ming makes a stunning declaration. His power is now unrivaled in the second tier. The weight of this new assessment leaves Shu Jing Ming looking thoughtful and determined. After the intense sparring session, Dean Yang Gentian announces that the training is over and tells everyone to rest. The butler, Uncle Fu, brings over a tray of spirit fruits, explaining they are perfect for recovering after training. Seizing the moment, Shu Jing Ming approaches his master with a request. He reveals his intention. He is preparing to leave the university to go on a trip to the wilderness. The dean is taken aback and asks how long he plans to be gone. Shu Jing Ming explains he intends to stay for over a month, planning to return just before the freshman competition. The long duration of the trip clearly worries his master. With a stern expression, the dean warns him that the wilderness is far more dangerous than the exam grounds. He explains there is no army protection, and beasts roam without predictable patterns, making it easy to encounter a high-level creature. He emphasizes the dangers of staying for over a month are immense. However, seeing his disciple's determination, the dean relents. He decides that if Shu Jing Ming is set on going, he will not stop him. He places a firm hand on his student's shoulder, giving him one piece of advice. If a situation ever looks bad, he must flee without hesitation. The dean explains that the path to becoming powerful is filled with life and death crises, and since his disciple is so ambitious, he will not stand in his way. Shu Jing Ming bows his head in gratitude, thanking his master for his understanding. The dean then asks which wilderness area he plans to visit. As Shu Jing Ming takes a spirit fruit from Liu Ming, he replies that he is heading to the wilderness near Yuanshui City. This news seems to relieve the dean, who notes the area is next to Magic Capital, and the beasts there only go up to tier 4 or 5, making it a relatively safer choice. He tells Shu Jing Ming that he will have Liu Ming share some valuable experience with him later, an offer Shu Jing Ming accepts. As a final gesture of support, the dean explains that since he cannot offer much help while he is away, he will at least provide him with a suitable weapon. A glowing ring on his finger begins to shine with a bright teal light, and he takes Shu Jing Ming's hand, preparing to give him his gift. Back in his dorm room, Shu Jing Ming sits on his bed, his new spear and a packed bag beside him. He asks the AI, Eva, to open the university's mission system. As holographic screens appear, he recalls the advice his senior disciple, Liu Ming, gave him. Before leaving for the wilderness, it is a good idea to accept some missions to earn extra credits. He looks through the list, noting the variety of tasks available, such as collecting beast materials, gathering rare herbs, and capturing fugitives. The rewards vary by difficulty, with C and D rank missions offering modest credits, while S and A rank missions offer much more. Shu Jing Ming observes that all the high-reward missions involve combat, remarking to himself that this must be the training model of Modu University, pushing its students into dangerous situations to grow stronger. He remembers a saying that the most outstanding students are not found on campus but out in the world. With this in mind, he selects 1 A rank and 3 B rank missions for his trip. With his preparations complete, Shu Jing Ming puts on his new combat attire, slings his backpack over his shoulder, and prepares to leave. As Ava wishes him good luck, he thinks to himself that there is no time to waste and he must set out immediately. His journey takes him to the Yuanshui City Supply Base, a bustling town in a mountainous region that serves as a forward base for those venturing into the wilderness. The streets are filled with adventurers trying to recruit members for their beast hunting teams. Shu Jing Ming arrives, taking in the lively atmosphere with satisfaction, thinking that he has finally made it. He walks through the streets and enters a grand building that serves as a registration hall for adventurers. The hall is filled with other armed individuals. A woman in an elegant red dress who works as a receptionist greets him warmly and asks how she can assist him. Shu Jing Ming states his purpose, explaining he wants to register as an adventurer. He holds up his identification, knowing that to enter the wilderness, one must first register for a nationally recognized adventurer identity. The receptionist takes Shu Jing Ming's university ID and is impressed that he is a student from Modu Superpower University. She remarks that it is rare to see a first-tier user like him venturing into the wilderness so soon. She informs him it will take a little while to process his registration and suggests he rest in the hall while he waits. As Shu Jing Ming waits, he walks through the hall, observing the other adventurers. Suddenly, a commotion erupts near the entrance. A group of men exclaim in excitement as a newcomer arrives. They recognize her as the goddess Jiang Chuxuan, commenting on her beauty and powerful aura, noting that such a presence is expected from a student of Modu University. The center of attention is a stylish woman with long white hair and sunglasses, who walks through the hall with confidence, followed by 2 large bodyguards and a cameraman. She is Jiang Chuxuan, a second-year student from Modu Superpower University. The onlookers gossip, speculating she must be there to film new material for her online videos. They praise her content and marvel at her popularity, with one man stating she has at least 10 million fans. Another corrects him, claiming she has over 15 million followers and passionately declares he would trade 10 years of his life to be her boyfriend. From a distance, Shu Jing Ming observes the scene. He recognizes she is a fellow student, and internally notes her beauty is on par with Song Chukyu's. His observation is interrupted when the receptionist calls him over. She hands him his new adventurer card and a satellite smartwatch, explaining the watch has a map of the wilderness detailing beast activity and danger levels. Shu Jing Ming thanks her. As he turns to leave, a shady-looking man stops him. The man guesses this is Shu Jing Ming's first trip into the wilderness and warns him it is dangerous to go unprepared, offering to sell him some essential elixirs. Intrigued, Shu Jing Ming asks about the price. The man eagerly opens his coat to reveal hidden pills, offering first-grade healing elixirs for 20,000 and antidote elixirs for 15,000. He also mentions he has more potent second-grade versions, though they are more expensive. Shu Jing Ming casually remarks that the prices don't seem that high. The merchant laughs, pleased, and boasts that he is well known for selling cheap and effective elixirs. However, Shu Jing Ming's expression turns sharp. He internally notes, something is wrong. He knows a standard first-grade elixir should cost at least 30 or 40,000. The man's low prices can only mean one thing. He is a scammer targeting inexperienced newcomers. Instead of being intimidated, Shu Jing Ming calmly asks how many elixirs the man wants, then immediately calls out his scam, asking how many other newcomers he has cheated. The merchant, realizing he's caught, drops his friendly act. He aggressively gets in Shu Jing Ming's face, asking if he was toying with him from the start. Shu Jing Ming remains unfazed, simply asking what he thinks. The merchant's face twists into a menacing grin. He declares that Shu Jing Ming is the first person to dare provoke him within the supply base. However, before things can escalate, a young woman with short, dark hair intervenes, shouting at the merchant. She calls him by his name, Zhao Chunlin, and accuses him of scamming new adventurers again. The woman walks towards them. Annoyed, Zhao Chunlin mutters that Shu Jing Ming is lucky this time. Before leaving, he leans in and delivers a sinister threat, warning Shu Jing Ming not to leave the supply base for the next few days, or he will regret it. As Zhao Chunlin stalks away, the other adventurers gossip. They comment that the newcomer is in trouble for being targeted by Zhao Chunlin and that he provoked the wrong person. One adventurer notes that Zhao Chunlin is rumored to be a mid-level second-tier user, making him too powerful for a high-level first-tier user like Shu Jing Ming. The woman who intervened approaches Shu Jing Ming and warns him that Zhao Chunlin is vengeful, advising him to stay inside the base. Shu Jing Ming thanks her but asks why a known scammer isn't dealt with by the authorities. She explains Zhao Chunlin has powerful connections, which is why no one interferes. She advises Shu Jing Ming to buy his supplies from official channels and gives him one last warning not to leave. As she walks away, Shu Jing Ming watches her go, thinking she is a kind-hearted person. Putting the encounter out of his mind, Shu Jing Ming refocuses. He decides to first purchase all the supplies he will need for the month, making a mental list of healing elixirs, antidote elixirs, and other necessities. Having finished his business, Shu Jing Ming approaches an official counter to purchase his supplies. After stowing the items in his backpack, he leaves the adventurer's hall, now fully equipped and ready for the wilderness. However, as soon as he steps outside, his path is blocked by Zhao Chunlin and his cronies. The merchant looks furious, mockingly commenting on how Shu Jing Ming is foolish and defiant for daring to leave after being warned not to. He angrily asks if this is a sign of disrespect. Unfazed, Shu Jing Ming calmly asks what he wants. Enraged by his calm demeanor, Zhao Chunlin's face twists into a sneer. He declares that since Shu Jing Ming has disrespected him, he will break both of his legs and make sure he spends the rest of his life in a wheelchair, claiming it is the only way to appease his anger. Nearby, the kind adventurer woman who had warned him earlier sees the confrontation. She expresses frustration that he didn't listen to her and declares she must go help. However, her companion holds her back, suggesting it might be better to let him learn a lesson. Back in the confrontation, Zhao Chunlin prepares to make good on his threat. Dark energy swirls around his arm as he activates his ability. He boasts about his C-rank metallic skin superpower, claiming that when combined with his D-rank combat suit, Shu Jing Ming won't even be able to scratch him. He then gives his ultimatum. Unless Shu Jing Ming pays him 1 million and kneels in apology, he will be crippled. Shu Jing Ming's reaction is instant. A faint crackle of purple lightning comes from his body as he utters a single contemptuous word: shameless. The sudden surge of his energy startles Zhao Chunlin, his eyes widening in shock. Before Zhao Chunlin or his cronies can react, Shu Jing Ming disappears in a flash of purple lightning, reappearing behind the merchant and striking him down with a single devastating blow. The force of Shu Jing Ming's single, lightning-fast attack sends Zhao Chunlin flying backward, his body battered and bloody. Zhao Chunlin is slammed with such force that he crashes through a nearby stone wall, shattering it. The onlookers, especially the kind adventurer woman and her companions, are left utterly speechless by the sudden and brutal display of power. Shu Jing Ming stands calmly in the now devastated courtyard, unfazed by the chaos he caused as the crowd parts around him. The onlookers are in shock, murmuring about the instant and terrifying defeat of Zhao Chunlin. One person notes they didn't even see how Shu Jing Ming attacked, while another remarks they were initially worried for the newcomer, never expecting him to be so strong. The consensus is clear. Zhao Chunlin picked a fight with the wrong person. The kind adventurer woman and her friend are also trying to process what they just saw. The woman admits she couldn't follow his movements either. Her blonde companion grimly assesses the damage, guessing that Zhao Chunlin's legs and pelvis must have been completely shattered. She concludes that even if he survives, he will be a cripple. The kind woman remarks that Shu Jing Ming is not only incredibly strong, but also ruthless, truly a student from the prestigious Modu Superpower University. When her companion asks how she knows, she explains she recognized his combat suit as exclusive gear from the university. Impressed by his power, the kind woman, whose friend calls her Xiao Qian, suggests they should try to recruit him into their team, noting they are short one attacker. Her teammate immediately protests, reminding her that when they formed their all-female team, they agreed to only accept female members. The other teammates playfully tease Xiao Qian, suggesting she's only interested because he's handsome, though they admit they wouldn't be opposed to him joining. The teasing leaves Xiao Qian flustered. Ignoring the commotion, Shu Jing Ming proceeds to the wilderness entry gate. He scans his adventurer card, and a notification confirms his identity and grants him permission to enter. He steps through the massive gate and into the vast expanse of the Yuan Shui wilderness area, a dense, untamed forest. Shortly after entering, he pauses as the distant, powerful roar of a beast echoes through the trees. He recognizes the sound as a territorial declaration from powerful beasts, likely at least Tier 4. However, he remains calm, noting to himself that these creatures are not his targets for the day. He begins to plan his hunt, recalling that the Yuan Shui wilderness is divided into a ruined city and a mountain forest. He decides the beasts in the city are generally weaker, making them the perfect starting point to harvest the ability points he needs. He pulls up a holographic map on his smartwatch and identifies a nearby location called Ping'an County. The data indicates the area is mostly inhabited by Tier 2 beasts, with very few Tier 1 and no higher-tiered creatures. With its large area and an estimated 500 to 600 beasts, he concludes it is the ideal hunting ground. With a determined cry, Shu Jing Ming declares his arrival in Ping'an County and breaks into a full sprint, his body covered in a faint blue aura as he moves with incredible speed through the forest. He soon enters the desolate, ruined streets of the county, where his presence immediately attracts a ferocious, wolf-like beast that lunges at him from the shadows. Shu Jing Ming calmly identifies his attacker as a Tier 2 Shadow Cat, seeing it as a timely delivery of ability points. However, as he prepares to fight, he suddenly clutches his chest in pain. He feels the violent, negative emotions from the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood stirring within him, filling him with an overwhelming urge to kill. He realizes the more he tries to suppress this impulse, the stronger it becomes. A savage, manic grin spreads across his face as he decides he has had enough of holding back. Unleashing a torrent of purple lightning, he embraces the bloodlust, his sudden transformation and terrifying aura leaving the Shadow Cat frozen in fear. The scene then shifts to 1 month later. A team of 4 adventurers patrols the empty streets of the same county. One of them asks their bald, red-bearded captain why the area is so deserted, complaining they have been searching for a full day without finding a single beast. The captain angrily retorts that he has no idea. Finding the situation deeply unsettling, he reasons there should be hundreds of beasts in a city of this size, and even a mass migration wouldn't leave the area so completely barren. Just then, their luck seems to change as a large, tiger-like arm-blade tiger appears before them, startling the group. Relieved to have finally found a target, the captain rallies his men, declaring they should kill it together. However, before they can move, a massive spear of pure purple lightning descends from the sky. The energy spear slams directly into the beast, instantly obliterating it in a massive explosion of purple energy and debris. The adventurers are left stunned by the sudden, overwhelming attack. One of them nervously wonders if they just saw a new type of laser weapon. The more experienced captain dismisses the idea, explaining a laser would be much faster. He correctly deduces that the devastating attack was an incredibly powerful lightning element combat technique. The captain of the adventurer team quickly understands the situation. He concludes that the devastating attack was a clear warning and that a powerful individual has claimed the entire county as their territory. He urges his team to leave immediately. His men scramble to follow, with one commenting on how terrifying the lightning spear was, while another finally understands why they couldn't find any beasts. They had all been wiped out by this powerful lightning user. The captain yells at them to hurry, fearing the consequences if they linger and anger the mysterious powerhouse. The scene shifts to reveal the powerhouse, Shu Jing Ming, perched calmly on a high-rise structure. A system notification pops up, confirming his kill of a Tier 2 arm-blade tiger and awarding him 19 ability points. He reflects on his progress, pleased that after reaching a high level of proficiency, his Thunder Spear technique now has a range of over 1,000 meters. He then pulls up his status panel to review his accomplishments over the past month. By accumulating over 8,000 ability points, he has advanced from a high-level first tier to a high-level second tier user, and his Thunder Indestructible body has broken through to the 3rd level. He also proudly notes that he has managed to raise several of his A-rank combat techniques to the intermediate level, a feat he believes no one else could achieve in such a short time. Having cleared out the entire county, Shu Jing Ming decides it is time to pack up. He plans to return to the supply base for the night before venturing deeper into the wilderness the next day. Back at the Yuanshui supply base, a group of adventurers watch in disbelief as Shu Jing Ming returns, weighed down by an impossibly large and overflowing backpack. They joke about the situation, wondering if his bag has grown legs and speculating that he must have foolishly hauled back the entire carcass of a beast. Unseen by them, Shu Jing Ming thinks to himself that it was a good thing he bought the reinforced version of the backpack. Otherwise, it never would have held the more than 400 kilograms of beast materials he had collected. He proceeds to the adventurer's hall and approaches the receptionist's counter to sell his haul. The woman politely asks what materials he wishes to sell and directs him to a large scale. Shu Jing Ming opens his massive pack, revealing a mountain of valuable, high-quality beast parts. He informs the stunned receptionist that he has over 400 kilograms of Tier 2 beast materials and asks her to see how much they are worth. Still in awe, the receptionist examines the parts, noting they are all the most valuable and pristine components, such as tiger tendons, claws, and rhino horns. Completely overwhelmed, she apologetically asks Shu Jing Ming to wait, explaining the quantity of materials is too large for her to handle alone and that she needs to call for help. Shortly after, a well-dressed man, with 2 female attendants in red dresses, approaches. He introduces himself as Zhao Yi, the manager in charge of acquisitions. After Shu Jing Ming introduces himself, Manager Zhao Yi shakes his hand, expressing his admiration that someone so young could hunt so many beasts. He offers to have his staff take care of the inventory and invites Shu Jing Ming to sit with him while they wait. While Shu Jing Ming sits with manager Zhao Yi, the adventurer's hall staff, aided by floating scanner drones, meticulously appraise the massive pile of beast materials. The manager is clearly impressed by his young client's skill and decides to foster a good relationship. He presents Shu Jing Ming with a platinum membership card for the supply base, which grants a discount on all purchases, and asks him to accept the small token. Shu Jing Ming politely accepts, thanking the manager. Soon after, a female employee delivers the final inventory report. She states they have counted a total of 89 high-tier, 107 mid-tier, and 221 low-tier Tier 2 beast materials. The staggering numbers leave the manager inwardly stunned, wondering if Shu Jing Ming had single-handedly wiped out an entire beast lair. Turning back to his client, the manager presents the final valuation, totaling just over 24.76 million. He offers to round the payment up to 25 million, an offer Shu Jing Ming graciously accepts. A moment later, Shu Jing Ming receives a notification on his phone confirming the deposit, bringing his new bank balance to over 29 million. He smiles, realizing he has become incredibly rich overnight. As he prepares to leave, manager Zhao Yi gives him his business card, inviting him for tea sometime. Shu Jing Ming politely agrees and leaves. The manager watches him go, thinking the young man has a future with limitless potential. Just as Shu Jing Ming departs, the manager's phone begins to ring. He answers, and the caller is revealed to be Zhao Chunlin. From a hospital bed, heavily bandaged and in a wheelchair, the enraged merchant yells into the phone that he saw the person who attacked him return to the base and furiously demands that the manager help him get revenge. The manager, now revealed to be Zhao Chunlin's powerful contact, calmly asks if he is referring to the high-level first-tier user and inquires how he wants to proceed. Zhao Chunlin furiously demands that he dispatch the Tiger Shark Squad to make Shu Jing Ming's life a living hell. The manager agrees to lend him the elite squad, but makes one condition clear. After this, their association is over. Zhao Chunlin accepts the terms, vowing to leave the city as soon as his revenge is complete. After ending the call, manager Zhao Yi feels a sudden sense of unease. He tries to dismiss it as paranoia, reassuring himself that the Tiger Shark Squad is an elite team of Tier 2 users and should have no trouble dealing with a single first-tier opponent. Meanwhile, as Shu Jing Ming walks through the streets of the supply base, he suddenly lets out a loud sneeze. He rubs his nose, wondering what that was about and if someone was just talking bad about him somewhere. Manager Zhao Yi is on the phone with his superior, enthusiastically reporting about a new ability user named Shu Jing Ming, whose haul of beast materials alone was more than a dozen other teams combined. The superior, base chief manager Wang Chuang, hears the name and says he will check the records. As he pulls up Shu Jing Ming's file, his eyes widen in surprise. Manager Wang Chuang immediately calls back, his tone urgent. He tells manager Zhao Yi that Shu Jing Ming is extremely important and to notify him the moment he returns. Zhao Yi agrees, wondering how a young man could cause such a strong reaction from his boss. He concludes Shu Jing Ming must have a powerful background and is relieved he treated him with respect. Meanwhile, manager Wang Chuang looks at Shu Jing Ming's profile. He recognizes him as another disciple of the famed Yang Zhentian and notes his talent seems to surpass even Liu Ming, another of the dean's students. He concludes Shu Jing Ming is a prodigy who must not be offended. Elsewhere, Shu Jing Ming walks through the commercial streets of the supply base. He sees a shop selling spatial storage rings and is dismayed that even basic models, no larger than a suitcase, cost over 10 million. Despite the high price, he finds the convenience of a space ring appealing and wonders how much a larger one for his spear would cost. His thoughts are interrupted by his phone ringing. He answers and hears the cheerful voice of his roommate, Liu Wentao, who asks when he'll return to the university. Shu Jing Ming says he will be back in about half a month and asks if something is wrong. He doesn't know he is being watched. From a hidden alley, a vengeful Zhao Chunlin sits in a wheelchair, surrounded by mercenaries, the Tiger Shark Squad. The squad leader, a man with a blonde buzz cut and an arm in a sling, points out their target. He orders them to break Shu Jing Ming's hands and feet, then bring him to Zhao Chunlin. A female squad member coolly acknowledges the command. As Shu Jing Ming continues his phone call, Liu Wentao starts telling him about an arrogant new freshman at the university. Suddenly, Shu Jing Ming pauses, sensing hostile gazes. Liu Wentao asks what's wrong, but Shu Jing Ming, aware of the ambush, looks over his shoulder and calmly tells his roommate it's nothing, and to continue. As Shu Jing Ming walks into the deserted alley, the Tiger Shark Squad is waiting. The squad leader signals that the target is in position and orders a member named He-ji to analyze his strength. Another member remarks their captain is being too cautious about a single upper first-rank user. As He-ji uses her psychic ability to scan their target, her expression turns to shock, and she exclaims that what she is seeing can't be possible. The captain asks what is wrong, sensing something is amiss. He-ji shares her psychic perception with the team, letting them see what she sees. Their view of the alley shows their auras as small flickers of energy, but Shu Jing Ming's is a colossal vortex of immense purple power that dwarfs them. The team is horrified, realizing his power is far stronger than an upper second-rank user and he could easily destroy them. The leader's face twists in fury as he realizes their intelligence was wrong and Zhao Chunlin sent them on a suicide mission. He immediately aborts the operation, ordering a retreat and vowing to settle the score. From the alley, Shu Jing Ming watches the squad members suddenly leap away and vanish, leaving him confused by their sudden withdrawal. He quickly deduces the only person in the base with a grudge against him is Zhao Chunlin and assumes this was a failed revenge attempt. He dismisses it, thinking people like that never change and he will teach him a lesson next time. The enraged Tiger Shark squad returns to Zhao Chunlin. The squad leader storms up to the merchant and slaps him powerfully across the face. The force sends Zhao Chunlin flying from his wheelchair. Stunned and in pain, he demands to know why he was attacked. The leader looks down with contempt, yelling that Zhao Chunlin's faulty intel was a death trap. He reveals the shocking truth. Their target wasn't an upper first-rank user, but a powerful upper second rank. The news leaves Zhao Chunlin speechless, unable to understand how Shu Jing Ming grew so powerful in just over a month. The squad leader, his face cold with disgust, declares he doesn't care. He terminates their mission, leaving Zhao Chunlin broken on the ground as his team departs. The Tiger Shark squad leader reports back to manager Zhao Yi, who is surprised to see them return so soon. The squad leader confirms the mission was terminated. He explains that Zhao Chunlin's intelligence was wrong. The target was an upper second-rank user. He corrects himself, saying it's worse. Their scanner showed his combat strength is at least third rank, which is why they retreated. Manager Zhao Yi is enraged, wondering how Zhao Chunlin could make such a huge mistake. A sense of dread dawns on him, and he asks for the target's name. The leader says Zhao Chunlin only gave a description, a muscular man, about 1.9 meters tall, who carries a long spear. The description clicks, and manager Zhao Yi's face turns pale with horror as he realizes who the target was. The scene cuts to manager Wang Chuang's office, who slams his hands on his desk, sending books flying. He yells at Zhao Yi, demanding to know who gave him the audacity to ambush Shu Jing Ming. A terrified Zhao Yi nervously points out he's just an upper second-rank kid and questions if such a strong reaction is needed. Manager Wang Chuang calls him a fool and has a drone project Shu Jing Ming's records. As he reads, the horrifying reality hits him. The file confirms Shu Jing Ming is an 18-year-old upper second-rank user, the top scholar of Jiangnan province, and a freshman at Modu Superpower University. The most damning detail is his mentor, the legendary Yang Zhentian. Manager Wang Chuang grimly asks if he now understands, explaining a master like Yang Zhentian could level the base, and the state would do nothing. Overcome with fear, spikes erupting from his back, manager Zhao Yi bows and promises to handle the situation. On manager Wang's orders, 2 guards drag in the battered Zhao Chunlin. The terrified merchant is thrown to the floor, where he begs for his life. Manager Zhao Yi, his face cold, declares a simple beating isn't enough. The ringleader must be executed. He tells Zhao Chunlin he has only himself to blame for picking a fight with someone he couldn't afford to offend. Without another word, he snaps the merchant's neck, executing him on the spot. In manager Wang Chuang's office, manager Zhao Yi looks on nervously after executing the merchant. However, the base chief manager is not satisfied. He coldly asks if Zhao Yi believes that is enough to appease someone like Shu Jing Ming. With a menacing look, he tells Zhao Yi that while he has overlooked his shady dealings over the years, this mistake is too great. He declares everyone involved, including the Tiger Shark squad, must be severely punished to ensure no rumors spread. A horrified Zhao Yi can only watch. The scene shifts to the Adventurers Hall entrance, where the base's top management has gathered in a formal line. A crowd, including Xiao Qian and her team, observes the gathering. They recognize manager Wang Chuang at the front and note all department heads are present. They guess such an impressive lineup must be for someone very important. Just then, Xiao Qian's teammate spots a familiar face, pointing out the young man from Modu Superpower University. Shu Jing Ming, returning from his errands, looks on, confused why the entire management team is at the entrance. The man at the front steps forward. He warmly welcomes student Shu and introduces himself as the base chief manager, Wang Lun. Seeing the base's highest authority personally greeting him leaves Xiao Qian and her friends shocked as they realize there is much more to this young man's identity. Manager Wang Lun offers a formal apology. He informs Shu Jing Ming that for the offense, Zhao Chunlin has been punished. Furthermore, all accomplices have been rounded up and will spend their lives in prison. To make amends, the manager explains, the base has prepared reparations. Shu Jing Ming is impressed, thinking that a chief manager certainly handles matters cleanly and decisively. A female attendant brings forward a box, presenting Shu Jing Ming with the base's highest-level black gold membership card. Manager Wang Lun explains this card grants him free lodging and a minimum 20% discount on all purchases. Another attendant then presents a second gift, a small box containing a 1 cubic meter space ring. The incredible value of this gift leaves Shu Jing Ming completely stunned as he realizes what he is being offered. Holding the space ring, Shu Jing Ming notes its incredible value, saying it would cost at least 50 million on the market. He accepts the gift, acknowledging manager Wang Chuang's sincerity. Manager Chuang praises Shu Jing Ming, commenting that his boldness is what he would expect from a student of Yang Zhentian. He mentions that Shu Jing Ming's senior disciple, Liu Ming, also trained at the base. Before Shu Jing Ming leaves, manager Wang Chuang assures him that if he runs into trouble in the city, he should contact him, as his influence is significant. Shu Jing Ming understands this special treatment is entirely due to his master's powerful backing. Later, in the luxurious room from his new Black Gold membership, Shu Jing Ming finally relaxes. After a month of hard training, he is grateful for the rest. He decides to bind the space ring to himself, a process that requires leaving a spiritual imprint on it. With his strong spiritual power far surpassing an average user of his level, he completes the task easily. Testing the ring, he finds he can retrieve items with a simple thought and store them with a touch. Although it can't hold living things, he finds it very convenient. His rest is interrupted by a call from his master, Yang Zhentian. Shu Jing Ming informs him he just returned from the wilderness and has something important to report. Upon learning someone sent mercenaries to attack his disciple, Yang Zhentian becomes enraged. He shouts over the phone that a space ring is too light a compensation for an assassination attempt and threatens to destroy the base if anything had happened to Shu Jing Ming. Once calmer, he asks why the elite squad retreated. Shu Jing Ming speculates they realized his strength was much greater than they expected, seeing him as an upper-tier second-rank user, forcing them to fall back. The news leaves Yang Zhentian speechless. He shouts into the phone in disbelief that Shu Jing Ming has already reached that level in just 1 month. His master's shock quickly turns into a proud laugh. He praises Shu Jing Ming, stating his cultivation speed is even faster than his was, and eagerly asks when he plans to return so they can celebrate. Shu Jing Ming tells him he will be back just before the semester begins, as he plans to use the remaining time to explore more dangerous areas. His master warns him to be careful, and Shu Jing Ming assures him he will. After the call, Yang Zhentian is still beaming with joy. His butler, Uncle Fu, remarks it has been a long time since he's seen him so happy. The dean can't contain his admiration for Shu Jing Ming's astonishing speed of improvement. He reflects that life and death crises, which are catalysts for others, seem to work like a powerful cheat device for his talented disciple, speeding up his growth at an incredible rate. Following his plan, Shu Jing Ming ventures into the forest mountain range, a more advanced part of the wilderness. As he walks, the air is filled with the roars of fierce beasts. He notes this area seems much richer in resources than the ruined city he had cleared. His keen senses pick up on an attack just as his boot snaps a twig, alerting his foe to his position. Suddenly, invisible energy slashes tear through the air, aimed at him. Reacting with incredible speed, Shu Jing Ming dodges the assault, the blasts narrowly missing him and slicing through the trees. The attacker reveals itself, a large, ferocious Gale Dreadwolf. Shu Jing Ming calmly analyzes it, guessing that most third-rank beasts have special abilities. He identifies the wolf as a wind element creature, likely at a mid-tier third-rank level, and wonders how many ability points its defeat will give him. As Shu Jing Ming prepares to fight the beast, he senses another group approaching. It is the popular streamer Zhang Chuxuan, with her bodyguards and a cameraman. One of her men points out the Gale Dreadwolf, suggesting it would be perfect for Miss Zhang to defeat on camera. The team leader orders his subordinate to block the wolf's escape, intending to claim the beast for themselves. Shu Jing Ming observes this, thinking they are trying to steal his kill, which is against the wilderness rule where the first person to find a resource has claim to it. However, Zhang Chuxuan expresses her disapproval. She states that she dislikes taking another's prey just for filming content. The leader tries to frame it as a heroic rescue for their stream. Zhang Chuxuan is not convinced, saying she doesn't need fake praise and pointing out that Shu Jing Ming appears calm and capable, not needing help. Following her wishes, the team leader complains quietly but agrees to find another beast. He orders his team to leave. Shu Jing Ming watches them go, thinking Zhang Chuxuan's character is surprisingly decent for a famous online personality. However, he also notes the team leader seemed to have little authority. He dismisses the thought and refocuses on his hunt. The Gale Dreadwolf, annoyed that Shu Jing Ming stood his ground, lunges in a furious attack. Unfazed, Shu Jing Ming easily evades the beast's charge. The attack throws Shu Jing Ming slightly off balance, enraged that its prey is not taking it seriously. However, Shu Jing Ming quickly recovers and retaliates. Channeling his lightning power, he brings his spear down with immense force, plunging the electrified tip into the beast's skull. The beast collapses. A system notification confirms the kill, awarding him 34 ability points. Shu Jing Ming reflects on the reward, noting with satisfaction that getting over 30 points from a single third-rank beast is quite good. With a smirk, he looks forward to the last 10 days of his expedition, eager to hunt as many beasts as possible. 7 days later, Shu Jing Ming's hunt continues. He finds a troop of large, ape-like beasts, who are startled by a brilliant flash of light from above. He unleashes a powerful ranged technique, a massive spear of pure energy, which descends from the sky and slams into the ground, creating a powerful explosion. The blast leaves a crater with one ape-like creature lying heavily wounded within it. Shu Jing Ming is surprised his thunder spear attack didn't instantly kill the leader. He acknowledges that, as expected of a third-rank beast leader, it is durable. With a menacing look, purple lightning crackling around him, he decides not to waste time on the lesser beasts. He resolves to finish them all off quickly. He charges into the remaining group, his body covered in lightning. He moves like a blur, weaving through their attacks and striking them down with his spear. Standing over the defeated ape-like beasts, Shu Jing Ming's hunt in this area is a success. He checks his system panel, a satisfied smile on his face as he sees he has over 3,000 ability points. He thinks this amount should be enough to finally learn the powerful S-rank combat techniques he has been eagerly anticipating. Just as he is about to move on, his smartwatch beeps, projecting a holographic distress signal. Elsewhere, Jiang Chuxuan is desperately fleeing for her life, leaping through the trees at incredible speed. She is being pursued by a massive, armored, dragon-like creature. Through her panicked thoughts, she reveals her team was scattered by a powerful 4th-rank beast, and in the chaos, she ran into another foe, a low-tier 3rd-rank ground-digging dragon. She knows any beast associated with dragons is very fierce. As a mid-tier 2nd-rank user, she understands she has no chance of winning, even with a power-boosting pill. Her only hope is that another superpowered person will see her distress signal and come to her aid. Her situation becomes worse when she breaks out of the dense forest into an open clearing. She realizes, with a sense of doom, that without cover, the beast will surely catch her. As she feared, the creature closes in, cornering her completely. Just as the beast is about to strike, a massive spear of pure purple lightning descends from the sky, slamming in front of the creature and stopping its attack. Shu Jing Ming appears in a flash of lightning, standing protectively between her and the stunned beast. Jiang Chuxuan looks on in utter shock, immediately recognizing her savior. Seeing him stand his ground, Jiang Chuxuan frantically tells him to run, explaining that the creature is a low-tier 3rd-rank ground-digging dragon he can't defeat. However, Shu Jing Ming ignores her warning, planting his spear in the ground as he calmly faces the beast, leaving her stunned. Frustrated that he won't listen, she feels responsible. She thinks it would be one thing if she died alone, but she can't bear the thought of getting an innocent person killed. Making a selfless choice, she sprints past him, shouting for him to escape while she tries to hold off the creature. The ground-digging dragon roars and charges at them both. Jiang Chuxuan prepares to fight. Before she can act, Shu Jing Ming unleashes his power behind her. He summons a massive spear of crackling lightning and hurls it over her head at the charging beast, leaving her to watch in stunned silence. The energy spear descends at incredible speed, piercing directly through the beast's armored head in a massive explosion of purple lightning and gore. The creature collapses, its head completely destroyed. Jiang Chuxuan falls to her knees in complete disbelief, stammering about how the fearsome beast was killed in a single instant attack. She looks up at Shu Jing Ming, thinking about his terrifying power. She realizes the sonic boom she heard earlier was from him, and wonders how he could be so strong when he's supposed to be only an upper-tier 2nd-rank user. A notification appears for Shu Jing Ming, confirming the kill and awarding him 36 ability points. He smirks, thinking that, as expected of a beast with dragon in its name, it provides more points than a normal beast of the same rank. After the battle, Shu Jing Ming approaches Jiang Chuxuan, who is still on the ground, and asks if she is all right. She says she is fine, just weak in the knees, and thanks him for saving her. He modestly replies that anyone would have done the same and helps her up. Standing, Jiang Chuxuan says she owes him a great debt for saving her life, and he can ask for anything in the future. Shu Jing Ming politely declines, but says an autographed photo for his roommate would be the best reward. The request surprises her, but she agrees, saying she doesn't have one with her but can give it to him at the supply base. Her attention is then drawn to his weapon. She recognizes it as the famous Dark Cloud Gale Spear, and asks if he's a student at Modu University. He confirms it was a gift from his master. Jiang Chuxuan explains the weapon is famous because it's so heavy, only powerful users can wield it. She introduces herself as a 2nd-year student from the Elemental Academy. Hearing this, Shu Jing Ming greets her as a senior. She internally notes she's never heard his name at school, and concludes he must be a very low-key upperclassman. He realizes she thinks he is a senior because most students don't reach his power level until their 3rd year, and he decides not to correct her. Still in awe, Jiang Chuxuan marvels that he could instantly kill a strong upper-tier third-rank creature. As he prepares to leave, she stops him. With a blush, she shyly asks if she can travel with him for a while, explaining she was separated from her bodyguards and can't survive alone in the wilderness. Shu Jing Ming agrees to escort her to the ruined city, from where she can get back safely. She happily thanks him. As they walk, she suggests they check the beast's cave for valuable items, which is why it attacked her. Shu Jing Ming agrees it's worth a look. On the way, she asks which academy he belongs to. When he says he is from the Weaponry Academy, she comments that she knows their dean, Yang Zhentian, has a very fierce nickname. Shu Jing Ming calmly informs her the dean is his master. The revelation leaves Jiang Chuxuan flustered and embarrassed, and she apologizes profusely for speaking badly of his teacher. Shu Jing Ming is taken aback, thinking that for a cold online ice goddess, she is quite a chatterbox in person. Jiang Chuxuan leads him to a dark, rocky cave, the ground-digging dragon's lair. Inside, he cautiously tells her to stay behind him, as he is unsure of what dangers lie ahead. She agrees, following closely as he leads with his spear crackling with protective lightning. Their caution soon turns to amazement. Deeper inside, they discover a hidden oasis. A small spring of clear turquoise water is surrounded by a garden of rare and fragrant flowers. Shu Jing Ming is stunned, identifying several high-grade medicinal herbs. His shock grows as he realizes the spring is an S-grade Earth Spirit spring, a legendary healing treasure. He turns to Jiang Chuan in disbelief, asking if she is certain. She confirms it, explaining the spring nourishes the surrounding plants, turning them into rare and powerful herbs. Shu Jing Ming is impressed by her deep knowledge. She proudly reveals she is a certified second-grade pharmacist, a qualification he knows is very difficult to achieve. After assessing their find, Jiang Chuxuan estimates there is enough spring water for at least 5 portions of S-grade healing liquid. As thanks for saving her life, she selflessly offers the entire treasure to him. However, Shu Jing Ming proposes a fairer deal. He suggests they split the spring water, with him taking 4 parts to her 1, and divide the herbs equally. Delighted by his generous offer, she happily accepts. As Shu Jing Ming and Jiang Chuxuan are dividing their findings, her team of bodyguards arrives at the cave entrance. One man is skeptical, questioning what could be valuable in an unguarded cave. The team leader corrects him, pointing out traces show it's the lair of a third-rank ground-digging dragon, and dragon nests often contain rare treasures. As they enter, they are surprised to find Jiang Chuxuan and Shu Jing Ming inside. She is startled by their sudden appearance, internally worrying that if this elite team of third-rank users discovers the S-grade spring, there will be trouble. The leader greets her, saying they've been searching for her. He then curiously notes Shu Jing Ming's presence. Thinking quickly, Jiang Chuxuan explains Shu Jing Ming is a senior from her school she just met. She gestures to the treasure, suggesting that since the herbs are high quality, they should all share. The leader smirks and accepts, but a subordinate whispers to him that the spring seems to be the legendary S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, a priceless treasure. The revelation instantly changes the atmosphere. The bodyguards' eyes glow red with greed as they realize the immense value. Both Shu Jing Ming and Jiang Chuxuan sense the immediate shift in their demeanor. The leader's friendly facade drops, replaced by a menacing grin as he remarks that she doesn't seem very honest. Realizing the danger, Jiang Chuxuan decides to surrender the treasure. She says the team can have everything and tries to pull Shu Jing Ming away. When he does not move, she urgently whispers that the bodyguards are all peak third-rank users and they stand no chance. However, Shu Jing Ming calmly replies that he doesn't consider himself weaker than them. He adds that even if they gave up the treasure, the team wouldn't let them go alive, a chilling thought she realizes is true. The team leader laughs, confirming Shu Jing Ming's words. He admits that while the boy's tone is arrogant, his guess is correct. He explains their ruthless logic. Jiang Chuxuan is famous. If they let her go, she could expose them online and ruin their careers. Therefore, he concludes, it is safer to kill them both and keep the secret buried in the cave forever. Refusing to be a liability, Jiang Chuxuan makes a difficult choice. She pulls out and swallows a red, power-enhancing blood-burst pill, determined to fight alongside her rescuer. The pill immediately takes effect, causing her A-rank ice superpower to surge violently. She unleashes her power, sending a wave of frost across the ground that begins to freeze the feet of the bodyguards. The team leader, unfazed, gives his orders. He instructs one man, Zhou Chong, to deal with Shu Jing Ming first, whom he mockingly calls Jiang Chuxuan's lover. The rest of the team is ordered to secure the cave entrance. With the plan set, the leader turns his attention to Jiang Chuxuan. His body transforms, his C-rank ability turning him into a massive, ferocious, saber-toothed tiger. He menacingly tells her that her life ends today. His men make cruel and lewd remarks, suggesting they should record everything before killing her, revealing their monstrous nature. Jiang Chuxuan is filled with despair, horrified to be facing beasts in human skin. She cannot accept dying in such a place, her greatest regret being that she dragged Shu Jing Ming into her fatal situation. She turns to warn him, only to be shocked by what she sees. In a flash, the battle turns. The tiger-transformed leader's eyes widen as he senses movement. Before anyone can react, Shu Jing Ming appears behind Zhou Chong, his spear already through the man's chest. The bodyguard collapses, defeated in an instant. Shu Jing Ming looks down on his fallen foe coldly, remarking that even a third-tier fighter isn't much of a threat. The leader is stunned by Shu Jing Ming's incredible speed, unable to understand how his mid-tier third-rank subordinate was taken down so easily. He realizes with a grim expression that he has misjudged the situation. Shu Jing Ming is the true threat. Roaring with fury, he unleashes his own attack, swinging his massive axe in a devastating tiger roar slash. However, Shu Jing Ming effortlessly dodges the powerful blow, his body a blur of purple lightning. As he dodges, he analyzes his opponent's strength. He concludes that the peak third-tier captain's raw power is far stronger than his, and he realizes he can no longer afford to hold back. The tiger-transformed leader and his men are left confused by Shu Jing Ming's display of power. Realizing he is facing a much stronger opponent than he thought, Shu Jing Ming decides he can no longer hold back. He unleashes a hidden power, activating his Thunder Extreme mode. A massive, violent surge of raw purple lightning erupts from him, tearing his shirt and revealing a newly muscular physique. Jiang Chuxuan can only watch in stunned silence, her face a mix of awe and concern. The sheer force of this transformation shocks the tiger leader, who stares at the dark, swirling energy and wonders what kind of monster Shu Jing Ming is. Shu Jing Ming's appearance changes dramatically. His eyes now glow a piercing blue with slitted pupils, and two large demonic horns sprout from his head, completing his terrifying new form. He revels in the incredible surge of power, finding the feeling amazing. After a moment of shock, the leader dismisses the change, believing it to be just a special mode meant to be intimidating. Regaining his confidence, he prepares to attack again. With a ferocious grin, Shu Jing Ming rushes forward. The two warriors clash, the leader using a defensive skill called Lying Tiger Stone, certain his armor can withstand any attack from a lower-rank user. However, he is proven fatally wrong as Shu Jing Ming's own Lightning Gale Slash connects with his weapon. The force of Shu Jing Ming's attack is overwhelming, shattering the leader's powerful armor. The impact sends the massive Tiger Man flying backward, completely defeated. Shu Jing Ming stands confidently in his transformed state, declaring his body is now 3 to 4 times stronger, a level of power the leader's tough, beast-like hide could not withstand. The battle is not over. With their leader defeated, another bodyguard lunges at Shu Jing Ming, unleashing a powerful B-rank skill, the Flame Claw. Even in his transformed state, Shu Jing Ming's control is absolute. He effortlessly blocks the fiery assault with his own lightning. The bodyguard is left in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how his advanced technique could be so easily stopped by a supposedly lower-ranked opponent. Shu Jing Ming stands over the now defeated bodyguard. Acknowledging his opponent's resilience, he remarks that it's expected from a peak third-tier fighter, but declares he will end the fight with one final blow. Terrified, the man begs for his life, offering Shu Jing Ming the Earth Spirit Spring and all his savings. Shu Jing Ming coldly dismisses his plea, stating that it is too late for begging. Jiang Chuxuan watches the scene, her mind reeling in disbelief. She thinks that the team she hired, who cost a fortune and whose captain was rumored to be invincible, was utterly dismantled. She has never heard of any student from her university with such a powerful record, leading her to wonder if his ability might even be S rank. With the others defeated, Shu Jing Ming turns his attention to the remaining bodyguards. In his transformed state, he feels the violent, bloodthirsty urges from the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood resurfacing, and he menacingly tells them it is their turn. The two men are frozen in terror, calling him a demon. Shu Jing Ming scoffs, retorting that compared to murderers like them, he considers himself far more human. Realizing they are outmatched, the remaining men make a desperate final stand. On their leader's command, they all consume their own blood-burst pills, preparing to fight to the death. The battle that follows is swift and brutal. The scene cuts to the aftermath, where Shu Jing Ming, now back in his normal form but shirtless, stands victorious amidst the defeated bodies of the entire team. The immense power of his Thunder Extreme mode has taken its toll. He leans against a rock wall, breathing heavily and completely exhausted. He reflects that while his transformation is incredibly powerful, the energy drain is severe. Using it for just over 10 minutes, he realizes, is more draining than fighting for several hours. After the intense battle, a concerned Jiang Chuxuan rushes to Shu Jing Ming's side, asking if he is all right. Despite his exhaustion, he reassures her that he is fine and suggests they collect the valuable spring water and herbs before they rest. Standing by the pristine spring, Jiang Chuxuan expresses her relief that the bloody fight did not contaminate the precious resource. They proceed to carefully fill several glass bottles with the potent water from the Earth Spirit Spring. After they finish, Shu Jing Ming notes they collected even more than they had estimated. He hands 1.5 bottles to Jiang Chuxuan, insisting she take them as her share, acknowledging that she also fought hard. Overjoyed by his generosity, she thanks him enthusiastically. However, their moment of relief is cut short. Suddenly, Jiang Chuxuan stumbles and cries out in pain. She collapses forward against Shu Jing Ming, realizing with dread that the severe side effects of the bloodburst pill she took earlier are finally kicking in. The severe side effects of the bloodburst pill finally hit Jiang Chuxuan. She cries out in pain and collapses forward against Shu Jing Ming, who is surprised but catches her. Lying on the ground, she thinks about how she is powerless, unable to use her energy, and too weak to even get clothes from her space ring. Trembling and blushing, she feels deeply embarrassed and worries about the bad impression she's making. Seeing her condition, Shu Jing Ming says the pill's side effects are strong and that he will take her somewhere to rest. Without waiting for a response, he lifts her into his arms, which surprises and flusters her. As he carries her, her heart beats rapidly, and she wonders if it's because this is the first time she has been so close to a man. Shu Jing Ming carries her to a small grassy clearing and gently sets her down. He tells her to rest there while he goes to collect the remaining herbs. Before leaving, he takes off his own black shirt and offers it to her so she can cover herself. Jiang Chuxuan accepts it, thinking about how kind and considerate he is. While she recovers, Shu Jing Ming turns his attention to the defeated bodyguards. He takes a space ring from one and examines its contents. He thinks the loot from the elite team is disappointing, as he only finds some cash, beast materials, herbs, and a C-grade combat technique. Holding the 2 rings, he hopes he can trade them for a single, larger one, thinking that carrying his long spear is very inconvenient. From the ground, Jiang Chuxuan calls out to him. She explains the Earth Spirit Spring can help with her weakness and timidly asks if he can give her a sip. Shu Jing Ming gives her some of the spring water in a vial, and she drinks it eagerly. Instantly, she sighs in relief as her strength begins to return. Jiang Chuxuan tells Shu Jing Ming she feels much better, though she estimates she will need another 3 to 4 hours to recover completely. She marvels that the pill's side effects can be countered and comments on how miraculous the S-grade Earth Spirit Spring is. Shu Jing Ming considers her recovery time and realizes it will be night in a few hours. For their safety, he suggests they rest in the cave overnight. The thought of spending a night alone with a man in a dark cave leaves Jiang Chuxuan utterly shocked and flustered. When Shu Jing Ming asks her opinion, the blushing Jiang Chuxuan shyly agrees, telling him she will follow his lead. The next morning, the sun shines through the forest. Having fully recovered, Jiang Chuxuan stretches her arms, feeling refreshed. She comments on how pleasant the forest air is, joking that she could stay for a month if not for the dangerous beasts. She glances at Shu Jing Ming and reflects on her worries from the previous night, chiding herself for her wild imagination. She concludes he is not the kind of person she feared, yet feels a slight sense of disappointment. Her thoughts are interrupted when Shu Jing Ming says it's time to leave and that he will escort her to the edge of the forest. Surprised, she quickly agrees. The two then begin to run through the woods, with Shu Jing Ming in the lead. Suddenly, he comes to an abrupt stop, putting his arm out to prevent her from going further. A moment later, a massive, flaming creature leaps over their heads. Jiang Chuxuan looks up in terror, identifying it as a powerful 5th-tier blazing tiger. The great beast lands far ahead and continues to flee. Peeking from behind a tree, Shu Jing Ming wonders if the tiger didn't notice them, but Jiang Chuxuan observes its panicked state and suggests it is running for its life. Her eyes widen as she realizes what must be chasing it. A massive horde of gray, wolf-like beasts with red eyes rushes past. In a hushed tone, Jiang Chuxuan explains they are iron-toothed rats. She clarifies that while they are only 1st-tier beasts, in a swarm they are incredibly dangerous and could overwhelm a 6th-tier powerhouse. Now she understands why the blazing tiger was forced to flee. Faced with the swarm, Jiang Chuxuan panics and urges Shu Jing Ming to flee. Reacting instantly, Shu Jing Ming grabs her hand, and they turn and run, with the horde of rats in hot pursuit. As they sprint, Shu Jing Ming knows the rats have incredible stamina, making a simple escape impossible. With the supply base 90 kilometers away, he realizes they need to move faster. His spear slows him down, and he declares he must abandon it. However, Jiang Chuxuan quickly offers a solution, telling him her space ring is large enough to hold it. She effortlessly stores the heavy spear, freeing him. Now much lighter, Shu Jing Ming notes that holding hands is still too slow. He suggests it would be more efficient for him to carry her on his back, a proposal that leaves a stunned Jiang Chuxuan speechless. Before she can object, he swiftly lifts her onto his back and continues their escape at an even greater speed. He eventually breaks out of the forest and into a ruined city. However, their relief is short-lived. They see the swarm devouring another beast's corpse. Shu Jing Ming grimly realizes their worst fear has come true. The rat tide has overrun the entire area. Cornered, he declares they must fight. He activates his Thunder Extreme mode, his body erupting in purple lightning as demonic horns sprout from his head. He tells a frightened Jiang Chuxuan to hold on tight as he charges into the horde. He becomes a blur of destructive energy, cutting through the rats and earning ability points for each kill. Meanwhile, at a military outpost, Manager Wang Chuang and his team are monitoring the crisis. An official reports the rat tide is over 300,000 strong. Wang Chuang, looking grim, remarks it will be a devastating blow to the ecosystem. A subordinate shows a map of trapped ability users, lamenting that most will likely be devoured. Wang Chuang worries about Shu Jing Ming, thinking that unless his master, Yang Gentian, intervenes, no one can save him if he's caught. Suddenly, a soldier spots a massive sphere of purple lightning on the monitors. Wang Chuang orders his troops to prepare to engage. A report comes in that the target is moving at 80 meters per second. The soldiers open fire, but their bullets are useless against the powerful energy barrier. Unleashing his full power, Shu Jing Ming, still in his demonic form, leaps high into the air with Jiang Chuxuan, soaring over the military blockade. He lands gracefully among the startled soldiers as his transformation fades. The soldiers are left in stunned silence. One exclaims he thought the approaching energy was a lightning beast, not a person. Another remarks on the man's terrifying aura, while a third finds the girl's silhouette strangely familiar. Now back in his normal form, shirtless and exhausted, Shu Jing Ming tells Jiang Chuxuan they have reached the supply base and are safe. A relieved Jiang Chuxuan holds his arm, thanking him. Just then, Manager Wang Chuang rushes over. Recognizing Shu Jing Ming, he asks if he can help after his escape. Shu Jing Ming explains he ran for over 40 minutes from the mountain area and is exhausted, asking only for a room to rest. Internally, Wang Chuang is astounded, knowing the mountains are over 90 kilometers away. He thinks even a 4th-tier ability user would struggle to break through the horde from such a distance. Eager to help, Wang Chuang offers to arrange a room, but Jiang Chuxuan steps in, stating she will take care of him. As she supports the weary Shu Jing Ming, nearby soldiers begin to gossip. They recognize her as Goddess Jiang and comment on how lucky the young man is. They speculate about their relationship, with one soldier lamenting that his goddess has been stolen. 2 full days and nights later, Shu Jing Ming finally awakens in a comfortable bed. He finds Jiang Chuxuan by his side, who greets him with a cheerful smile. She tells him he has been asleep for a long time and she was about to give him some Earth Spirit Spring to help him recover. Surprised he slept so long, Shu Jing Ming asks about the wilderness. Jiang Chuxuan informs him the rat tide has not yet receded, so the area is under lockdown. She adds that after it's over, there will likely be very few beasts left. Realizing there is no reason to stay, Shu Jing Ming decides to return to the university, as the semester is about to begin. Hearing this, Jiang Chuxuan says she is also going back and suggests they travel together. Shu Jing Ming readily agrees. As they are making plans, Jiang Chuxuan remembers something she promised. She presents him with the autographed picture he had asked for. To Shu Jing Ming's complete surprise, the photo shows her posing suggestively in revealing lingerie, a far cry from what he had expected. Flustered by the revealing photo, a blushing Shu Jing Ming explains to Jiang Chuxuan that he was asking for it on behalf of a friend, suggesting this one might be too inappropriate and asking for a more ordinary one. Jiang Chuxuan is surprised, realizing she misunderstood his intentions. Internally, Jiang Chuxuan is mortified, scolding herself for assuming he was interested in her. Flustered, she offers to give him a new photo and asks for the revealing one back. However, Shu Jing Ming looks down at the picture and shyly asks if he could keep it for himself, which surprises her. A pleased smile spreads across her face as she tells him of course he can. Trying to change the subject, a flustered Shu Jing Ming says that since he's been asleep for 2 days, he needs to book a train ticket for their return. Jiang Chuxuan dismisses the idea of a train, explaining that she drove her car and offers to give him a ride back with her. Later, they drive back in a stylish yellow convertible sports car. As they travel, Shu Jing Ming remarks that only a major online celebrity like her would own such a limited edition car and notes it's his first time in a self-driving vehicle. Jiang Chuxuan casually explains it is simple to manage. They soon arrive back at the Modu Superpower University campus. Having changed into casual clothes, they get out of the car, and Shu Jing Ming now carries his spear on his shoulder. Their arrival doesn't go unnoticed, as students admire Shu Jing Ming's handsome appearance, but lament that he seems to have an equally beautiful girlfriend. Walking through campus, Shu Jing Ming reflects on how much his strength has changed in the month and a half he has been away. Jiang Chuxuan asks which district his dorm is in. He tells her District 3. Since she lives in District 2, she suggests they should part ways there. Before they leave, Jiang Chuxuan tells Shu Jing Ming not to hesitate to ask if he ever needs anything. He agrees. Just as they are about to part, Jiang Chuxuan quickly steps forward, surprising Shu Jing Ming. She leans in and gives him a quick kiss on the cheek. With a playful smile, she tells him it is a small thank you for saving her life. She then waves goodbye and walks away, leaving a blushing Shu Jing Ming behind. He touches his cheek, still processing the gesture, and thinks to himself that he was just forcefully kissed. Later, in her luxurious dorm, Jiang Chuxuan sits on her bed, thinking someone as powerful as Shu Jing Ming can't be unknown. Deciding to investigate, she opens her laptop to search for his information. She muses that all the recent campus buzz is about freshmen. Soon, she finds his detailed file. As she reads, her expression turns to pure shock. She discovers Shu Jing Ming is a freshman, an upper-tier second-rank user. With a pout, she realizes she has been calling him senior the entire time and calls him a big liar. She playfully vows to tease her junior brother next time they meet. Meanwhile, back in his dorm, Shu Jing Ming reviews his gains from the trip. He completed his missions, acquired 2 space rings, and now has over 25 million in his bank account. He regrets that the rat tide cut his hunt short, preventing him from collecting more ability points. His system panel confirms his new status as an upper second-tier user with an S-rank ability, and he has 3,712 ability points. He feels confident this is enough to learn powerful S-rank combat techniques. His thoughts are interrupted as his roommate, Liu Wentao, bursts into the room. He exclaims that Shu Jing Ming is finally back and scolds him for not giving a heads up, saying he was worried after hearing about the rat tide. Shu Jing Ming confirms the tide happened but assures him the military is now handling it. As he speaks, Liu Wentao suddenly senses a change in his roommate's aura. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes Shu Jing Ming has broken through to the second tier. Shu Jing Ming calmly corrects him, stating he is an upper second tier user now. Liu Wentao is amazed. Shu Jing Ming explains he had a few near-death encounters but was lucky enough to survive and achieve a breakthrough. Liu Wentao is impressed, saying Shu Jing Ming is no ordinary person and wonders if he should also try a life-or-death situation to get stronger. Shu Jing Ming immediately advises against it, telling his friend his situation was special and the wilderness is too dangerous for him. Liu Wentao agrees not to go, then remembers something important. He tells Shu Jing Ming that Song Chu-Q came looking for him several times and suggests he should contact her. Shu Jing Ming says he will, then remembers the gift he brought back. He hands the autographed photo to a confused Liu Wentao. A moment later, Liu Wentao's confusion turns to pure ecstasy. His eyes turn into hearts as he stares at the photo of Goddess Jiang, and he lets out a scream of pure joy. Back at the university, Shu Jing Ming goes to the Battle Technique Library. He reflects that the 4 missions he completed earned him 871 credits, a fast way to accumulate them. Sitting at a desk, he summons the AI, Eva, and tells it to display all available S-rank lightning combat techniques. Instantly, holographic displays appear, showing powerful skills. He sees techniques like Thunder Mark, which inflicts massive lightning damage, and Thunder Prison, which creates an unbreakable lightning barrier. As he browses, he is surprised that a top-tier school like Madu University only has just over 20 S-rank lightning techniques. Knowing these skills are crucial for his future, he resolves to choose carefully. He continues sifting through the options, eventually focusing on 2, Heavenly Thunder Art, a ranged ability that summons natural lightning, and Thunder Armor, a defensive skill that creates a shield. He decides they are a perfect combination of long-range offense and defense. While a normal person might have to specialize, Shu Jing Ming smirks, thinking that with his cheat system, he can simply take them all. He discovers Heavenly Thunder Art is a prerequisite for a more powerful SSS rank technique called Myriad Heavenly Thunder Guide. He begins studying the manual and is struck by its complexity, finding it even more intricate than his Thunder Indestructible Body technique. The difficult content makes him sweat, and he thinks it's harder than understanding professional literature during his doctoral studies in his past life. After 6 long hours of intense study, an exhausted Shu Jing Ming slumps over his desk. He sighs, having finally gained a basic understanding. He decides that's enough manual effort, and it's time for his system to take over. He clenches his fist and calls out to his system, Deep Blue, commanding it to add the points to master the skill. A massive surge of purple lightning erupts from him as the system instantly integrates the knowledge into his mind and body. The process is successful, but he is stunned by the cost. Upgrading one S-rank technique to the elementary level required a staggering 1,600 ability points. He can't believe all the points he worked so hard to earn are only enough for these 2 skills. Just then, Eva floats over, reminding him it is 1 in the morning and he should use his time wisely. It also warns him not to use superpowers in the library. A bit sheepish, Shu Jing Ming agrees. Realizing it's too late to start the second, equally time-consuming technique, he decides to come back another time. On the Madu University campus, a young man jogs past a girl on a late-night run. The girl is Song Chu-kyu, and as she runs, she reflects on her intense training regimen. For over a month, she has been pushing herself to train late, a dedication that surprises even her. She is determined to challenge Shu Jing Ming when he returns, vowing to show him that she is the true #1 freshman. Her training is interrupted when she spots a large bird silhouetted against the full moon. It is a massive, menacing creature with red eyes, which she identifies as a white-ringed black feather eagle. She analyzes the threat, noting the eagle uses speed and camouflage to hunt in cities. She estimates it to be around the 3rd tier and concludes it would be a very difficult opponent. Suddenly, a loud noise from above startles her. She looks up, confused to hear thunder with no clouds in the sky. A moment later, a massive sphere of purple lightning materializes and explodes in the night sky, striking the eagle and tearing it to pieces in a shower of blood and feathers. Staring in disbelief at the raw power, Song Chu-kyu wonders which high-level lightning user could have destroyed the beast so effortlessly. Given the distance, she realizes the attack must have come from within the campus. She speculates it must have been a powerful senior student or a university mentor. The scene reveals the true source of the attack. Shu Jing Ming, standing in a secluded wooded area, surrounded by the crackling remnants of his power. A confident smirk is on his lips as purple lightning swirls around him. He reflects on his test, thinking that even this small demonstration shows the astonishing power of his new S-rank combat technique, the Heavenly Thunder Art. In the woods on campus, a system notification confirms Shu Jing Ming killed a mid-tier 3rd-rank white-ringed black feather eagle, earning him 34 ability points. He is amazed, thinking his new Heavenly Thunder Art is stronger than he imagined, with incredible destructive force and a range of nearly a kilometer. As he walks away, pleased, he is secretly watched from the trees by a mysterious young man who finds the famous freshman interesting. The next morning, as Shu Jing Ming prepares to leave his dorm, his roommate asks where he's going so early. Shu Jing Ming explains he's heading back to the Battle Technique Library to study for the freshman competition in a few days. Watching him go, Liu Wentao is amazed by his roommate's dedication, thinking it's not human to train so hard right after returning from the wilderness. Inspired, he decides to start training after his meal. As Shu Jing Ming walks through the campus, Song Chu calls his name. He turns, and she expresses her relief that he's back safely from the wilderness. She quickly gets to the point, reminding him of his promise to spar with her. When he asks if she's sure, she confidently puts her hands on her hips, telling him not to underestimate her since she was the top scorer in her province. Shu Jing Ming agrees to spar later, but an impatient Song Chu-kyu grabs his hand, insisting they use his dorm's training room right now. As she pulls him along, he's amused by her decisive personality, thinking it's typical for someone from Sichuan. He wonders why she's so eager to fight. Internally, Song Chu-kyu thinks about how surprised he'll be when he sees she has also advanced to the 2nd tier. They soon arrive at the training room, watched by Liu Wentao and Shi Dongxia. Shu Jing Ming stands ready with his spear. Warming up, Song Chu-kyu smirks confidently, taunting him not to lose too badly. He calmly replies she can't defeat him without a weapon. She smirks, confirming she has one. She summons her weapon from her space ring. It materializes in a flash of light, and she expertly catches the massive, ornate halberd. Shu Jing Ming is surprised, thinking a Fang Tianhuaji is a very rare weapon for a girl. Weapon in hand, Song Chu-kyu vows to defeat him. He calmly accepts. From the sidelines, Liu Wentao grins, declaring his brother Ming has already won, which Qi Dongxia finds amusing. As the match starts, he senses her aura and realizes she's reached the lower 2nd tier. He thinks this is the source of her confidence but isn't concerned. A massive surge of purple lightning erupts from him as he declares he hasn't been standing still either. The force of his power shocks Qi Dongxia, who exclaims it's impossible he's an upper 2nd tier user. A smug Liu Wentao teases her, saying he told her that her friend was no match. Song Chu-kyu is stunned, realizing her plan has backfired. She wonders how his promotion speed is so much faster than hers when they were both top scorers. Surrounded by lightning, Shu Jing Ming asks if she wants to continue. Flustered, she agrees, but asks him not to use too much force. Amused, he praises her flexibility. He tells her he won't attack first and she can come at him when ready. With a determined look, she warns him not to regret it and unleashes her A-rank ability, Light of Dawn. He observes the brilliant light, noting it's a natural type ability like his lightning, and wonders about its power. Channeling her power, she leaps forward, her halberd covered in a glowing, fiery aura. He notes with interest it's his first time seeing a weapon-enhancing technique. He swings his spear to meet her, the clash of lightning and light creating a brilliant explosion. With a confident smile, he easily parries her strike, his superior strength nullifying her attack. The force sends a shocked Song Chu-kyu stumbling back. He calmly remarks that her technique is impressive but lacks true power. Watching, an impressed Liu Wentao exclaims, "Beautiful," noting his friend easily blocked her famous technique. Undeterred, a determined Song Chu-kyu declares she will try again. She unleashes a furious barrage of attacks, creating afterimages as she strikes from all angles. He remains unfazed, effortlessly deflecting every strike. He calmly critiques her, saying her speed is too slow, her power is insufficient, and she needs more practice. The intense assault quickly leaves her exhausted and out of breath. She gives up, amazed he countered her A-rank combat technique, which unleashes over 100 strikes in seconds, without using any special skills. Leaning on her halberd, she speculates his spear proficiency is beyond advanced. He calmly confirms it has reached the master level. The revelation shocks her. She exclaims that after training since she was 8, she's only reached the advanced level. She looks at him in disbelief and declares he's a monster. Turning away, she concedes the match, admitting that with his S-rank ability and talent, she has no hope of surpassing him. He asks if she wants to test his other techniques, but she declines. She explains that with his superior power, her techniques would be useless against his defenses. As a thank you, she invites him to lunch, and he accepts. She says she'll see him at noon and leaves with Chi Dongxia, who remarks that he seems to be the stronger one. After they leave, Liu Wentao gives him a thumbs up, praising him for being the strongest. Shu Jing Ming modestly replies that Song Chu-kyu isn't that strong, but her advancement speed is impressive. Liu Wentao smiles, saying Shu Jing Ming only thinks that because of his own power. He then reveals a shocking truth. Song Chu-kyu is the great-granddaughter of Song Daoyuan, a legendary S-rank grandmaster from the history books. The news leaves him speechless, recalling an entire chapter dedicated to the man 80 years ago. Liu Wentao explains that since her family is in Sichuan and she is the Grandmaster's most beloved great-granddaughter, her rapid advancement is expected. Shu Jing Ming now understands her background and how she could afford expensive items. Feeling a new urgency, he tells Liu Wentao he must get back to training and quickly leaves. Back in the library, Shu Jing Ming masters his second S-rank skill, Thunder Armor. He tests it, his body covered in a shield of purple lightning. He's impressed that it reduces impact by 90% and auto-counter attacks, making it a great defense. 4 hours later, he checks his system panel and sees he only has just over 700 ability points left after learning the 2 skills. He notes to himself to visit the wilderness to replenish his points in the future. With his preparations complete, a determined look crosses his face as he resolves to focus on the upcoming freshman competition. On September 1st, the day of the competition, Shu Jing Ming's group walks to the venue. He remarks on the unusual weapons of his female friends. Chi Dongxia, with large mechanical claws, explains a unique style helps win faster, and her goal is the top 50. Song Chu-kyu says her goal is second place. This interests Shu Jing Ming, who asks if she's given up on fighting him again. She admits she can't beat him, so there's no point. Liu Wentao then mentions another strong contender, Li Chengji, Qinghai's top scorer, who has also reached the second tier. Song Chu-kyu is eager to see how strong this rival is. Just then, Chi Dongxia points, announcing they have arrived. The group arrives at a massive arena. In the stands, Jiang Chuchuan sits with Tang Qi. Tang Qi is surprised Jiang Chuchuan is interested in the competition. Jiang Chuchuan smiles, saying she's there for someone she's paying close attention to. When Tang Qi asks who, Jiang Chuchuan reveals it's a boy and points to the entrance, saying he's just arrived. Below, our boys' group enters. Liu Wentao is amazed by the massive stage, wondering why the school built something so extravagant. Shu Jing Ming explains his teacher told him the competition is a 100-person battle royale, which requires a large stage. The idea of a large-scale battle excites Shu Jing Ming, and a predatory grin spreads across his face as he thinks about how interesting it will be. As the freshmen gather on the arena floor, Liu Wentao looks up at the spectator stands in amazement. He points out the large number of important figures who have come to watch, including the presidents of the university's 2 most powerful clubs, the Ash Flame Society and the Starfall Society. He guesses that such an impressive lineup must be there specifically for Shu Jing Ming. This surprises Shu Jing Ming, who asks if superpower universities even have club activities. Liu Wentao confirms they do, explaining that unlike clubs at regular universities, these are combat teams made of powerful ability users. He adds that the clubs regularly go to the wilderness to hunt beasts, give valuable training resources to their members each month, and even offer a path to join their guilds after graduation. He then mentions that Shu Jing Ming's senior, Liu Ming, is the vice president of the Ash Flame Society. He finds it strange that Liu Ming isn't present on such an important day for his junior brother. Shu Jing Ming looks down with concern. He thinks to himself that he hasn't been able to contact his senior or his master since returning. He recalls hearing they went to the southwest and can't help but wonder if they are safe. Meanwhile, in a private box, a subordinate reports to his president about the tight battle situation in the southwest, thanking him for returning. He suggests that recruiting new members could be left to them. The president, a man with silver hair, is revealed to be Wei He, the president of the Ash Flame Society. He dismisses the suggestion, stating his only goal for returning is to recruit Shu Jing Ming at any cost. As he scans the stands, he notices another prominent figure and wonders why Wu Lan from the Starfall Society is also there. In another section, Wu Lan, president of the Starfall Society, looks down at the arena with a confident smirk, clearly sharing the same target. Suddenly, a massive, glowing magic circle appears in the sky, signaling the start of the competition. From the circle, a magnificent balcony emerges, floating down towards the arena. The crowd murmurs in awe, wondering if it's the work of a powerful space-type ability user. A portal of golden light opens on the balcony, and a figure steps through. An elegant and powerful-looking woman with long brown hair emerges, her presence commanding attention. Liu Wentao recognizes her as the vice principal who guards the battle technique library. Shu Jingming is stunned by how young she appears, but Liu Wentao explains that the powerful bodies of ability users make them age slower, though he estimates she must be at least 40. Standing on the floating balcony, the vice principal introduces herself. Her name is Ling Shuang, and she is one of the university's 3 vice principals, responsible for the Battle Technique Library. She explains that since the principal is away, she will be presiding over the opening ceremony. She begins by welcoming the new students to Madu Superpower University. She announces that this year's freshman class has 1024 students, including 6 provincial top scorers. She provides a breakdown of their abilities, 56 with A rank, 832 with B rank, and 135 with C and D rank abilities. With a subtle glance, she adds that there is also one extremely rare S-rank Awakens student among them, an announcement that catches the attention of Shu Jing Ming and his friends. Ling Shuang continues, explaining that to help students grow stronger, the university gives resources each year based on a 5-tier rating system, from D to S. She declares the upcoming freshman competition will determine their treatment and rating for their first year. The students murmur about the intense pressure of the university's competitive systems. Hearing this, Ling Shuang scoffs at the idea of fairness. A powerful dark aura erupts from her as she forcefully asks when she ever said Modu University was a fair place. With a stern expression, she declares their goal is to cultivate top-tier powerhouses, and the birth of the strong requires them to go through harsh competition. Her intense declaration leaves the freshmen in stunned silence. Shu Jing Ming, however, is not intimidated. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he thinks this competitive environment proves he made the right choice. Ling Shuang advises the students not to hide their strength, as greater power leads to more resources. She then explains the competition details. The first stage is a 100-person battle royale. Floating drones will track the number of opponents each student defeats. The battle will have 10 rounds, with the top 5 from each round advancing. She then projects a screen displaying the rewards. First place will receive a 10 cubic meter space ring, A-grade cultivation resources, and 1,000 credits. Second and third place will receive A-grade and B-grade combat suits, B-grade resources, and a large number of credits. The incredible value of the prizes leaves the students in awe. Ling Shuang adds one final detail. The competition results will also determine their permission levels within the university from C rank to A rank. She clarifies that the rare S rank permission is granted separately. With her speech concluded, she hands the proceedings to another dean and gracefully departs in a flash of golden light. Taking over, the dean of the Elemental Academy, Sun Qing Sui, stands before the crowd. She officially declares the start of the freshman competition. As encouragement, she reminds the students that those who perform exceptionally well may be chosen by teachers to become personal disciples, urging them to do their best. The students murmur with excitement, realizing this is their chance. Sun Qing Sui explains the first stage will have 10 rounds of battles. The AI Ava begins to randomly select students for the first round. As they watch, our boys group in matching combat suits notices the top scorer from Qinghai, Li Chengji, is in the first group. From the stage, Li Chengji looks at them and gives a provocative smirk. Qidongxia points it out, while an annoyed Songchu calls him arrogant. A mischievous Liu Wentao thinks to himself that Li Chengji has made a terrible mistake. The 100 selected students gather on the arena floor. Dean Sun Qing Shui reassures them they do not need to worry about dying, as Eva will generate a protective shield if anyone's life is in danger. She adds that a medical team is on standby. With a countdown from 3, the battle begins. The arena erupts into a chaotic free-for-all. In the stands, spectators are drawn to a powerful, sword-wielding student who is dominating the fight, noting he has already broken through to the second tier. They identify him as Li Chengji, the top scorer from Qinghai Province. On the battlefield, Li Chengji effortlessly cuts down opponents, calling his fallen foes weaklings. The first round ends swiftly. An AI drone announces Li Chengji has taken first place by defeating 36 people. As he steps down, he looks up at Shu Jing Ming and issues a challenge, wondering if Shu Jing Ming can surpass his score. Watching Li Chengji's arrogant display, Liu Wentao sweats and declares the guy is beyond saving, remarking he has never seen someone so determined to court disaster. In the stands, a member of the Starfall Society points out Li Chengji's breakthrough to their president, Wu Lan, and asks if they should make him their primary target. Wu Lan calmly dismisses the idea, stating their #1 target remains Shu Jing Ming. When his subordinate asks if he has inside information, Wu Lan replies it's not a secret, but something he witnessed himself. A short while later, Eva announces the start of the second round and calls the selected students to the stage. To his friend's excitement, Shu Jing Ming is among them. Liu Wentao and Song Qiu cheer him on, telling him to show Li Chengji his true power. Shu Jing Ming calmly agrees. As Shu Jing Ming steps onto the stage, the other contestants are filled with dread. They complain about their terrible luck and immediately give up on first place, deciding to fight for the remaining 4 spots. Shu Jing Ming stands confidently, thinking his opponents are naive if they believe they are safe just by keeping their distance. From the VIP section, the deans observe. One dean asks Dean Sun Qing Shui if Shu Jing Ming is Dean Yang Gentian's new disciple. She confirms this, identifying him as the S-rank user. The dean comments on his impressive aura. However, as Shu Jing Ming reveals his power, another dean is so shocked he spits out his drink, exclaiming in disbelief that Shu Jing Ming has reached the 2nd tier when he was only an awakened a month ago. The other deans share his shock, marveling at his terrifying advancement speed. Dean Sun Qing Shui thinks to herself that Dean Yang is good at keeping secrets. The countdown for the battle begins. As soon as the match starts, Shu Jing Ming unleashes a massive, swirling vortex of purple lightning that instantly engulfs a large part of the arena, leaving the other students stunned. Standing at the center of the storm, he spins his spear with blinding speed, a predatory grin on his face. He thinks that compared to slaughtering beasts, he still finds fighting against other humans to be far more enjoyable. Shu Jing Ming's immense display of power shocks the other contestants. A blast of energy pushes them back, and one realizes with horror that the aura is from a 2nd-tier ability user. Standing in a swirl of purple lightning, Shu Jing Ming confirms their fears, as the students shout in disbelief that he is a 2nd-tier user. The other competitors look on in despair, complaining about the unfairness of facing a freshman who is already a tier above them. From the stands, Wu Lan, president of the Starfall Society, calmly observes. His subordinate asks if he already knew about our boy's true strength. Wu Lan replies that he did, commenting that Shu Jing Ming's potential is now clear to all. In another section, Zhang Chuxuan smiles, realizing she's been calling her junior a senior, and playfully vows to get even with him. Meanwhile, Li Chengji grits his teeth in frustration. He had planned to use Shu Jing Ming's fame to make a name for himself, but now his plan is useless. He curses his bad luck for being in a different round than Shu Jing Ming and wonders what to do now. In the arena, one student seizes the opportunity. He tells the others that Shu Jing Ming is too strong to face alone and proposes they team up to eliminate him first. The suggestion is met with enthusiastic agreement as everyone knows it's their only chance. Shu Jing Ming, still in his lightning storm, senses a persuasive force in the speaker's voice, realizing he must be a spiritual type ability user. A young man with purple hair named Sha Ying reveals himself, unleashing his A-rank psychic ability to unite the students. He assures them that if they follow his orders, they have a rare chance to defeat an S-rank ability user. Motivated, the other students rally to his cause. In the VIP box, the deans comment on the event. Wu Wen notes that Xiying has united the freshmen, while Sun Qingshui recognizes Xiying as a disciple of Dean Long Ke. Dean Long Ke, head of the Tactics Academy, smiles smugly, though he thinks the students' unity is due to our guy's strength, not Xiying's leadership. Still, Sun Qingsui believes Shu Jing Ming is in trouble, thinking it would be a huge joke if an S-rank user were eliminated in the first round. Below, Shu Jing Ming watches his opponents group up. Xu Ying taunts him, saying he lost his chance to attack and asking how he plans to face 102 opponents. Instead of being intimidated, Shu Jing Ming smirks with confidence, asking why Xu Ying assumes he is at a disadvantage. He summons his power, materializing a spear of pure lightning in his hand. In response, Xu Ying orders his new army to attack, sending close combat fighters to the front while ranged and support types prepare. With the chance to defeat an S-rank user before them, the students charge forward as one, their battle cries filling the arena. From a safe distance, Xu Ying creates a rock barrier, taunting Shu Jing Ming that he should focus on surviving the onslaught before trying to reach him. Shu Jing Ming, however, remains unimpressed. He coolly thinks that their numbers mean little against his power. He decides to act, hurling the massive lightning spear not at the students, but directly at Xu Ying's defensive wall. The spear connects with devastating force, shattering the rock barrier instantly. The resulting explosion of purple energy sends a powerful shockwave out, repelling the closest attackers. The raw energy continues to surge across the arena floor. Caught in the blast, Shu Jing and the others look on in terror, screaming that the energy is about to explode and they are all going to die. A moment later, their fears are realized as the energy detonates in a massive explosion, covering a huge section of the battlefield. Onlookers are stunned by the scale of the blast, with one student exclaiming he just saw a mushroom cloud. Others worry that Shu Jing and his group have been killed. The university's safety system kicks in. An AI drone announces that a life-threatening impact triggered the defense grid, encasing several students in protective bubbles. It then delivers the verdict. They have all been eliminated by Shu Jing Ming. Safe but disqualified, Shu Jing clenches his fist in frustration. He complains that he failed to defeat even one opponent and is now out, all because he messed with Shu Jing Ming. One of the instigators, also eliminated, desperately shouts for the remaining students to continue their attack. Under the effect of Shu Jing's command, a female student declares with determination that she will take Shu Jing Ming down with her. The remaining fighters, their eyes glowing red, heed the call and launch a final, desperate charge from all sides. Shu Jing Ming stands calmly at the center, watching as dozens of weapons descend upon him. Far from being overwhelmed, a confident, almost sinister smile spreads across his face as he prepares to meet their charge. Watching from the sidelines, a confident Shu Jing thinks that even if they are all eliminated, it's a worthy sacrifice to defeat Shu Jing Ming. His confidence shatters the next instant, his face contorting in pure shock as he witnesses the outcome. Shu Jing Ming effortlessly counters the assault. By simply spinning his spear, he creates a powerful vortex of purple lightning that repels every attacker, sending them flying. With the threat gone, Shu Jing Ming lets out a small sigh, looking almost bored. Shu Jing looks on in disbelief, wondering how a simple use of an ability could block all their elemental attacks. He questions if this is the true, overwhelming power of an S-rank ability. Shu Jing collapses to his knees, utterly defeated. He laments that even with so many of them, they were nothing more than ants to Shu Jing Ming. The rest of the audience is in an uproar, marveling at the terrifying power of Shu Jing Ming's lightning. They note that all other elemental attacks were ineffective. One student who also uses lightning is confused, unable to understand why Shu Jing Ming's is so much more powerful. In the stands, Jiang Chuchuan cheers, exclaiming she knew her senior would be fine. Beside her, Song Qiuqiu smirks, thinking how naive it was for the students to believe they could defeat Shu Jing Ming with such a simple plan. From the VIP section, the deans analyze the fight. Dean Long Ke remarks that our boy's proficiency with the Thunder Spear must be at an advanced level. Another dean adds that the throw created a sonic boom, indicating incredible speed and a strong physique. Dean Sun Qingsui looks on thoughtfully, wishing Dean Yang Gentian were there to ask about his extraordinary disciple. Back on the arena floor, the few remaining students are frozen in panic. They realize they have no way to break through his defenses. Utterly demoralized, one suggests their only option is to run away. Seeing the remaining students frozen with fear, Shu Jing Ming turns with a confident smirk. With purple lightning swirling around him, he mockingly asks if they are too scared to attack, declaring that if so, he will come to them. He leaps forward, shattering the ground as he becomes a blur of pure energy. He closes the distance in an instant, moving like a phantom through the students and striking them down with blinding speed. The students panic, shouting in alarm at his incredible speed. One desperately calls for the others to form a defensive formation, but another argues they must stick together. Heeding the advice, the remaining fighters form a tight cluster with a shield bearer at the front, bracing for his assault. Seeing their organized defense, Shu Jing Ming's smirk widens. He thinks to himself that this is finally getting interesting. He weaves through their ranks, a whirlwind of lightning and steel. As he dismantles their formation, he calmly critiques his opponent's flaws, telling one their angle is wrong, another they are too slow, and a third that their power is too weak. As he moves, one student unleashes a wave of ice to stop him, but Shu Jing Ming lands gracefully amidst the attack, unfazed. In a matter of seconds, the battle is over. The arena floor is littered with the defeated bodies of every other contestant. Shu Jing Ming stands over the last fallen student, his expression cold. With a final, contemptuous declaration that they were all too weak, he thrusts his spear into the ground, a definitive end to the one-sided slaughter. The defeated students lie on the ground, demoralized. One complains that Shu Jing Ming not only defeated them effortlessly, but also had the nerve to call them weak. Another student laments his bad luck for being in the same group as him. Eva floats above, announcing the end of the round. With a confident smile, Shu Jing Ming rests his spear on his shoulder as the drone declares him the sole qualifier, having defeated 102 opponents. The drone begins to announce the remaining qualifiers but stops. Dean Sun Qingsui takes over, explaining that since Shu Jing Ming was the only one to advance, the others must compete in an additional round to determine the other four. In the stands, the audience is buzzing. A female student remarks that it was an absolute crushing victory, the first time she's seen a competition where only one person advanced from a round. Her friend agrees, predicting the university's clubs will be fighting to recruit Shu Jing Ming. The deans are equally impressed. Dean Long K recalls that in over 40 years of the competition, the previous elimination record was 87, set by another S-rank user in a 7-minute match. They agree Shu Jing Ming's new record will likely never be broken. Dean Long Ki then wonders how Dean Yang Gentian trained Shu Jing Ming's spearmanship to the master level. Dean Sun Qingshui is stunned, acknowledging Shu Jing Ming must have incredible talent for weaponry. She admits she originally wanted him for the Elemental Academy, but now sees there is no need. A slight smile graces her lips as she thinks that with a student like him, there's no need to worry about the upcoming 3-school freshman research trip. Back on the ground floor, Song Chu-kyu and Qi Dongjia rush over to congratulate Shu Jing Ming. Liu Wentao excitedly points out the look on Li Chengji's face, which he says turned purple after Shu Jing Ming eliminated Shi Ying. He jokes that Li Chengji could learn face changing. Shu Jing Ming looks over at his rival, thinking Li Chengji is just a paper tiger who bullies the weak. While he found his opponent's arrogance intolerable, he decides not to confront him now. He resolves to issue a formal challenge to Li Chengji during the second stage of the competition. He then turns to his friends, patting Liu Wentao's shoulder and telling them it's their turn next. He assures them advancing to the top 50 should be simple, and an eager Liu Wentao agrees. Shu Jing Ming shares a fist bump with Song Chu-kyu, who tells him that even though she can't beat him, she will prove she is the strongest freshman besides him. The competition continues. In round 3, Liu Wentao fights to 4th place, defeating 9 opponents. Later, in round 6, Qi Dongxia uses her claws to secure 3rd place after defeating 12 opponents. Finally, in round 8, it is Song Chu-kyu's turn. She stands in the arena with her massive halberd, confidently declaring her time has come. Her arrival causes a stir, with many students recognizing her as the top scorer from Sichuan province. They admire her appearance and rare weapon, with one fan declaring her the school's new goddess. The match begins, and Song Chu-kyu immediately activates her A-rank ability, Light of Dawn, covering her halberd in a brilliant golden aura. She moves with incredible grace and power, cutting through contestants with swift strikes. Her strength shocks the other students, who cry out upon realizing she is another second-tier user. One student expresses relief that she is only a low-rank second-tier user and not as powerful as Shu Jing Ming, but his friend grimly retorts that it makes no difference. Watching from the stands, Wu Lan, president of the Starfall Society, is impressed. He instructs his subordinate to list Song Chu-kyu as their second recruitment target. In the arena, Song Chu-kyu continues her assault, unleashing a technique called Dawn Light Second Dance. She moves like a whirlwind, her glowing halberd striking down multiple opponents. She then gathers her power for a more focused attack, Light Flame Gravity Slash. With a powerful leap, she brings her halberd down in a devastating thrust. The attack is too much for a remaining student, who cries out about the immense weight before collapsing. With the last opponent down, Song Chu-kyu stands victorious. The AI drone announces she has taken first place with 45 eliminations. Her victory secured, she dematerializes her weapon and turns to wave cheerfully at Shu Jing Ming in the stands. She approaches him, playfully asking his opinion. He praises her, acknowledging her combination of magic and melee combat was amazing, and says he looks forward to facing her in the second round. 2 hours later, the second stage begins, a free challenge on floating platforms high above the arena. Each student has 3 chances to challenge a higher-ranked opponent, but only those in the top 50 can be challenged. It is now Shu Jing Ming's turn. He briefly considers challenging second-place Song Chu-kyu, but dismisses the thought. He informs the AI drone that he wants to challenge the third-place student, Li Chengji. The announcement leaves Li Chengji shocked and enraged. He furiously points at Shu Jing Ming, demanding to know why the first-place student is challenging him. Shu Jing Ming calmly replies that the rules don't say he must challenge someone higher ranked. He then adds a chilling reminder, asking if Li Chengji really thought he could be provoked without consequence. The audience buzzes with confusion. A student in the know explains that Li Chengji had previously made an arrogant, throat-slitting gesture at Shu Jing Ming. The AI, Eva, assigns them an arena. Li Chengji, furious, accepts the challenge, eager to see the true power of an S-rank user. On the floating platform, the two face each other as the AI counts down. As the battle begins, Li Chengji unleashes his full power. He transforms, his body becoming larger and more muscular, covered in red fur with a lion's head. The system identifies his ability as an A-rank, Berserk Blood Lion King. He lets out a ferocious roar. Covered in a red aura, the Lion Man charges, shouting that Shu Jing Ming forced him to do this. Shu Jing Ming, his eyes crackling with purple lightning, glares back coldly. He retorts that he didn't force anything, and this is a disaster brought on by Li Chengji's own arrogance. In a flash of lightning, Shu Jing Ming disappears, moving with incredible speed. He reappears high above the charging Li Chengji, ready to strike with his spear. The Lion Man turns in surprise, scoffing at a lightning-type user daring to engage him head-on. He swings his massive sword, unleashing his wild lion slash. Their weapons meet in a brilliant explosion of energy. The impact is too much for Li Chengji. He is sent flying backward, overpowered by Shu Jing Ming's blow. As he struggles to stop, a look of disbelief is on his face. He realizes with horror that even in his enhanced form, his opponent's physical strength is far greater. Pressing his advantage, Shu Jing Ming unleashes a continuous torrent of his purple cloud divine lightning. The electrical energy engulfs the transformed Li Chengji, who roars in agony. The audience watches in horror. They note that if a second-tier enhancement type user can't handle the pain, it must be excruciating. One student points out in terror that Shu Jing Ming is deliberately controlling the lightning's power to torture his opponent without dealing a final blow, preventing the AI from ending the match. The consensus is clear. It is better to provoke anyone else but Shu Jing Ming. Finally, after a few more moments, Li Chengji collapses, his beastly form giving way. The AI drone declares Shu Jing Ming the winner. Standing victorious, Shu Jing Ming looks on coldly. He thinks it's a pity he couldn't torture him longer, but concludes that 10 seconds of agony is a lesson that will be remembered. He hopes Li Chengji learns to be more humble. On the ground, a battered Li Chengji pants in shock, muttering that he survived when he thought he was about to die. He watches with terror as Shu Jing Ming walks away, sighing in relief only when he is gone. His relief is short-lived. Song Chukyu steps forward, pointing her halberd and confidently informing Eva that she also wants to challenge the third-place student, Li Chengji. The announcement sends a fresh wave of terror through him as he realizes his ordeal is not yet over. The fight is over in an instant. The battered Li Chengji is sent flying by Song Chukyu's powerful attack, his transformed body unable to withstand it. With her halberd slammed into the ground and a confident smile on her face, Song Chukyu stands victorious as the AI drone announces her as the winner. A short while later, an unconscious Li Chengji is carried off the arena on a stretcher by the medical team. Song Chukyu proudly walks up to Shu Jing Ming, asking if he saw how she beat up their rival. Shu Jing Ming calmly acknowledges that she is very powerful. The two share a celebratory fist bump, a clear sign of their growing friendship. Their friendly interaction doesn't go unnoticed. A group of male students look on in dismay, with one complaining that the goddess of their freshman class has already been claimed. Another complains about how quickly Shu Jing Ming works, noting the school year hasn't even officially started. His friend quickly shushes him, whispering that he doesn't want to end up like Li Chengji. 4 hours later, Dean Sun Qingsui stands before the students and declares the end of the freshman competition, preparing to announce the results. A large holographic screen displays the rankings. Shu Jing Ming is in first place, Song Chukyu in second, and Li Chengji in third. Liu Wentao is also shown to have secured the 39th rank. With the competition over, students are instructed to log into the school's website and select their academies. Afterward, Song Chukyu asks Shu Jing Ming which class he was assigned to. He shows her his phone, revealing he is in the Weaponry Academy, while she tells him she is in the Elemental Academy. Watching them, Qi Dongxia points out to Liu Wentao how close they have become. Liu Wentao jokingly adds that if she's calling him Jing Ming today, she'll be calling him darling by tomorrow. Dean Sun Qingsui makes a final announcement, closing the ceremony. She reminds the students who performed well that they will receive messages from their exclusive mentors later that evening. In the VIP stands, the deans discuss the outcome. They agree this year's freshmen are much stronger, with one dean singling out Shu Jing Ming and predicting that in a year or two, he will dominate the entire student body. They conclude the student clubs will be fighting desperately to recruit him. As the event ends, Liu Wentao suggests the group should go out to eat to celebrate. Qi Dongxia agrees and playfully suggests that since Shu Jing Ming is the newcomer king and a rich man with a space ring, he should treat them. Shu Jing Ming happily agrees. Liu Wentao cheers, praising Brother Ming for his generosity as the group heads off campus. However, their celebration is interrupted as two young men approach them. The one in the lead calls out to Student Shu, leaving Shu Jing Ming confused as he doesn't recognize him. The man introduces himself with a confident smile as Wu Lan, the president of the Starfall Society, and formally invites Shu Jing Ming to join their club. Wu Lan makes his formal offer, explaining that as the school's only S-rank student, the Starfall Society is prepared to be sincere. He promises that if Shu Jing Ming joins, he will be made vice president, receive 100 credits each semester, and be given B-rank resources. The offer leaves onlookers in awe. One student remarks how envious he is, explaining that regular members have to pay fees and work hard. Another adds that the Starfall Society is a top-tier club, and becoming vice president is a direct path to an elite guild after graduation. Before Shu Jing Ming can respond, another voice cuts in. Wei He, the president of the Ash Flame Society, arrives and mockingly asks Wu Lan if offering a mere vice presidency isn't a bit stingy. With a confident smirk, Wei He presents his own incredible offer. If Shu Jing Ming joins the Ash Flame Society, he can become president in training immediately. Wei He promises that as soon as he graduates, Shu Jing Ming will become the full president, along with other benefits. The crowd is stunned again, recognizing the Ash Flame Society is spending a fortune to recruit him. Wulan calmly explains he can't match the offer, as his club's guild has strict rules about appointing presidents. Caught between the two powerful offers, Shu Jing Ming thoughtfully considers his options. He tells them he needs time to think and will give his answer in a few days. In his mind, he recalls being student council president in his past life. The position took up a great deal of his time, and he concludes that in this new life, it would be better to be more cautious. Both Wulan and Wei He agree to give him time and offer him their contact cards, telling him to get in touch when he decides. Before they leave, they also extend an invitation to Shu Jing Ming's friends, saying they are welcome to join. As the two presidents walk away, Shu Jing Ming tells his friends it's time to leave, but realizes escaping the crowd won't be easy. As he predicted, they are immediately swarmed by recruiters from other clubs, all vying for his attention with various promises. One club boasts about its female members, another about future prospects, and a third about strong financial backing. After finally breaking free from the horde of recruiters, the group stands together, exhausted. Shu Jing Ming announces that they can finally go to eat. Just as they are about to leave, he notices a pair of stylish boots approaching. A beautiful woman with long, silvery white hair appears, greeting him with a playful smile as her junior. It is Zhang Chuxuan. Surprised, Shu Jing Ming stammers a greeting. Song Chu-Qiu, standing beside him, looks at the newcomer with suspicion and asks who she is. Shu Jing Ming introduces Zhang Chuxuan as the senior he met in the wilderness. Zhang Chuxuan, in turn, introduces herself as a second-year student from the Elemental Academy and shakes Liu Wentao's hand. Liu Wentao is completely starstruck, stammering out, "Goddess Jiang." He is amazed the famously cold ice goddess is actually smiling in person. Song Chu-Qiu then politely introduces herself as Shu Jing Ming's classmate. As Jiang Chuchuan looks at Song Qiu, she is inwardly surprised by her beauty and unique charm, feeling an urge to get closer to her. This feeling flusters her, and she comically concludes Song Qiu must be a terrible girl for being so captivating to everyone. Just then, Shu Jing Ming asks Jiang Chuchuan if she would like to join them for dinner. She happily accepts. The group finds a restaurant and begins their celebration, raising their glasses in a toast to mark the end of the competition. During the dinner, a slightly blushing Jiang Chuxuan toasts with Shu Jing Ming, playfully calling him Junior. A moment later, a similarly blushing Song Chu-Qiu also raises her glass to him, calling him Jing Ming, which leaves him a bit flustered. Seeing the obvious romantic tension, Liu Wentao quietly whispers to Qi Dongxia that it seems both women are interested in brother Ming and suggests they should retreat from the battlefield. Making a quick excuse, Liu Wentao and Qi Dongxia wave goodbye and hastily leave, abandoning a bewildered Shu Jing Ming to handle the situation with the two women on his own. Left alone, Shu Jing Ming is confused by his friend's rapid departure. After more drinking, both women appear too tipsy to walk. Jiang Chuchuan is the first to ask him for help, followed immediately by Song Qiu, who also says she can't walk and needs his help. With both women clinging to him, a flustered Shu Jing Ming asks if they are sure. They both confirm, leaving him no choice but to awkwardly agree to take them back to their dorms. As he helps them leave, other patrons look on with extreme envy, commenting on his incredible luck. After dropping them off, Shu Jing Ming finally returns to his own villa, letting out a deep sigh of relief. To his surprise, he finds an unfamiliar woman sitting on his couch. Confused, he asks who she is. The woman introduces herself as Su Yu, his new class counselor, explaining she has come to deliver his rewards for the freshman competition. Shu Jing Ming greets her politely. She presents him with a wooden box that can be opened with his fingerprint and tells him to contact her for any school-related matters. After giving him the prize, she promptly leaves, just as Liu Wentao comes downstairs. Liu Wentao playfully asks Shu Jing Ming if there was a major conflict between Song Qiu and Jiang Chuxuan. Shu Jing Ming, looking confused, asks what conflict he is talking about. Liu Wentao is left speechless, unable to believe the situation did not erupt into a fight. He quickly concludes, Brother Ming must have handled it perfectly. As he marvels at his friend's skill, Shu Jing Ming sits on the couch and opens the prize box with his fingerprint. A look of pleasant surprise crosses his face as he examines his rewards. Shu Jing Ming examines the rewards from the freshman competition. He sits on the couch and tests the 10 cubic meter space ring he won. With a simple command, the ring glows, and his large spear disappears inside. His roommate, Liu Wentao, watches in amazement. He comments on the ring's capacity, noting that with 3 rings, Shu Jing Ming seems like a rich man. Liu Wentao reflects on his own reward for placing in the top 50, a mere 400 credits, and expresses his envy. Shu Jing Ming agrees he has a few rings now and decides he should visit the equipment department to return the ones he no longer needs. Next, he takes a small orange pill from his prize box, wondering about its effects since it came with no instructions. Liu Wentao confidently tells him that identifying it is simple and calls for the dorm's AI, Eva. Following his roommate's suggestion, Shu Jing Ming holds up the pill for Eva to analyze. The AI scans it and identifies it as a 5th-grade Ningxin pill, an A-grade cultivation resource that can significantly increase spiritual power for users below the 5th tier. Shu Jing Ming is surprised Eva has such a function. Liu Wentao proudly explains the AI can also identify beast materials and rare herbs. Shu Jing Ming comments on how convenient the AI is, though he wishes he could take Eva into the wilderness. Liu Wentao suggests similar commercial products might exist, and Shu Jing Ming agrees to look for one later. Later, in the training room, Shu Jing Ming decides to check his spiritual power before taking the pill. He reflects that physique and spirit are fundamental attributes for an ability user, but also the most difficult to improve. He notes the conversion rate of his ability points to spiritual power has become less efficient, making it a costly way to grow stronger. Hoping for a pleasant surprise, he consumes the pill. As he meditates, a powerful swirl of energy envelops his body. A moment later, he checks his system panel and is delighted to find his spiritual power has increased by 50, breaking the 1,000 mark. He calculates this boost saved him 500 ability points and concludes the pill's effect was excellent. Feeling refreshed, he decides to train for a couple of hours and pulls his spear from the space ring. The next day, Shu Jing Ming is on campus. He has just sold his extra space rings, increasing his assets to over 100 million, and he reflects on how profitable it is to be an ability user. He goes to the university's pharmacy department and takes a number. He sees he has a long wait of over an hour and decides to sit and cultivate. While waiting, a familiar voice calls out. He looks up and sees Jiang Chuxuan. Surprised, he playfully asks if she is sobered up. She confirms she woke up early. She then asks if he is there to sell the rare herbs they found. Shu Jing Ming explains that while that's part of it, he would prefer a pharmacist to refine them. With a charming smile, Jiang Chuxuan asks if he doesn't see a beautiful and excellent pharmacist right in front of him. Shu Jing Ming questions her, asking if she isn't just an amateur. Jiang Chuxuan retorts that she is a certified 2nd-grade pharmacist and that refining 1st and 2nd-grade pills is easy for her. She adds that she no longer plans to go into the wilderness and will instead focus on being a pharmacist full-time. This news leaves Shu Jing Ming completely shocked. As they sit and wait, Jiang Chuxuan explains her decision. She tells him that their recent near-death experiences made her realize the wilderness is not for her. She plans to continue making videos, but will shift her content to her daily life as a pharmacist. Shu Jing Ming notes such a change might cause her to lose fans, and she quietly agrees. She then shares that she is an orphan whose parents died in a beast tide. After awakening her A-rank ice ability, she struggled financially until her videos of fighting beasts went viral. This fame allowed her to earn money, but she admits her true passion has always been refining pills. She tells him he saved her last time, but she knows she can't be lucky forever, which is why she has decided to change her path. Shu Jing Ming wishes her success. Shu Jing Ming expresses his curiosity, wondering how an ice element user could become a pharmacist. Jiang Chuxuan tells him his question shows his lack of knowledge. She explains that specialized equipment, like enchanted cauldrons, can convert any elemental energy into flames, meaning even his lightning ability could be used for alchemy. Convinced, Shu Jing Ming hands her the box with all the rare herbs, formally entrusting them to her. She seems a little surprised and asks if he truly wants her to help. With a bright smile, she accepts his trust and the herbs, promising to have the refined pills ready within a week. Just then, his phone starts to ring. The scene shifts to a sprawling, traditional estate in a green forest. Inside, a young man tells a woman that he saw a lot of news about his junior brother on the school forums, calling him a monster. The woman asks if their junior brother is truly as powerful as the rumors say. The man with purple eyes replies with a confident smirk, telling her she will soon find out and will definitely be surprised. The woman with green eyes seems intrigued, saying she will have to confirm it for herself. Shu Jing Ming arrives at the estate and is greeted by his master, Yang Zhentian. He respectfully addresses his teacher, explaining he rushed over as soon as he got the call. His attention is then drawn to his senior, Liu Ming, and his expression turns to shock. He sees Liu Ming is in a wheelchair with both legs heavily bandaged and asks in alarm what happened. Dean Yang Zhentian explains the grim situation. An 8th-tier grandmaster named Wang Lin used him as bait to lure out a powerful monster. The dean reveals their guild suffered heavy losses, and Liu Ming was severely injured. Liu Ming adds that he fought with Wang Lin, but was defeated, though he managed to ensure his opponent didn't escape unharmed. The dean apologizes for not attending Shu Jing Ming's freshman competition. Filled with rage, Shu Jing Ming clenches his fist, exclaiming his disgust that an 8th-tier grandmaster could be so despicable. He reflects on his own weakness, realizing that as a first-tier user, he would be dust against such a foe. A fire of determination ignites within him as he reaffirms his belief that one must become strong or be crushed. Seeing his disciple's intense reaction, Yang Zhentian places a supportive hand on his shoulder, telling him not to dwell on it. He then formally introduces him to the other disciples present, his senior brother, Shu Saiwei, and his senior sister, Tong Yue. His newly introduced seniors, Tong Yue and Shu Shiwei, greet him warmly. As a welcoming gift, Shu Shiwei decides to transfer 200 credits directly to Shu Jing Ming. Shu Jing Ming bows respectfully, thanking his senior brother and sister. Lu Ming then speaks up, noting that Tong Yue seems skeptical about his claims. He prompts Shu Jing Ming to tell her if he has indeed mastered 4 A-rank lightning combat techniques. Shu Jing Ming calmly confirms that what Lu Ming said was true. The confirmation leaves both Shu Shiwei and Tong Yue utterly shocked. They exclaim in disbelief, questioning how it's possible for him to have learned 4 A-rank techniques while advancing to the upper 2nd tier. Tong Yu explains that A-rank techniques are extremely difficult. She reveals she only recently reached the upper 2nd tier herself after struggling with just 2 such techniques. She finds it incomprehensible that he is at her level and has mastered more A-rank skills. When they ask for his secret, Shu Jing Ming humbly replies that he is just a quick learner. His vague answer leaves his seniors exasperated, while he internally notes that he can't tell them about his cheat system. Dean Yang Zhentian then speaks with Shu Jing Ming, expressing satisfaction with his hard work. He mentions that Dean's son Xing has been praising him and promises to celebrate his victory later. Shu Jing Ming deflects the praise, then asks his master to help him test a new combat technique. Liu Ming playfully offers to help, but Shu Jing Ming ignores him, looking at his master. He reveals he wants to test an S-rank combat technique called Thunder Armor. The mere mention of an S-rank technique sends a wave of shock through everyone. His master and all 3 seniors are left speechless. Shu Saiwei stumbles back in disbelief, admitting that even as a low-rank 3rd-tier user, he couldn't break through that technique's defense. Seeing the need for a proper test, Yang Zhentian tells everyone to head to the training ground. They all proceed to a large, octagonal training arena. As they wait, Shu Saiwei wonders aloud if Shu Jing Ming has truly learned the S-rank technique. Liu Ming confidently states that from what he knows of his junior, he wouldn't boast. Tong Yue finally concedes, admitting she now understands why Liu Ming described him as a monster. In the center of the arena, a confident smirk appears on Shu Jing Ming's face as a powerful surge of purple lightning emanates from his body. He unleashes the S-rank technique, and a brilliant, intricate suit of armor made of pure lightning materializes around him. With his eyes glowing with power, he looks at his master and confidently tells him he is ready for the test. Dean Yang Zhentian prepares to test his disciple's new technique. He tells Shu Jing Ming he'll start with an attack equal to a peak 3rd-tier user. He then unleashes a powerful sphere of red energy in a massive explosion that covers Shu Jing Ming's position. When the smoke clears, Shu Jing Ming is unharmed, his lightning armor having absorbed the blast without a scratch. With a confident smirk, he tells his teacher it wasn't enough and to increase the power. Excited by his student's defense, Yang Zhentian agrees to increase the output, warning Shu Jing Ming to speak up if it becomes too much. He bombards the armor with more power, calling out multipliers as the strength grows from 2 to 4 and then 6 times the original. As the attack reaches 10 times its original power, Shu Jing Ming grits his teeth, struggling to withstand the force. Finally, the attack stops, and the exhausted Shu Jing Ming lets his thunder armor fade, falling to his knees. His master laughs, praising his performance. He explains the final attack had the power of a lower stage 4th-tier user, roughly 10 times the power of a peak 3rd-tier user. He concludes it would take at least a 4th-tier A-rank user to break the armor. Watching from the side, his senior disciples are stunned. They marvel at the terrifying power of an S-rank skill combined with an S-rank ability, noting that their junior brother defended against an attack 2 tiers above his own rank, calling him more than just a monster. Just as Yang Zhentian suggests they celebrate, Shu Jing Ming struggles to his feet, telling his teacher to wait. With fierce determination, he shouts that he has not reached his limit yet. In a sudden burst of power, he leaps into the air, his hair turning pure white as chaotic lightning erupts from his body, shocking his master. His seniors immediately recognize the transformation. They exclaim that it is the Thunder Extreme State, a special ability unlocked when the Undying Thunder Body reaches its 3rd layer, and are left in awe of how fierce he has become. Impressed by his disciple's power-up, Dean Yang Zhentian says he now understands how Shu Jing Ming withstood the attack. It's because his Undying Thunder Body has advanced to the 3rd layer. Eager to see its full potential, he decides to test it again, summoning another massive sphere of red energy. As the dean prepares to unleash the attack, Shu Jing Ming, still in his enhanced state, braces for the impact. 3 minutes later, the test is over. An exhausted Shu Jing Ming kneels on the ground, his transformation gone. Yang Zhentian announces the incredible result. It took an attack with the power of a middle-stage 4th-tier user, 20 times the initial force to finally break his defense. He looks at his student with pride, admitting Shu Jing Ming's achievements have exceeded all his expectations. Though tired, Shu Jing Ming thanks his teacher, reflecting that he now has a clear understanding of his defensive abilities. Yang Zhentian helps his disciple up, remarking that out of all his students, Shu Jing Ming is the most worry-free, as he learns everything without needing instruction. In a celebratory mood, the dean declares it's time to eat and tells them to order the most expensive items. The group heads off together. Later, as they are driving, Shu Jing Ming asks his senior, Liu Ming, for advice on which university club to join, the Ash Flame Society or the Starfall Society. Liu Ming immediately advises him to choose Starfall. Shu Saiwei, who is driving, is surprised, but Liu Ming explains that the Ash Flame Guild has run into serious trouble, making Starfall the safer choice. Yang Zhentian offers his own view. He suggests Shu Jing Ming join a club for a year or two for experience, but then form his own society. He explains that the members Shu Jing Ming recruits will become his core power base after graduation. Confused, Shu Jing Ming wonders if building his own faction is necessary. His master explains that the reason he hasn't reached Grandmaster rank is his lack of a faction, forcing him to waste time on his own. He advises Shu Jing Ming to remember that having a force to manage tasks will allow him to focus on cultivation. Shu Jing Ming understands and thanks his master, deciding to consider it once he is stronger. The next day, classes at Modu Superpower University officially begin. As Shu Jing Ming walks through the bustling hallways, he reflects that things are finally getting on track. As classes begin, Shu Jing Ming attends his lectures. In one class, a professor explains their world's history, detailing how origin energy transformed animals into beasts and awakened human superpowers. Shu Jing Ming learns that ruins of ancient civilizations were discovered, and most of the Blue Planet's advanced technology came from these findings. He attends various classes, from anatomy and weaponry to the elemental college. During an elemental college class, Shu Jing Ming casually shapes his lightning ability into a detailed serpentine dragon around his arm. The professor is shocked, praising his excellent control and lamenting that such a talented student is not in her college. Over the weekend, Shu Jing Ming travels to the Yangcheng wilderness area to practice. He effortlessly slices through a horde of beasts with his powerful new Azure Black Dragon Spear, a weapon that cost him 1,000 credits. Standing amidst the carnage, he reflects on his rapid progress, knowing that new knowledge, techniques, and equipment have greatly improved his combat ability. He checks his system panel and sees he has over 13,000 ability points. He's disappointed a plus sign hasn't appeared next to his S-rank ability, thinking it should be upgradable. He decides to use his points to improve himself, convinced that one day he will upgrade his Purple Sky Divine Thunder to SS rank. Back on campus, he is with Song Qiu. She is astonished at his skill, remarking that his control already surpasses her month-long training. Shu Jing Ming smugly says he had a sudden epiphany while internally crediting his cheat system. Song Qiu tells him about an upcoming joint event with other top universities. When asked if he'll participate, Shu Jing Ming confirms, eager to go since it will be in the wilderness. Shu Jing Ming looks forward to the joint university event, seeing it as a great chance to harvest ability points and check out the talent from the other top universities. A week later, Shu Jing Ming and his friends gather for a pre-trip meeting. His friends are confident, with Liu Wentao remarking that with Brother Ming on their team, they can relax. Song Qiu adds that their university has won for 4 years in a row, so a 5th win should be easy. Just then, a shimmering portal appears, and Vice Principal Ling Shuang emerges. She announces she will explain the details of the research trip. She commands the AI, Eva, to display a holographic map of a mountainous region. Ling Shuang explains their destination is the number 7 Devil's Den Wilderness area. The name sends fear through the students, who know Devil's Dens are notoriously dangerous. Shu Jing Ming senses the trip will be perilous. Ling Shuang continues, explaining she will lead the team and that resources will be allocated based on students' performance. The ranking is determined by the number and tier of beasts killed. Only the top 50 get rewards, with first place receiving 24%. She emphasizes that securing first is crucial for both glory and resources. She then looks at Shu Jing Ming, entrusting him with leading their university to victory. Shu Jing Ming confidently accepts. However, Ling Shuang reveals a critical piece of new information. With a sly smile, she informs them that Qingjing Superpower University has brought in a foreign exchange student who also has an S-rank ability. The news shocks the crowd. Ling Shuang clarifies, this new rival is an exchange student from the Jidu Nation. Eva projects a holographic image of a man named Kiran Rao, who has an S-rank enhancement type ability. Most alarmingly, he is already at the lower stage of the 3rd tier. The revelation that his S-rank rival is a tier above him wipes the confident smirk from Shu Jing Ming's face, replaced by a look of grim seriousness. The students are shocked to learn there's a 3rd tier, low-rank S-ranker among the freshmen, wondering if such a prodigy could exist. Vice Principal Ling Shuang confirms the information is accurate, but clarifies that Kiran Rao is already 20 years old. This causes more complaints from the students, who argue his extra 2 years of training give him an unfair advantage. However, another student points out that in Kiran's home country, university starts at 20, so he is technically a freshman. Nearby, Song Chu is concerned, thinking she is no match for a 3rd tier S-ranker. But she glances at Shu Jing Ming and sees that he isn't worried at all. Shu Jing Ming is indeed unfazed. As an S-ranker himself, he is used to fighting opponents of a higher rank. With a confident smile, he thinks about his 3 S-rank and 4 A-rank combat techniques, along with his master-level spearmanship. He sees no reason to be afraid. Also, since the competition is judged by the number of beasts killed, he is confident he won't lose to any other freshman. Ling Shuang sees our boy's confidence and is pleased. She thinks to herself that he is the most outstanding S-rank student their school has seen in years, and that giving him the SS-rank Tyrannosaurus blood was not a waste. She believes Qingjing University brought in a foreign talent just to get first place for the resource priority, but thinks they are destined to be disappointed. She concludes the briefing, giving the students 7 days to prepare for the trip before she departs through a glowing magic circle. 7 days later, Jiang Chuxuan gives Shu Jing Ming a large array of pills she made for him. With a proud smile, she explains she has prepared antidote, healing, ability recovery, and mind-awakening pills. She adds that they are all tier 2, and she made 20 of each, which should be enough. Shu Jing Ming thanks her, noticing the dark circles under her eyes, and advises her not to stay up late making pills, saying he can just buy them. Blushing, she insists that her personally refined pills are much better than store-bought ones. She then nervously explains she prepared a second set of pills for him to give to Song Chu. Surprised, Shu Jing Ming asks when they became so close, but Jiang Chuxuan just blushes and says she won't tell. She wishes them both luck and safety on their trip before saying goodbye. Alone in his room, Shu Jing Ming looks at the huge number of pills and realizes she must have pulled several all-nighters to make them. He holds a vial, silently acknowledging her feelings for him. However, with a determined look, he reminds himself that he needs to get stronger before he can think about romance. On the day of the research trip, a huge crowd of freshmen gathers on the university's playground. Shu Jing Ming is with his friends, surprised that almost all 856 freshmen signed up. He wonders why they are on the playground instead of a train station. Liu Wentao excitedly explains they will be traveling by aircraft. Song Chu looks puzzled, pointing out there is no runway. Just as she speaks, another student shouts for everyone to look up. A massive, futuristic aircraft descends from the sky, its size casting a shadow over the field. The students are in awe as the huge ship lands gently on the grass. As the ramp lowers, one student remarks that the airship is a relic from an ancient civilization, and its advanced anti-gravity technology is not yet fully understood. From the ramp, Vice Principal Ling Shuang emerges and instructs the freshmen to board. Before taking off, Ling Shuang unleashes her power, creating a brilliant blue magic circle she calls her spatial yin-yang domain. The energy surrounds the airship, and inside, the students are stunned to see the walls become transparent. Liu Wentao explains that the Tier 8 Grandmaster's domain creates a safe space around the ship, protecting them from flying beasts. Watching this display, Shu Jing Ming thinks about the incredible abilities of high rankers and wonders if his indestructible thunder body will eventually let him fly. With everyone on board, Ling Shuang commands the AI to depart, and the transparent airship launches into the sky. They soon arrive at the Shunan supply base in Qian province. A guide greets the students and points them toward their dorm buildings, informing them there is a cafeteria and training ground nearby. After getting their room cards, Shu Jing Ming and his friends share their numbers. Shu Jing Ming is in room 504, and with a bright smile, Song Chu reveals she is in room 505, making them neighbors. Shu Jing Ming states that since he has a space ring, he does not need to drop off his luggage. He announces his plan to check out the training room first, and an eager Song Chu immediately says she will go with him. Shu Jing Ming and Song Chu arrive at the large, busy training ground, filled with students from all 3 universities. Song Chu points out a powerfully built man in the corner, identifying him as the S-ranker from Qingjing University, Kiran Rao. Other students are also watching him, amazed by the weight of the dumbbells he is lifting, commenting that each plate is 200 pounds. As he works out, Kiran Rao notices them and seems to recognize Shu Jing Ming. He drops the massive weights, which shatter the floor, and rushes over to introduce himself with a friendly greeting. Other Qingjing students confirm Shu Jing Ming's identity as Magic University's top freshman, amazed he's already a high-rank second tier at 18. They express relief Kieran is on their side, believing he's their only chance in the competition. Surprised by how polite Kieran seems, Shu Jing Ming extends his hand for a handshake. However, Kieran ignores him and instead turns to Song Chu-kyu. He gets uncomfortably close, calling her a beautiful lady. His sweaty body has a strong odor, and Song Chu-kyu is visibly disgusted, covering her nose. Before Kieran can get any closer, Shu Jing Ming firmly grabs his wrist to stop him. With a cold glare, Shu Jing Ming tells him that touching a lady while covered in sweat is very rude. The friendly act instantly drops, and Kieran glares back at Shu Jing Ming in a fury. The confrontation in the training ground grows as powerful red and blue auras surge from Kieran and Shu Jing Ming. The onlookers watch nervously, worried a fight is about to break out between the two S-rankers. However, the fight doesn't happen. Shu Jing Ming releases his grip and calmly suggests that as a guest, Kieran should learn the customs of his host country. As Shu Jing Ming and Song Chu-kyu walk away, Kieran looks down at his wrist, still feeling the pressure. He is stunned, realizing that despite his own strength, he couldn't move the lightning user. He wonders where Shu Jing Ming got such immense physical power. His thoughts then shift as he watches Song Chu-kyu with a predatory look. Recognizing her as a genius from the powerful Song family, he muses that if he could win her over, he would never have to worry about resources again. Once outside, Song Chu-kyu thanks Shu Jing Ming for his help, explaining that she couldn't stand the smell. She then suggests they find another place to spar, and Shu Jing Ming happily agrees. An hour later, after training, Shu Jing Ming, Song Chu-kyu, and two other girls leave a restaurant. As they walk, a sinister-looking man with glasses watches them, muttering about beasts destroying the world and a supreme heavenly god. Shu Jing Ming notices the man and his followers trying to recruit people, who all show no interest. He recalls hearing about doomsday cults and isn't surprised to find one here. The cult leader grows furious as people ignore him. Suddenly, his frustration turns into a twisted idea. With a malevolent grin, he pulls out a knife, deciding people need to feel pain to believe him. His face contorts into a crazed smile as he declares that pain makes one appreciate being alive. He then lunges toward a nearby mother and her young child, preparing to stab them. From a distance, Shu Jing Ming's eyes flash with purple lightning. In an instant, he moves like a blur of energy, appearing between the attacker and his victims. He strikes the cult leader, sending him flying and effortlessly stopping the assault. Holding his spear, Shu Jing Ming watches the mother he just saved comfort her crying daughter Yin Yin, telling her everything is okay now. The woman turns to Shu Jing Ming and thanks him profusely, explaining that without him, her family wouldn't know how to go on. Shu Jing Ming modestly replies it was a simple act of help. As he and Song Chu-kyu stand over the defeated cultist's body, Shu Jing Ming wonders aloud why these religious fanatics would kill people openly. Song Chu-kyu finds it strange as well, noting they usually just preach and don't resort to violence. Shu Jing Ming's expression becomes serious as he scans the crowd, wondering if this was a random act or if the man had accomplices. Unseen by them, a man in a dark, hooded sweatshirt pulls his hood over his head and walks away, later approaching a large estate. Inside, the hooded man reports to a shadowy figure he calls Archbishop, informing him that the killer was Shu Jing Ming from Magic City Ability University. The Archbishop, holding a red orb, confirms if he means the high-rank, second-tier, S-rank student. The subordinate confirms this and adds that Shu Jing Ming achieved this rank in less than half a year from being an awakened, which is an alarmingly fast progression. The Archbishop glares, recognizing such a monster will be a huge problem if he is allowed to grow. He instructs his subordinate to withdraw for now, explaining that God's blood is about to appear in the Devil's Cave. He gives the man 2 God's blood indicators and tasks him with retrieving the substance, warning him not to use their sect's name, the Heaven's Mandate sect. Holding a crystallized heart, the Archbishop declares that in 1 month, his sect's mandate will be revealed, and he plans for Shu Jing Ming and other S-rank talents to become sacrifices for their cause. The scene shifts to a large supply base where students from the 3 major universities are gathered for a joint research trip. A man on a balcony introduces himself as Shu Ping, the vice principal of Qingjing University. He announces the official start of the month-long trip and says they will begin by distributing smart wristbands. As the students get their wristbands, Vice Principal Shu Ping explains that their scores for killing beasts inside the Devil's Cave, along with footage, will be recorded. He details the rewards. The top 1,000 students will be rewarded, the top 3 can choose any technique from the 3 schools' libraries, and the first place winner gets an additional special reward from their university. Among the students, some feel first place is impossible, while others are excited to see who will take the top spot. Kieran Rao, or Shu Jing Ming. Vice Principal Shu Ping finishes his speech, announcing no restrictions on forming teams and encouraging students to actively hunt beasts. Immediately, the area erupts with students forming teams, shouting their requirements. Some look for a support user for a 5-person squad, while others seek an A-rank user for a 2-person team. A student named Ding Yu invites Shu Jing Ming to join one of the squads his class is forming for the outer perimeter of the Devil's Cave. With a confident smile, Shu Jing Ming politely declines, telling the monitor to go ahead and team up with others. Song Chu-kyu then questions if he really plans to act alone in the Devil's Cave. Shu Jing Ming confirms this, explaining his goal is the central part of the cave and moving with others would only slow him down. His thoughts reveal his reasoning. He knows the outer area has beasts from tier 1 to 3, and the central area has beasts from tier 3 to 5. Since he believes he can handle low-rank tier 4 beasts and escape tier 5 creatures, he considers the central area his optimal hunting ground. Song Chu-kyu expresses her concern, as the central part is a dead end for her. She notes the journey there will take a day or two, and shyly asks if she can travel with him for that time. Shu Jing Ming agrees. Blushing with delight, Song Chu-kyu happily accepts, and they decide to set off together soon. Their conversation is interrupted when Kieran Rao approaches and calls out Shu Jing Ming's name. With a serious and condescending look, Kieran says he looks forward to Shu Jing Ming's performance and hopes he won't fall too far behind. Shu Jing Ming calmly replies with 100% certainty, a response that leaves Kieran shocked. Shu Jing Ming confidently repeats that he will absolutely win before turning and walking away. Enraged, Kieran glares after him, thinking he will use his overwhelming power to teach the stubborn guy and all the people of Great Sha a lesson. Shortly after, Vice Principal Xu Ping officially announces the start of the trip. The massive crowd of students rushes towards the cave entrance, shouting their goals as they begin. 7 hours later, deep inside the Devil's Cave, Shu Jing Ming and Song Chu-kyu are cautiously making their way through a dense forest. Their path is suddenly blocked by 5 armored, pangolin-like beasts. Song Chu-kyu warns Shu Jing Ming they are Tier 2 iron fur pangolins, whose fur is harder than E-class alloy, making them very difficult to deal with. Shu Jing Ming calmly tells her he will handle it. Without hesitation, Shu Jing Ming rushes towards the roaring iron fur pangolins. The beasts counter by curling into spiky balls and rolling towards him at high speed. Shu Jing Ming meets their charge with incredible skill, weaving between the rolling creatures and striking one with his spear. He follows up with a powerful swing and a precise stab, effortlessly defeating the beasts one by one. Watching from the side, Song Chu-kyu is completely surprised. She marvels at his technique, noting every thrust of his spear points directly at the creature's weaknesses without a mistake. She realizes this skill requires terrifying intuition and combat experience, not just a high power level. She is also impressed by his perfect control over his ability, wasting no energy. Standing amidst the corpses of 12 defeated Tier 2 iron fur pangolins, Shu Jing Ming checks his gains. He has harvested 276 ability points and 1200 points for his competition score, which he considers not bad. After storing his spear, he thinks about the higher level beasts deeper in the cave, calculating he can gain at least 30,000 ability points this month. He wonders if that will be enough to raise his ability level to SS. Song Chu-kyu approaches and offers to help him process the carcasses. She then tells him that he is different from other lightning-type users. Curious, Shu Jing Ming asks her to explain. She observes that other lightning users are often wild in their use of power, but he is very restrained. Shu Jing Ming explains that his conservative approach is for endurance. He says he could have instantly blasted the pangolins with his purple cloud divine lightning, but that would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He knows conserving his energy will let him kill more beasts. Song Chu-kyu understands, but is inwardly a little disappointed, as she had wanted to see his peak power, and now thinks she might not get the chance. As the sun begins to set, Shu Jing Ming suggests that it's getting dark, and they should find a place to rest before continuing in the morning. Song Chu-kyu agrees. Looking at the holographic map on his smartwatch, Shu Jing Ming notices a water pool nearby. He remarks that in the wilderness, water sources are primary gathering places for beasts. Seeing a chance for another hunt before nightfall, he tells Song Chu-kyu that they should go, and the two set off. They soon arrive at a tranquil, beautiful pool of water in a clearing. As they observe the serene location, Shu Jing Ming finds the quietness unsettling, thinking it's impossible for a water source like this to be empty of beasts. Just then, a large, powerful tiger, with blade-like bones on its forelimbs, emerges from the trees and cautiously approaches the water's edge to drink. Suddenly, the water erupts as a massive armored crocodile with glowing green eyes bursts from the depths. Before the tiger can react, the colossal crocodile unleashes a devastating tail swing, sending a torrent of water and striking the tiger with immense force. The powerful blow sends the tiger flying out of the water, defeated. The giant crocodile glares after its dispatched rival. Watching from the safety of the bushes, Shu Jing Ming realizes a terrifying beast, a source water giant crocodile, has made this place its territory. He now understands why so few other creatures dare to approach the pool. A horrified Song Chu grabs his arm, exclaiming that it's a tier 4 ferocious beast and they should never have encountered it in the outer perimeter. She urges him to leave quickly, worried the beast's powerful perception might have already detected them. However, Shu Jing Ming remains perfectly calm. He clenches his fist with a confident smirk, telling her there's no need to rush. He acknowledges that while a tier 4 beast is indeed strong, it's not something he is unable to deal with. As purple lightning crackles around him, Shu Jing Ming prepares to face the beast. This isn't the first tier 4 beast he has faced, having killed more than one in the Yangcheng wilderness area. Song Chu, watching the display of power, wonders if this is a battle technique his master, Din Yang Gentian, had taught him. Shu Jing Ming smiles, knowing that while his indestructible thunder body is strong, he has an even better technique for dealing with powerful tier 4 beasts. The sky darkens as a massive spear of lightning forms high above and begins to descend toward the pool. A confused Song Chu looks up, at first wondering if it's about to rain before realizing the lightning is unnatural. As immense energy radiates from him, Shu Jing Ming unleashes his powerful S-rank ability, the Heavenly Thunder Technique. The lightning spear strikes the source water giant crocodile, engulfing it in a violent explosion of energy. The huge beast roars in pain as the lightning tears through its hide. The battle ends instantly. The massive crocodile collapses, defeated by the single attack. A system notification confirms the kill, awarding Shu Jing Ming 213 ability points and a massive 10,000 competition points. Clenching his fist, lightning still crackling around his hand, Shu Jing Ming reflects on the rewards. He notes the ability points from a tier 4 beast are more than 5 times what a tier 3 beast gives. He thinks his deep blue system is designed to push him to his limits. With the threat gone, Shu Jing Ming turns to a stunned Song Yu and tells her they should go look at the defeated beast. Song Yu is still in shock. She thinks that while she has seen many geniuses, she has never met a monster like Shu Jing Ming. She's amazed that a high-rank tier 2 user could cross 2 power tiers to instantly kill a low-rank tier 4 beast. As they walk towards the corpse, she silently acknowledges this must be his true, terrifying strength. Examining the remains, Shu Jing Ming expresses some disappointment, noting the crocodile's skin, which would have been worth at least 20 million, was completely destroyed. Song Chu adds that every part of a tier 4 beast is a treasure. She then offers a solution, explaining her space ring is large enough to hold the entire carcass. She tells him she will keep it for now and return it to him at the supply base. After she stores the beast, Shu Jing Ming suggests they find a cave to rest for the night, as no other creatures will come to the now dangerous water source. As they prepare to rest, a blushing Song Chu shyly asks Shu Jing Ming to wait a moment. She explains that since they are at a pool, she would like to take a quick bath. Shu Jing Ming, cautious as always, tells her to wait while he checks for other beasts in the pool. He sends a crackling torrent of purple lightning into the water. The result is unexpected. Shu Jing Ming watches in shock as the clear water begins to turn red with blood. He is suddenly hit by a pleasant, intoxicating scent from the pool that feels fatally attractive to him. He realizes with alarm that the bloody water is triggering a deep, instinctual craving in his body. Elsewhere in the forest, cloaked figures from the Blood Moon sect are on a mission. One member asks their leader, the Archbishop, whose god's blood they are retrieving. The Archbishop reveals their target is the blood of the ancient dragon god. Another member gets excited, exclaiming that their sect will gain another powerful god's blood envoy. The Archbishop angrily corrects him, shouting that they are the Blood Moon sect. Just then, the glowing red god's blood indicator in his hand begins to shine brightly, indicating the blood has appeared early. Realizing it isn't far, the Archbishop commands his followers to advance at full speed. Back at the pool, the water is completely blood red. Song Chu asks what is happening, and Shu Jing Ming asks if she feels the blood attracting her. She says she doesn't. However, she explains that her Light of Dawn ability tells her the blood water has a thick, beastly aura, very similar to his own. This triggers a realization for Shu Jing Ming. He recalls absorbing the SS rank Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood. He concludes the bloody water must be from a powerful dragon-type beast, which is why his body is reacting so strongly. Deciding to take the risk, Shu Jing Ming tells Song Chu he will go into the pool to absorb the energy. He instructs her to pull him out if anything goes wrong, then steps into the blood-red water. As soon as he enters, swirling red energy envelops him. Instead of pain, he feels overwhelming comfort, like a thirsty traveler finding water. The energy from the pool surges upwards, wrapping around him and forming a massive, glowing red cocoon that lifts him into the air. From the shore, a worried Song Chu calls out his name. She realizes he has found a unique opportunity and is now vulnerable. Taking a determined stance with her halberd, she declares that it is her turn to protect him. The scene shifts to the next day. Song Chiu-kyu stands guard in a clearing littered with the bloody corpses of beasts. She wipes sweat from her brow, relieved that the strongest creature she fought was only a low-rank Tier 3 beast. She looks at the pool and sees its red color has faded, a sign that Shu Jing Ming's absorption should be finishing soon. However, her vigil is interrupted as cloaked figures from the Blood Moon sect suddenly appear on a ridge. She immediately grips her halberd. The Archbishop observes the scene, confused why the god's blood is in a liquid form. Another member recognizes Song Chiu-kyu as the second-place student from Magic City University and questions why another freshman is present. Facing the mysterious group, Song Chiu-kyu notes their attire doesn't belong to any of the major universities. She warns them that there are no beasts in the area and the water is contaminated, suggesting they go elsewhere. Her words enrage one of the cultists for calling the supreme god's blood contaminated. The Archbishop, however, orders him to ignore her and focus on seizing the blood cocoon behind her. Song Chiu-kyu realizes this group came for the blood water. She assesses their strength, noting their leader is Tier 4 and the weakest is Tier 3. Facing such overwhelming odds, she grimly concludes she will have to use that move. Facing the Blood Moon sect, Song Chiu-kyu activates a glowing talisman around her neck. As the cloaked figures lunge, the talisman summons a large golden barrier, protecting her and the cocoon. The cultists' attacks are useless, striking the barrier without leaving a scratch. The Archbishop recognizes the artifact as a guardian talisman from an ancient civilization. He explains to his followers that such items are extremely rare and powerful. From inside the shield, Song Chiu-kyu taunts them, asking why they are wasting their time. Unfazed, the Archbishop smirks, revealing he knows the guardian talisman has a time limit. Since they are in no hurry, he calmly decides they will wait for it to expire. The cultists surround the barrier. Inside, Song Chiu-kyu is anxious. She knows the talisman only lasts for about an hour before needing a 12-hour cooldown. Her only hope is for Shu Jing Ming to wake up in time. An hour passes, and just as predicted, the shield shatters. The cult leader smugly tells her to be sensible and hand over the talisman, or she will face an ugly death. Realizing she has no other choice, Song Chiu-kyu prepares to go all out, pulling out a small red pill to boost her power. Before she can take it, a defiant voice retorts, asking why he feels like they are the ones who are about to die. At that moment, the red cocoon behind her begins to crack and break apart. The cocoon opens with a burst of energy, and Shu Jing Ming emerges from the swirling red tendrils, his transformation complete. He opens his eyes, glaring menacingly at the shocked members of the Blood Moon sect. As Shu Jing Ming emerges from the cocoon, the remaining blood energy from the pool forms the spectral image of a massive, ferocious red dragon behind him. The Archbishop of the Blood Moon sect looks on in shock, recognizing Shu Jing Ming as one of his sect's targets. Despite being a powerful Tier 4 user, he is unnerved by the immense aura radiating from the Tier 2 student, which makes his heart pound with fear. Regaining his composure, the Archbishop points and gives a furious command to his followers. Kill them. In response, Shu Jing Ming's eyes glow with purple lightning. Before the charging cultists can reach him, he unleashes his power. Torrents of thunder descend from the sky, striking the Tier 3 users with devastating force. The electrocuted cultists collapse, instantly defeated. The Archbishop is stunned. He guessed his 5 Tier 3 subordinates couldn't handle Shu Jing Ming, but he never expected them to be killed instantly. He grits his teeth, reminding himself that as a Tier 4 user fighting a mere Tier 2, the advantage should still be his. His confidence is short-lived. Shu Jing Ming charges forward, leaping through the air with his spear at an incredible speed. A look of shock crosses the Archbishop's face as he realizes the situation. He barely manages to raise his arms to block the strike, but the force of the attack is too much. He is sent flying backward, crashing through several trees. Leaning against a tree, panting, the defeated Archbishop is in disbelief. He admits to himself that he couldn't even see how Shu Jing Ming had attacked him. Just then, Shu Jing Ming appears, his spear pointed at the fallen leader's throat. He calmly states that he will ask questions, and the Archbishop will answer. His first question is about the blood water that was in the pool. Under pressure, the Archbishop reveals the truth. The substance is God's blood, the blood essence of a legendary rank 9 beast emperor. Shu Jing Ming then asks why the blood of such a powerful being would be here. The defeated leader explains that in the ancient era, a massive war erupted between human martial saints and beast emperors. As a result, different types of powerful blood essence were scattered across the world. With a serious expression, Shu Jing Ming asks his final question, demanding to know who he is and why his group is collecting the blood essence. The Archbishop, instead of answering, gives a defiant grin and reveals they are the Blood Moon sect, but refuses to say more. Before Shu Jing Ming can react, the cult leader commits suicide, blood pouring from his eyes and mouth. Standing over the corpse, Shu Jing Ming identifies the group as another dangerous cult. Realizing he won't get more information, he decides he will ask Vice Principal Ling Shuang about them later. He turns to find a concerned Song Chu-kyu rushing towards him, asking if he is all right. As he turns, she stumbles from exhaustion, and he quickly supports her. He reassures her that he is fine and thanks her for guarding him, patting her head and holding her hand, which makes her blush. Our guy explains that the cult members came for the blood, claiming to be from the Blood Moon sect. The revelation leaves Song Chu-kyu in shock. She exclaims that the substance was the blood essence of a rank 9 beast emperor, an SSS-class cultivation resource that normally requires complex processing. She looks at him in disbelief, asking how he was able to absorb it directly. Shu Jing Ming, looking at a system screen, admits he is also confused. He explains that not only did he have no side effects, but the blood essence caused his indestructible thunder body to advance to the 4th stage. He speculates the benefits might go beyond what he understands and concludes they will have to ask a teacher when they get back. Seeing how tired Song Chu-kyu is, he tells her to rest, pointing out that she can barely walk steadily. She quietly agrees. The two find a spot in a sunlit meadow to rest, with Song Chu-kyu lying down and resting her head on the ground. Meanwhile, in a large estate at night, the main archbishop of the Blood Moon sect stands on a balcony with a subordinate. The subordinate reports that Bishop Zhou's God's Blood indicator lost its signal. He suggests something happened and asks if they should send more people to retrieve the blood. The archbishop dismisses the idea. He believes a powerful ability user intervened and decides to leave it for now. Looking at the crescent moon with a sinister grin, he declares that their main operation in 1 month is what's most important. As Song Chu-kyu awakens, she finds Shu Jing Ming already up and roasting meat skewers over a campfire. He greets her with a smile, telling her she woke up just in time. She happily accepts a skewer, commenting on how delicious it smells and expressing surprise that he is a good cook. Shu Jing Ming jokes that practice makes perfect. Taking a bite, Song Chu-kyu is so impressed, she says he should open a barbecue restaurant, offering to be his investor. Shu Jing Ming playfully asks if an investment from the miss of the powerful Song family would mean opening a chain of restaurants across the Blue Star. Half an hour later, full and satisfied, Song Chu-kyu asks if she can take a bath in the nearby water. Shu Jing Ming agrees, saying he will wash up after she is done. She tells him she will go first and heads towards the water. Using her ability, Song Chu-kyu surrounds herself with a large sphere of water, creating a private space to bathe. Within the sphere, she changes into fresh clothes. As the water barrier fades, she emerges in a clean outfit. She turns to Shu Jing Ming, her hair and shoulders still damp, and tells him she is finished. For a moment, Shu Jing Ming seems slightly flustered by her fresh appearance. He quickly composes himself and says he will go wash up. As he walks away, Song Chu-kyu wonders why his gaze just now seemed a bit strange. As Song Chu-kyu stands in her now damp clothes, she suddenly gasps in embarrassment. She clutches the thin fabric, realizing the simple dress she is used to wearing has become almost transparent now that it is wet. An hour later, both Shu Jing Ming and Song Chu-kyu are in their combat gear and ready to continue their journeys. They face each other to say goodbye. Song Chu-kyu tells him to take care, and they agree to see each other in a month, sealing it with a friendly fist bump. With their farewells exchanged, they run in opposite directions. As she sprints through the forest, a look of fierce determination is on her face. She thinks to herself that she needs to work hard and must at least get 3rd place in the competition. The scene shifts forward 1 month. Deep in a rocky area, Shu Jing Ming is surrounded by crackling purple lightning. He glares up at a massive, ferocious black panther-like beast with glowing red eyes perched on a cliff above him. The beast lets out a deafening roar and then charges down the cliff, lunging for Shu Jing Ming. As the massive dark night leopard charges, Shu Jing Ming remains calm, concentrating his powerful lightning into a single point. He meets the beast's attack head-on, thrusting his spear and impaling the creature through its chest. With a final motion, he lifts the beast and slams it to the ground, killing it. A system notification confirms the kill of the peak Tier 3 beast and awards him 43 ability points. Having defeated his opponent, Shu Jing Ming decides it's time to try and break through to the next level. He sits and begins to focus his energy, a torrent of crackling purple lightning surrounding him. With a determined cry, he commands his power to break through his limits. A massive, explosive surge of lightning erupts from his body, filling the cave with chaotic energy. A moment later, the energy subsides. Lightning still arcs around him as he sighs in relief, having finally broken through to Tier 3. He reflects on his progress, noting that even the most talented geniuses at the university would need at least half a year to make such an advancement. He concludes with a satisfied smile that his own talent is exceptionally good. He then pulls up his system panel to check his new status. The screen confirms his advancement from high rank Tier 2 to low rank Tier 3. His physique and spirit attributes have both increased by nearly 400 points, and his vitality has now surpassed 2,000. He has also accumulated a massive 48,429 ability points. However, his satisfaction is mixed with disappointment, as he realizes it's still not enough to upgrade his S-rank ability to SS rank. He decides to wait until he has 50,000 points. With his breakthrough complete, he stands and walks towards the light at the cave's entrance, his spear on his shoulder. A confident smile spreads across his face as he thinks about the end of the competition. He knows the results will be confirmed the day after tomorrow, and with the points he has accumulated, he feels certain that taking first place will not be a problem. It is the final day for score calculation from the joint university event. Students are gathered in a large hall, anxiously watching a massive screen with the rankings. One student celebrates his score of 1,201 points, which has placed him in the top 1,000. However, his friends tell him not to get his hopes up, as there are still 2 hours left, and the most powerful students have not yet arrived to submit their scores. At that moment, Song Chu-kyu walks into the hall, and the crowd's attention immediately turns to her. The students recognize her as the second-ranked freshman from Madu University and realize their own ranks are about to drop. Song Chu-kyu calmly approaches a terminal and places her wristband on it. Her score is a massive 12,131 points, which instantly puts her in first place on the leaderboard. The other students are in awe of her high score, with one remarking that it is just what they would expect from Modu's number 2. Vice Principal Ling Shuang approaches Song Chu-kyu and congratulates her on a job well done. Nearby, Ling Shuang speaks with Xu Ping, confirming that Song Chu-kyu is the great-granddaughter of the famous senior from the Song family. Another woman approaches, calling Song Chu-kyu Little Yun. Song Chu-kyu happily greets her aunt, Zhou Ying, the head supervisor of the Shunan supply base. Zhou Ying playfully teases her niece, asking why her little boyfriend did not return with her. A flustered Song Chu-kyu denies having a boyfriend, then asks how her aunt knew about Shu Jing Ming. Zhou Ying reminds her that as the head supervisor, she has eyes and ears everywhere. Their conversation is interrupted as the crowd buzzes with excitement. Kieran Rao, the S-rank student from Qingjing University, has returned. The students estimate that as a third-tier user, his score must be at least 50 or 60,000 points, believing first place will surely belong to him. Kieran Rao confidently approaches the terminal to submit his score. The result flashes on the large screen, revealing an astonishing total of 113,264 points, immediately placing him in first and pushing Song Chu-kyu to second. The students are left speechless by the astronomical score. They exclaim that the gap between first and second place is enormous, calling it a complete victory for Kieran Rao. Vice Principal Xu Ping from Qingjing University is congratulated in advance for securing first place. However, Vice Principal Ling Shuang watches them with a thoughtful expression. She acknowledges the chances are slim, but remembering Shu Jing Ming's confidence, she holds on to a small hope that he might still surprise her. Just then, another high score appears. A student named Dong Sheng from Jincheng University has scored 13,526 points, taking over second place. Seeing this, Song Chu-kyu is surprised and realizes she might not even make it into the top 3. She looks around anxiously, wondering why Shu Jing Ming hasn't returned yet with only 8 minutes left. Other students also wonder about his absence, but Liu Wentao insists that Brother Ming is experienced and wouldn't be so careless. As if on cue, Shu Jing Ming makes his entrance, looking calm. His return is met with cheers from his supporters and friends from Modu University. They shout words of encouragement, telling him they will support him no matter the result. From a distance, Kieran Rao watches with a disdainful grin, thinking that no matter how much the weaklings cheer, he will still be the winner. Shu Jing Ming notices the support and looks at the leaderboard. He understands why they are cheering. Seeing Kieran's massive score, they must think he will lose. Vice Principal Ling Shuang greets him, noting his quick advancement to the third tier, and encourages him to upload his score. Shu Jing Ming calmly walks to the terminal and places his ring on it. The crowd murmurs, guessing he might have 50 or 60,000 points, but they conclude that with Kieran in the competition, there is no way for him to take first place. As the terminal finishes identifying his results, a shocking number appears on the screen. His total score is an unbelievable 405,637 points. The leaderboard immediately updates, confirming that Shu Jing Ming has taken first place with a score that completely eclipses everyone else's. The entire hall is thrown into stunned silence. Vice Principals Xu Ping and Ling Shuang are shocked. Kieran Rao's face twists in fury, and Song Chu-kyu beams with joy. The crowd erupts in disbelief, questioning if they read the number correctly. Students exclaim that his score is 4 times higher than Kieran Rao's, a ridiculously high number that seems impossible. Vice Principal calculates the number of beasts required to reach such a score, concluding the result is truly ridiculous. Nearby, Zhou Ying asks Song Chu-kyu if she knew his score would be this high. With a happy smile, Song Chu-kyu admits she did not know the exact number, but believes that for Shu Jing Ming, no miracle is truly surprising. Meanwhile, Kiran Rao is seething with rage. He cannot believe Shu Jing Ming's score is more than 3 times his own and realizes the valuable resources promised by his university are now at risk. Unable to accept his defeat, Kiran Rao points at Shu Jing Ming and shouts that his score cannot be that high. He then turns to Vice Principal Xu Ping and formally requests an investigation into Shu Jing Ming's smart wristband, accusing him of cheating. The students from Modu University immediately protest, calling it a dirty move. They argue that the smart wristbands were all officially checked, questioning if Kiran is now suggesting the technology is flawed. Vice Principal Xu Ping turns to Ling Shuang and asks for her opinion. She calmly agrees that checking the records is not a problem. However, her expression turns sharp as a powerful aura swirls around her. She issues a challenge to Xu Ping, asking how he intends to handle the situation if the records prove Shu Jing Ming did not cheat. Another official supports her, reminding Xu Ping that all the equipment was audited by the 3 major universities. The question leaves Xu Ping silent. He glares at Ling Shuang, thinking he did not expect her to be so difficult to deal with. Feeling the pressure, Vice Principal Xu Ping declares that Shu Jing Ming cannot suffer an injustice. He makes a bold offer. If the records prove there are no issues, Qingjing University will compensate Shu Jing Ming with a highly valuable S-class cultivation resource. Ling Shuang agrees to inspect the records and calls Shu Jing Ming over. Shu Jing Ming walks over with a slight smile, thinking he is about to get a priceless S-class resource for doing nothing. Seeing this confident expression, a bead of sweat rolls down the principal's face as he realizes he may have made a serious mistake. As 2 technicians begin to access the records, Kiran Rao watches with a cynical smile. He is eager to see how Shu Jing Ming obtained his score, thinking it should be impossible to achieve such a high number. The recorded footage begins to play, and the onlookers are immediately stunned. They exclaim in awe at the power of Shu Jing Ming's spear technique and his terrifyingly precise control over his ability. Ling Shuang, also impressed, asks Shu Jing Ming if his spear technique has reached the master level. He smiles and humbly replies that he just broke through by luck. Ling Shuang doesn't believe him, thinking he must be hiding quite a few secrets. The footage continues, showing Shu Jing Ming confronting a massive Tier 4 source water giant crocodile. The crowd shouts in alarm, wondering why he isn't running and questioning if he intends to kill the beast. The footage shows Shu Jing Ming unleashing a massive and devastating lightning attack that completely engulfs the giant crocodile. The onlookers are left utterly terrified by the display of power. They exclaim in shock, wondering what level of battle technique could have possibly killed a powerful Tier 4 beast so instantly.